But so I drew it up the way that it's like. That's all. I haven't done it. Pretty foul. Oh, I guess.
I thought it must be.
You know the voices.
He's a little older than
I actually live here in the Groves,
Yeah,
he does.
and I want them to generate some money so I get my road paved,
There you
because
go.
I've been waiting over 20 years
Right.
to get my road paved.
We're gonna serve up about 170.
I don't know why they kept figuring this out, and
Well,
just starting to generate some money.
Yeah.
We're a city, we gotta have money. I'm
okay.
not gonna be like the rest of these people that are coming in this door. It's the same 10 people every time.
Yeah.
Everything they try and do here. We're not all with that.
Sorry about that, guys. I have no gavel. The August 6th.
No, you're fine. I got the-
Now come to order. Everybody behave yourself tonight. I have no gavel. Here, yeah, there you go. Now I can use.
Right there, I know.
Okay. If we can all stand for the pledge of allegiance, please.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And just a moment of silence. Okay, if I can have a roll call, please.
Councilmember Shore,
Present.
Councilmember Danowski.
Here.
Councilmember Manili is absent. Vice Mayor Herzog,
Here.
Mayor Kane,
Present.
Town Manager Remilia,
Here.
Town Attorney Early.
Present.
Okay, just for a matter of course for order of the evening, we're having the Quasi-Judicial meeting, so we'll do that before we consider additions or deletions to our regular agenda at 6 o'clock, just making sure. do we have an accept public comments on the quasi-judicial before it occurs, or does that happen after their presentation?
This is a meeting that was requested by the applicant. They have asked to present first and then hear from council and then open it up to public comment. So that was their request. I
Okay,
did
well-
receive a public comment via email, so I'll announce that when you're ready.
Okay, so quasi-judicial means that council will be very limited on what comments they can make. At the end of this meeting, they could ask questions only for additional information, but can't really ask questions because this is an application that might come up for us in front of us later. Correct, Tanya? If I'm correct in what I'm saying. I just want to make sure we all know the rules before we start.
Right, Mayor. So I will reiterate what I said the last time that this item was up. And that is, currently the code has a provision that forbids ex parte communications. And so what that means is that the council members cannot speak with an applicant about their application outside of a formal meeting that's been properly advertised, essentially. And that's why the applicant is here presenting in this particular setting. For today's purposes, we're not having a formal hearing in the sense of swearing in witnesses and doing cross-examination and those types of things. But we wanted to make sure that we notice it so that anyone who may have an interest could show up and have an opportunity to be heard. So I would recommend that you allow public comment, of course, but it is up to the council as a board to determine where on your agenda you would like to see that.
Okay. I do need to disclose that I got a call from a citizen about 3 weeks ago to come over for a glass of wine, which I did. And at that meeting, they had met with representatives of BOVE and they shared their opinion and information with me, but I don't feel like it impedes my ability to make an impartial decision. I'm just disclosing that that discussion was had.
Thank you for disclosing that.
Do I need to
The wine was good.
do I need to reiterate my disclosure?
I believe that you stated it at the last, upon the last occasion.
Yes.
And if nothing has changed, I think you can just refer back to that meeting, refer to it by reference, and I think you're okay.
Okay, so I will state for the record that I disclosed, again, a chance introduction to someone who said they were with BOVE, and there was no discussion, there was no anything, and I believe that was a June meeting. Anyway,
Very well.
Yeah.
It doesn't.
I
need to
can be
specific by date.
impartial.
Did you have wine?
No,
Oh, I'm sorry.
no, I had cookies.
Robert, you have something?
Yeah, the last workshop for this event, I recused myself because I owned a piece of property on Sea Road south of Okeechobee that I sold in April. So since then, I sent an email to the Ethics Commission and asked their opinion on whether or not I could participate. And they said, yes, I could. So that opinion is available at the town. The clerk has a copy. It's also, I'm sure, on the ethics website. So that's why I'm here today and I wasn't here last time. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I think you guys can begin now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're delighted to be here. We thank you for coming out in the rain and an hour early to hear us and be with us. We have been looking forward to this evening. We want to tell you that we want it to be informal. We'd like to have your input, guidance. We have enjoyed working with the town and we've done a lot of work since our last conversation with you all. We're here tonight to present what we've learned. We took the time to come and meet with as many representatives of the town that we could to find out what they liked, what they disliked, what could be improved, what the needs were. And quite frankly, we got some really great input and we have modified our proposal immensely. And we're excited to share some of those things with you tonight. We have worked hard to create some visuals that we think helps identify and frame the theme of our project and gives a little bit better understanding. We'd like to share that with you tonight. It's a 3D rendering, and afterwards we'd like to kind of leaf through what we think are things that we've listened to, things that we've incorporated into our proposal that are different and we think help make it all the better. We also want to go through some slides to talk about the value add to the town. We think that we want to be good neighbors. We've mentioned that before, and we think we've got several items that we think will enhance the way of living here in the town and be beneficial to everybody involved. After that, if you're good, would welcome public comment. But before we do that, I'd like to have, if we could, a little conversation with you as things that questions you might have and some ideas that to help guide our next steps. And then after public comment, I'd like, if you would kindly give us 3 or 4 minutes to kind of respond to any public comment or any questions that they may have that we might be able to address tonight. I know that's a lot in the next 50 minutes, but we'll try to endeavor to get through it. But again, we thank you for your time and for considering the project with us tonight. So I'd like to begin with a little 3D video that we had rendered, and it's not complete. The buildings in this rendering are just SketchUp. They're not complete, but I think it gives an idea of the feel, the theme, and the sense. So as we begin the little RV presentation, this would be the new road, C Road, that would be paved, that we would improve, coming up to our entrance. C Road would stop at the canal, would not go across. It'd be a dedicated roadway to the front of our community. This is coming up, and the thought is to keep the tree canopy is intact as much as we can. This would be the entrance, more the rural theme that was much appreciated and desired by the community. The entrance road going into our entrance. We'd have some retention ponds for storage of our waters on site. You see a little parking area up in the front for our guests as they arrive and their guest. This is the entrance onto an eco hybrid greenway trail. This is something we'd like to showcase and make it very very interesting piece for the town that would be noted to be the lighthouse of the trail. Panoramic of the tree canopy above. This is the canal and the trail along the canal. We'd like to reforest some of that right of way through there. You see the berm and 100% hedge that screens all the RVs on the other side. But we see the eco trail as a place to bike, to hike, to take your horse. We put some benches. We'd want to create some flora and fauna areas, maybe some signage. Really try to make it a real amenity for the town, something that the community can be proud of. This is again going through the trail, and it would ring our property. The total trail and our preservation areas total about 8 acres, and we would see dedicating that to the town, so it would always be there in perpetuity. We think it could be very pleasant, very a shaded area by reforesting, and I think something that the community could really be proud of. See the retention pond in the back would have some amenity area around that, including a swimming pool and a clubhouse. All of that. We have some other slides, be more in the rural theme that we've talked about. This is the preservation area down on the other end. So it gives you an idea and feel and flavor of what we're trying to do. And again, try to maintain the canopy of the trees and kind of the natural feel of the property as it is right now. So we have been, as I said, listening, and there were many concerns, and we appreciate those because, again, it made us work harder, smarter, come up with some better ideas. One of the early concerns was, what's the visibility? And so we want to try to, as I mentioned, reforest that area along the canal, but we also would create a berm, 3-foot berm, and it would be heavily planted with a hedge around the entire site. The hedge, look at that cross section, you can see connecting Canal Road, then the canal, the buffer, the heavy tree buffer, and if you look real close, you can see the hedge and then the RV. So the visibility, 100% opaque, you wouldn't see the RVs. All of that would like to, if we can work on that with the building department, we would plant the berm area first and try to get that hedge started early while we're constructing the park. But in time, it should look like down on the right-hand slide. Would be amenable to some type of screen wall, but we'd rather spend the money, quite frankly, on the landscape and improve that to be more of a softer, greener feel than some type of fence. Again, the idea is to keep it natural, but I think it acts as a real buffer that works extremely well. We're approximately about 100 feet from the edge of the pavement to the back of an RV. When you add up the distance of the canal, the setback, the buffer area, etc. This another little slide that shows a little more detail of the forested buffer, the hedge, as well as the RV. And over to the right is the lighting. The lighting levels would be kept low. Our poles would be about 15 feet in height to keep the low-lying light low and provide enough illumination for our RVs and our guests, but not to light up the entire property like a football field or raceway or something like that. So low-level light, again, protected by the buffer. We changed up the architecture to match in accordance with the guidelines of the town, more of a rural architecture. We'd see metal roofs, porches, railings that are in keeping with the architecture of the town. Not that you're going to really see it, but our guests will enjoy it. And we think, again, it keeps with the desire of the town and made that adjustment accordingly. We have a handful of buildings that will be on the campus, from an entrance building to a couple of community centers and a bathhouse, et cetera, but all would fall in this type of architecture. What we're not is a rundown mobile home park or RV park, just to be clear. We're catering to the more expensive Class A motorhome coaches. Over to the left, our clientele has desire to kind of be in this area. We've run a market study that shows a tremendous demand for that type of clientele here in the Palm Beaches. There was a question about what happens to residential values surrounding an RV park. Margaritaville is a big RV resort over in the Auburndale area. And we actually looked up and tried to find some comps of residential homes in and around the park. When the community started, the value of those homes were in about the $180,000 range. After the park was constructed, built, and operated, the value actually increased. Those values are at about $100,000 more. Granted, it was over a 3-year period, but I think the key thing here is that those values did not go down. And it's not just this one case study. There's about 3 that we found that transacted. And you can see the value increase. So no negative impact if the park is done correctly and well. The other couple of questions that came up that we've tried to address, and I think we made this point last time, but there will be no permanent addresses ever given to any of our guests. The limit is 6 months. We won't have any mailboxes. There won't be any address that's ever given to any of our residents. If they need mail service, they're going to have to go outside of our community, but we will not offer that as one of our features. The other question was, how do you know who's coming into your park? So what we've decided is we'll run background checks on anybody that has a desire to stay more than 30 days, much like you would do if you were renting a home. We'll run credit checks and background checks on those guests. A little difficult to do for somebody that wants to stay a week or a few days, but somebody that intends to stay longer than 30 days will run background checks. We also heard comments about what's the impact of crime and noise. So we checked here locally and we looked at what happens down at the KOA at Lion Country. There were 21 calls for police over the last 12 months. The majority of them, or half of them, were just routine police checks where the police officer just routinely rode through the park. There were 4 calls that were accidental 911 calls. There was 2 that were actually calling for some help, but there was only 1 out of the 21 that called for some suspicious incident that they were concerned with. So very small impact for the number of guests there at Lion Country, and we would expect the same on ours. We also checked with the code enforcement people about noise. And there were 4 cases in the last 12 months. As we stated earlier, it's important for our residents to be able to sleep well and easy at night too. And we're going to have some pretty strict guidelines that you'll have to adhere to and be well managed on our property. So we're going to do our best to make sure these code enforcement issues are minimized, if none. And none were for real. Yeah, none of these actual cases here were for noise. All these were other code enforcement issues, but really none of them were for noise. So again, we don't think that's going to be a major concern in our community at all. We also talked at length about traffic and egress. And the thing that we like about this particular property is that C Road does not go across the canal. And that C Road will be primarily used for our property as well as Solar Sports a little bit further to the west, as well as maybe someday our neighbors here property up in the front for commercial. So what we like about that is direct access to Southern Boulevard directly into our property, no impacts to traffic throughout the rest of the town. Most movements, again, are going to go out to Southern Boulevard and then go to their destinations. We would be happy to dedicate a piece of our property and work with the adjacent landowners if the town desires to extend Tangerine over to D Road, and happy to dedicate lands across the edge of our property and participate in that. We also would welcome, if the town so desire, to talk about putting another light on Southern Boulevard that would probably be very helpful to the school. And it would allow left-hand turns out on Southern Boulevard. If that improves the intersection and helps take some traffic off of B Road, some of those movements up there, we're happy to talk about that and would welcome the opportunity to participate in what needs to be best there. There was a question about how much traffic would be making a U-turn on Southern Boulevard, as currently there's not a cut at C Road. So we looked at the number of new guests arriving and departing each day. Based on our occupancy and our number of trips each day, we're expecting about 12 new guests a day and 12 leaving each day. If you think about that, half of those will probably be in motor coaches and the other half will be in travel trailers or fifth wheels. The travel trailer and the fifth wheel can't make the U-turn, so they would have to go up, make a left-hand turn and come around into the Wellington side, if you will, and around past the school. But we're looking at 6 trips per day, or about 1 every 2 hours. So the impact is very, very small. This would, of course, go away if we have the light and the signal. So we think that it's a minimal impact, yes, an impact, but very, very minimal. One of the other things is that just the level of traffic and service, if you consider all commercial on our site, it's like 1,400 peak traffic hours, trips, I'm sorry, versus recreational, which is 33 times as less. So very minimal impacts to the roadway systems based on this type of use. There was also concern about how does our development impact those that have currently have RVs on their particular home sites. We're catering to two different types of market. There's definitely some distinct differences. Our limit on our stay is 6 months. Some of those will be monthly, some will be daily and overnight. If you look at the dollar income, we're probably going to be about 3 times as expensive. We're offering a lot different type of property in terms of amenity, features, swimming pool, all of that. That has to come back in the rate. So we think we're two different types of property offering, and we think that we won't be taken away from any of the individual residents' town income coming from leasing some spaces on their property for RVs. Again, it's an entirely different clientele between the stay time and the rate. We think it's, again, going to be two distinctive types of living. One of the things that, from a planning standpoint, that we think is I think an advantage to the town in certain terms of step down in intensity and density. If you look, the red, along Southern Boulevard, more of the commercial zone and where you're going to have a little bit higher traffic and more dense type of development and commercial setting. We are the kind of, if you will, the green gray, which is the step down, right? We're the buffer between the intense to the residential. And then you're further buffered by the canal, you're limited with your access. We think it's an ideal location with the surrounding areas and land uses. We, as we talked about earlier, are here and propose to request a land use change, a zoning change, and as well as our site plan. We're going to submit those all at one time. We intend to then just execute the site plan in accordance with the zoning. So it's site specific. It's for our site only. The documents will be specific to this site. We're not here to get one zoning and come back and change it later. We're here to get it all approved at one time, and it'll be site specific.
In the zoning will say and such that it's only for an RV resort, no other use.
Right. This would, I don't think anybody would want to see this. Heaven forbid that someday it would go all commercial, and we would never like to see that, but a big box would be a bad program, and almost didn't really want to show that. But we think that our proposed use is a lot better than that. So some things that we think are added values to the town. I talked earlier about the Greenway, the eco trail, and we're really excited about this. If we could find either one of the local colleges or universities to help us master plan that, would be all ears. We think there could be some really exciting things done on the trail that everybody could use and benefit by. We want it to be a premier showcase kind of feature, something that the town can all get behind and support. And hopefully then it would be the example of what could be done, and it would connect, it would then spread to other parts of the community, and which could be connected and really be a kind of an exciting thing that the town could be proud of. The other thing that came up in our discussion with staff was the need for impoundment area, because the water storage in and throughout the town is limited. There is some property at the end of C Road. What we would offer to do is construct a retention pond there. It will be solely for the town's use. It would contain none of our stormwater at all. It'd be simply for the town, about 2 acres in size. And I think that, coupled with the trail around it, could look pretty good. We'd also, if the town would like, we could reserve some land up in the front to have some parking for people that want to get on the eco trail. So you could drop your car and ride or bike the trail and come back to your car and leave. One of the other things that we came up with, and again, this was a suggestion by one of the folks that we met with, we'd like to do a farmer's market. And we would have that inside of our property, and maybe on a Saturday morning throughout the year, we would open it up to the entire town, have local farmers, vendors bring their produce or their wares to that market. And I think, again, could be a special kind of thing and be a great opportunity for our guests and for the rest of the community to be involved in. A segue to that too is we're going to have a rural garden or community garden on our property, and would like to have some classes, maybe promote a little bit of agritourism type of stuff where we might have some educational opportunities for families to come learn about farm to table, how to produce a better crop, have some guest speakers from time to time. Again, I think it would be a great opportunity to promote more community spirit. We really like the idea of the farmers market. There was a question about demand and is this project going to be successful? I think this is a really terrific slide. This kind of splits the west coast of Florida and the east coast of Florida. If you look on the west coast, all the dots are RV parks on the west coast compared to on the east. This further confirms that the independent report that we got from Zabic is there's a tremendous demand for RVs. And we hope to cater not just to the equestrian, although we agree that that's a real demand during season, but we will be catering to those folks traveling through to see families in South Florida. And we're very confident the demand is there. And I think this slide demonstrates that very much. We've talked about demand, and we're looking at how we might phase the project if need be. We would have phase one, phase two. One point we'd like to make on this, though, is most RV parks have density of about 12 sites per acre. We are 6 sites per acre. So we're very light in density compared to most other RV parks. And most parks are of this size or larger, mainly because of the economics and the scale. And we've got the 47 acres, and we feel like we've got a lot of amenity area, open areas, our own retention ponds, the buffer area, and we think it all fits very well. There was a question about how much economic benefit would come back to the town. And we tried to do a projection over a 3-year period as to what that revenue would be. That's in the form of ad valorem tax, as well as a guest tax that we would pass along directly to the town. The ad valorem tax that I'm talking about is specific to the town. It's 3% of the total percent, right? So this has nothing to do with what's going to Palm Beach County. This is specific to the town. We would, in the first year, it's about 30,000 net. Second year, 173, and it goes up to about 180 as we build up in our terms of our occupancy. But what we've tried to factor in here is the income coming from the ad valorem tax. There will be some rebate because we'll be using commercial trash service, and that is a rebate that we understand comes back to the town. And then it'll be the hospitality tax. There are some expenses against that, right? We're going to cause a little bit more police protection, and there'll be some impacts to the roads, and we have to work out how you want to handle the maintenance on that trail. So we've shown some expense against that, but the net dollars to the town would be on the bottom line there, 30,000 year one, 173 up to about 180,000 annually to be used as the town wishes. So we think that hopefully that'll help to improve your budget needs and to be used as a benefit to the town. One thing we looked at, just to kind of put some perspective on it, our total lands are about 0.6% of the total community, the total town, and the ad valorem tax benefits about 4.8%. So we think we're doing our part in trying to help enhance some revenues into the town. So I think this last slide kind of summarizes what we just chatted about. Would like to have just a little conversation with you. Number one, wanted to see how you would feel about us meeting with the finance committee and further vetting out those economic numbers. We've listened to some of their meetings and think that some really bright folks on there. But if there's a way to enhance or improve what the finance committee would like to see, we wanted to see if that'd be okay with you, if we set up a meeting to go chat with them or meet with them. Want to see if you could give us some direction on that.
No objection.
We appreciate that.
No, I've seen good comments coming from the committee.
Great.
That we could work with.
Great, great.
Robert, anything? You're okay with it or not okay with it?
Thank you. Thank
Okay.
you. We'll endeavor to do that. And then the second thing, we have met with staff and they informed us of some of those things that I chatted about, the water retention issue, the traffic issue. We'd like to maybe talk a little bit more with your planning department, your planning committee. We are planning to make our application on August 26th. We've been working hard to kind of get all of those basics together, but wanted to make sure it'd be okay with you for us to reach out to them and begin some conversation, certainly in accordance with the guidelines of the town and through Francine's office.
Well, meeting with P and Z would definitely be a requirement for, so yes, absolutely. I would say meet
okay,
with P and
okay.
Z. Go ahead, you go ahead. I have a question.
Yeah, my comment is it's a process. You
Yes.
apply, then you go through the process like anybody else. They're not sitting up here approving any special meetings for
Correct.
you to go see P and Z before you apply. So if you feel confident, then you do what you feel you want to do. But this council is not up here saying, yeah, go ahead and spend our town tax dollars and meet with these committees. You know, you follow the same process as
Right.
anybody else that wants to do something in the town, because this is all cost recovery. You apply, you pay
Yes,
for staff time
yes,
and all that. So it's,
we understand that. Thank you.
okay.
Yep. And we've been making those payments.
Madam Mayor, if I may, just for clarification, for the applicant, are you proposing to meet with P and Z ahead of getting out of the staff review cycle? Because that would be the atypical process that I think you're looking for.
Correct. That better explains it. We understand the full process and make an application on the 26th, but there are questions and some things that we would like to ask or make sure that we're on the right path before we submit on the 26th. So the question was, can we reach out, get a little guidance, maybe share what our early schematic is to get some input to make sure that we're heading down the right path. We don't want to waste time. We don't want to waste their effort and comments. We're just trying to, do things as efficiently as we can. So that was really the ask as to whether, again, we don't want to buck the system and do something we're not allowed to, but we just wanted to see if we can have some conversation and didn't want to, again,
I think Robert's comment still applies as long as the cost is mitigated.
okay,
And that's,
Okay.
that's something. prudent
no
to
impact
do.
to the town.
The-
Very good.
The one question, and I know we're not necessarily supposed to ask questions, but this is something that has come up repeatedly with people. And I think it's something that you guys need to consider at some point and maybe in your meeting with P&Z. So if this doesn't work, what's your exit strategy? We all saw these horrifying pictures of this trailer park and nobody wants a trailer park in the middle of Waxahachie Grove. So I don't need you to answer this right now, and I don't
I'm
want you to.
happy to.
Yeah, I don't want you to answer that right now necessarily. I'd like you to give some thought to it.
Okay,
But, I think you need to put, everybody has to have a plan B. Your plan A
Sure.
certainly sounds wonderful, but everybody has to have a plan B.
sure.
And I think that if you're looking at increasing the comfort of this council and this community, that of all the things that you did address, and you addressed a number of them, the one that was not addressed is
Plan B.
Plan B.
So
Yeah, what
let's-
happens if this doesn't do what
Great.
you
If-
projections are wonderful, but what happens if this doesn't do what you think it's gonna do? what are we left with? And that's, like I said, I don't need an answer right now. I don't
Yeah.
particularly want an answer right now. I'd like you to give some thought to it.
It's very easy not to answer the question, but if we have the land under contract, and if we don't get this approved, then we won't proceed with the project. So it's not a plan B. We won't close on the land.
Well, I understand that. I'm not talking about closing on the land. I'm talking about you close on the land, you build this beautiful RV park, and 10 years from now, the market falls out of RVs. We find out that it's hazardous to stay in RVs, and everybody sells their $250,000 RVs, and nobody wants to spend $3,000 a month to stay at your RV park anymore. What's gonna happen? That's the
Gotcha.
plan I'm talking about.
Okay.
That's the thing I'm talking about. Of course, should you do this, should this proceed, and should it get approved? We all want you to succeed. We want everybody in our town to be successful.
Thank
But
you.
what would happen afterwards? Okay, that's, I think, something really important that I didn't see addressed that did come up the last time you were here. So
Oh.
again, I'm not
Okay.
looking for an
Thank
answer
you.
right now. I'm just asking
you.
you, saying it's something you might
Yeah.
consider.
Well,
But-
I think one of the things too, in submitting all three things at one time, there will certainly be covenant restrictions on what we can do with the property.
Correct.
And one of those will definitely be that there will never be a individual sale of those units, and we would certainly agree to that.
Well, can't happen.
Yeah, but I don't know. Certainly, we're in the real estate business, and we understand cycles, and it's just, sometimes you're gonna go through a down cycle, but you still hang on to your asset. But that's the risk we would take in terms of but it would never change. We're making too large of an investment that again, that whole market would have to change, right? But
Stranger
yeah,
things
yeah,
have happened in
I
this
know,
world,
and
right?
technology moves on. I don't know how you could ever really, but there's about 10 million RVs in the country.
Okay.
So I mean, it's a big market. It's not just here. So it would be devastating. to
Well,
the-
I just wanted
yeah,
to
yeah.
put it out
Great,
there.
great,
because
great
I
question.
Didn't see it addressed.
Okay, thank you.
Let's do public comment, Val, and hear what the citizens have to say. The residents of Loxahatchee have to say.
Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, we received an email today from Lena Hendrickson, which will be attached to the minutes. And then our first public comment is from Cynthia. Podium.
I'm sorry, thank you. So I just purchased property on Collecting Canal. And I understand that you've said that you've been speaking to residents and community members. And I'd love to know who you've been speaking to, because in my opinion, you're not listening. You haven't listened to anything anybody's had to say. I'm happy, that's great, because I have concerns, because in my opinion, I think you'd be a great car salesman, because what you've brought to this committee, to this meeting today, has no value. Everything you've brought about is speculation. So you're saying that you're going to add value to my property and to the other homeowners' properties here. This isn't Margaritaville. I just paid over $1 million for my property, and I'm putting more than $1 million into it. And I would love to see how putting an RV park with 280 spaces directly is going to improve the value of my property. Now we're going to move on to your point of traffic. You say that with 280 spaces, people are going to pull out of your park no more than what, 12 vehicles a day? Is that, yeah, I mean, that's the usage? A Class A, now I'm talking, a Class A vehicle, a Class A, because we have one, is over 30,000 pounds. Collecting Canal is a tragedy waiting to happen with my dually. You're going to have over 30,000 pounds plus whatever vehicle they're pulling up and down that, and don't tell me, because I'm an equestrian, you're going to be on Collecting Canal going from B Road. They're not going to go from Okeechobee. Do you know where the horse show is? The horse show is that away. That means they come to Southern and they're going to try and access your park via B Road or C Road from, they're not coming C Road from Okeechobee, sir. That means they're going to be on Collecting Canal. I'd like to know where the need for this project is. We have KOA. I don't even see that they're full. If they're not full during season, why do we need 280 more spaces? And you're telling me that they had 21 calls for police in the last month? What do you think they're going to have for 280 spaces during season? And from the last 12 months, regardless, then from 280, do that math. And you've also in the past said that you're not going to have anybody on site. Your plan was not to have any sort of police, any 24-hour security. That's a problem. Well, that's what you said at the last meeting. So is that the last time, is that all the time that I have? Because I could go on.
Thank you.
The last thing, you're trying to say eco trails and you want to do a farmer's market and you want to put parking at the end of C Road. That's not just an RV park, that's an entire enterprise. So you can't just say that you're not going to have additional traffic issues or that these properties are not going to be seen from the road. So everything you've presented here is a farce. And I can tell you for one, that I'll take it to court. And I know several other people that will. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Bianca?
Okay. Do I have to say who I am and all that? No, you guys know, right? Yeah, I'm Bianca Berthold at 15045 Collecting Canal Road. I spoke last time already, and I guess everybody knows how terrible I think of an idea that is. But a few of us got together and we wanted to figure out what the rest of Laxalchi thought, or at least some of the residents, because we can't, we all work full-time jobs and we don't have all the time in the world. And we collected some signatures, and every person except one, for me, that I went around and I, on my own, got, I think, 90 signatures against this whole thing. Everybody's sitting there saying, what a bad idea. We don't want it. We don't want it. This is not what we want here. And as Cynthia already said, the property values, I mean, that's ridiculous. Yeah, they're not going to increase. Are you kidding me? Whoever said, oh yeah, I want to live next to an RV park with my horses and all of that. Nobody has ever said that. That's ridiculous. And same with the traffic, the increase, it's ludicrous. However, though, I think the town really does have spoken here, and I have it all the signatures right here, that's really not what we want. So that's.
Are you handing that to us, or
I-
are you going to send us a copy, or can we make a copy?
Yes, absolutely. Yep.
Motion to receive and file.
Motion to receive and file.
Favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Okay.
It's just right around 150 signatures.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ally
Thank you for your
Daly?
comment.
Hi, Ally Daly. I live at 8290 Road. I too just bought that property just a year ago. And my plan is to build up on it. So something like this, that is a complete shock to me. Definitely would have changed my mind about buying right there. I think everything that you presented today is very aspirational, because we don't have really any proof that this is actually what's going to happen. I think it's very hard to just say this is going to happen and that's going to happen. It's speculation. I think in reality, I think the thing to think about is who are the people that are going to be staying at this park? It's mostly going to be groomsmen on season. So if you talk about, the number of people you're adding to this community, into that little teeny area during season, minimum 2 people per camper is going to be 570 people. We all know it's probably not going to be 2 people per camper. Let's say 4 people per camper. That's 1,140 people added to our community in that little area. And so, yeah, traffic, 6 campers coming and going, 12 in a day. That's absurd. At the beginning of season, it's going to be chaos. And at the end of the season, it's going to be chaos. My concern is that because we're so close to the property, noise pollution. I don't want to hear parties and barbecues going till 1 o'clock in the morning. I don't want to hear that. 15 feet in the air for a light is high. That's going to create light pollution. That's not why we move out to this rural area. We want peace and quiet. The thing is, you're saying there's a big need for this in the community. I'm sorry, but I feel like people that are traveling to go on vacation with their campers and their family, do they really want to come to Loxahatchee Rose? No offense, it's a cute town, but I would think they'd want to be closer to West Palm Beach or Orlando or places where there's things to do, or stay at Lion Country Safari. So I don't think there's really a need for this. I don't see a whole lot of benefits about it. The farmer's market's a cute idea. I'd love to have a farmer's market here, not right across the street from my house. That's going to add a lot of traffic above and beyond the campers that are staying there. We have this, he's proposing a 8-mile eco trail. I don't know anyone that wants to ride their horses on concrete for 8 miles. So I just think it's very aspirational. I don't think there's a lot of need for it. From what I've gathered and the 150 or so signatures we've gathered, I don't think people in the community want it. And I definitely don't think it's going to add property value. My big concern is crime. I'm sorry, but with the wide open borders and God knows who coming through across the border, and he's not going to have anybody patrolling on the property, that's a huge concern to me, especially living so close to this. Thanks.
Thank you for your comment.
Paul Coleman.
Paul Coleman, 14626 Court North. First of all, I appreciate you texting me and reaching out to me and trying to meet with me. I was out of town on vacation. Better leave these on so I can read what I wrote. 50 in October, folks. You're a real estate guy, and it's really disconcerting for you to stand up here in front of us and tell us that the real estate around Margaritaville rose in 3 years and it wasn't affected by the RV park. I mean, I'd really love to see what those numbers are. It sounds like, when the radio station says we're number 1 in Palm Beach County, and come to find out they're number 1 in men 65 to 85, because they play, Lawrence Welk. Oh, sorry, that's when I was little. But in this day and age, over the past 10 years, I happen to be in construction and building, past 10 years around here, all the economy's done is increase. The value of the land is increased, and it hasn't been affected by certain things unless it was really trashy. So to say that it hasn't affected it, and say, well, it grew $100,000, over 3 years. Well, that's probably going to happen anyway. Traffic, everybody's hitting some of the stuff. I mean, 3 times the rent from a RV lot next to a barn. I get that, but it's still less than a house rental in Wellington during season. I know people that leave their house and go live with their family because they rent their house out and pay their mortgage in 6 months. So, standard mortgage for a year, paid in 6 months, that to say it doesn't, it's more than, less than, it won't be accompanied by. I side with these ladies over here. I fully agree that, who's going to be in there is going to be grooms, and it's going to not have anything against grooms. I can't afford grooms. I would love to have a groom. But guys, we see this every time a developer comes in. We see this every time an existing entity in the town wants to expand. It comes in. We get this bottom line. I probably don't have to read it, but I'm going to read it anyway. Oh, we're going to put a trail in. oh, if we put a trail in, it's good. If we put a trail in, they're going to approve us. I don't know who is saying that, but just because you're going to put a trail on the property doesn't mean we're going to approve you. Just because these folks, Robert said it earlier, and as you all know, it's very rare that we agree, but Robert said it earlier, you know, it's true. We do sometimes. Yes, you can apply, you can spend your money, but again, it's real estate speculation. There is not a given thing that says that this has to be approved. And I think it was said last time, and I wish I could have got the rest of my list. But we all stood up here last time, and I really didn't think we were going to have to do this again. But we stood up here last time and said, we don't want this in our town. Okay, no offense to this gentleman and this gentleman, their company. We do not want this in our town. Not enough of us stood up for Publix, for Solar Sport, and we know what's changed and happened there and wasn't supposed to be this way, and now we moved to retention pond, etc. But we're all standing up now. There's folks here standing up now. We don't want this in our town. And I hope, sir, no offense, you get the message. Thank you and have a nice night.
Thank you for your comment.
Virginia Standish.
Should have a little path on the side.
Virginia Standish, North Road. My comments are going to be specific to this project, but also to all development. I have not heard any mention on this project, and I realize it's preliminary, but on other large projects around here, I've not heard the status of the wildlife report as part of the permit project step application. And I'd love for council to get an update from staff and the building official on if that is being done. As an example, on this property, there are gopher tortoises. They want an eco trail. Great. Well, how about you keep those gopher tortoises, because when they're removed at $6,000 a pop, they're just trying to find their way back. So any development, let's make sure we're doing the wildlife status. Yeah, but the trails, that's dangling the carrot in front of us, and oops, can we all say solar sport? So anyway, what I'd like to know is this developer is good at what they do. All developers are good at what they do. And what they do in Florida is they buy land for future land banking. Okay, today we're going to do an RV park. And they can't predict if this is going to be successful in 10 years. So in 10 years, they may have to do what they do well. Condos, apartments, that's the future for right now. But we need to be mindful of these developments, such as the sod farm that on January 1st had one bull on their property and got their ag exemption. And then they come back to us and they say, oh, we really didn't have to cut all down those trees. We just didn't manage the project. So 2, you're looking for strong management of any project that comes before you. This particular property, C Road Bridge, is currently being used by motorcycle traffic. So anything you consider for that parcel, and again, this project, I realize it could end up being anything on that land. That's why I'm not speaking specifically to the RV, because many people have. That C Road Bridge, there needs to be a sign put up, no motor traffic, and if whatever you do there, you're going to have to, I realize it's supposed to be a horse trail, and I support the horse trails in this community. I think that should be a priority, any trail in this community, before any more commercial. But you need to do something to prevent that C Road traffic that is now coming across on the supposed horse bridge. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Anybody else, Val?
Jane Harding.
Jane Harding, The Road. I'm just going to read my comments. This presentation was like a Stepford Wives version of the country. This is not rural. This is not country. This is Stepford Wives. Margaritaville's values are in the 1 to 200,000. We're in the over million. So an RV park is not going to increase us. Traffic, not just RVs are coming in and leaving. They will have cars to use daily, up to 285 of them daily. We already have a farmer's market. People already complained about that farmer's market that traffic in agritourism. So now you want to add another one and you want to do agritourism. You know, that sounds all appealing to you, but we already have it. We don't need any more. Now, paying for the trail maintenance, that's what I heard. I could be wrong, but, and then RV market is a big market, but it's not our market. Your tax revenue versus a residence revenue will not suffice. If a residence has 5 acres versus RVs being on there, I guarantee you your tax revenue will not even come close. It's just not a good idea. Has nothing to do with me being equestrian. I want my trails. I want my place. I want this country, this ruralness. I don't want any more.
Thank you for your comment.
Ken Johnson.
Ken Johnson, 15409, collecting the Canal Road. How about pie in the sky? That's what it looks like to me, pie in the sky. How do you spell traffic? Traffic and more traffic. That's what they're going to do to us. That's what they want to do to us. Southern Boulevard in B Road. It's congested now. There's problems there now. When we add 250 plus RV parks, and those people need to get out of his park, they've got to go west. Then they want to turn up B Road to go to Publix or come back to Wawa, or they're going to have to turn left and make a U-turn and go east to get out of that park. No, we've got problems now. Second thing, light pollution. There will be, where I live, a dome of light over this place. For what reason? We don't need a dome of light. Noise pollution. Are they going to walk around and whisper? I don't think so. It's going to be loud. So loud on Collecting Canal Road, and maybe even further in, depending on what they do. The last thing that I have not heard anyone talk about is, where are these people going to eat? In other words, for them to get food, they're going to eat horse steaks. I don't think so. Horses are too expensive. They're going to have to leave to go somewhere else to eat. Even to buy snacks, they're going to have to go somewhere else to get it, because he's not going to sell snacks. So all in all, I wish he'd go bankrupt.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. John.
Laura.
Hello, Laura Cassiopo, 13593 East Citrus. So I'm probably just going to reiterate a bunch of things, but I just wanted my feelings heard too. I don't think this fits in the aesthetic of our town. I don't think anybody who lives here, I'm not gonna walk around it. In my opinion, this looks like, hey, we've seen a lot of RV ads and they're geared towards equestrians. I mean, I know that there's other uses for RVs, but there's a lot of RV equestrian use in this town. There's just no doubt about it. So what about taking the money out of the people? I know this is a big controversy about how many RVs we can all have and all that stuff, but are we really trying to take the money away from the people who already live here and give it to somebody else? And I do appreciate that this is somebody else's business, but we have zoning, we made zoning, we have rules and regulations for our town, we all have all the planning and zoning. This isn't part of the zoning of that property, and there's a reason, because that's not really what we wanted to see there. And it's not that, we can't make exceptions and such, but I mean, all of the carrots being hung in front of people are like, how about if we give you this? Well, then you let us. How about if we give you this? Will you let us then? Well, no. Well, how about if we just fill up the RV spots that we have and using the people that already live here who already have RV spots? And yes, it might saturate, but there may be more. There's plenty of more place to put these people for season if that's what we want. And this just isn't part of what we want for all the various reasons that people just said. And there's a reason they're asking us and not Wellington, because Wellington won't have it, I'm sure. There's plenty of other land. If you really want to do it, there's other towns, go somewhere else and put it. I mean, it doesn't have to be that far, I guess, they have enough money. They're doing it here because, let's face it, we've made mistakes in the past. Let's not repeat them. Let's not do what we've already done. So I think it seems pretty obvious. Yeah, traffic, crime, all those things, light pollution, noise pollution are all issues to the people who are around the area. I'm happy about that. But to me, it just seems like we're targeting Loxahatchee Groves. We need more grooms quarters. Hey, everybody, make more grooms quarters. So we don't have to have an RV park in the middle of our town, which we don't want. And I think I'm the 40,000th person. I don't know if we have that many people, that don't want it in our town. So, I appreciate the presentation that I saw. I read a bunch about it. Maybe somewhere else. Not here.
Thank you for your comment, Mona. That's it. Okay, we've gone over, but I'll give you just 5 minutes if you'd like to finish up before we wrap up this meeting.
Thank you. I'll be very brief. I just want to try to make some quick responses. Number one, we're happy to meet with anybody that we've missed or we tried to reach out to. If you want to be in touch with us, we're happy to have another conversation. We want to try to do something that's win-win. We will have on-site management. We'll have about 15 employees on campus to make sure the security and well-being of everybody is well managed and the property is maintained, secured. We will have rules and guidelines for noise, for any of those social activities. Again, we have our residents to take care of internally as well. We're sorry if we offended those on the values. What we were trying to demonstrate is we haven't found a case in which the property value decreased. We're not saying you're going to increase. I apologize if I misstated that. The trail will not be concrete trail. It's going to be set up for multiple use, not paved. So it'll be more of a gravel trail, or set up for equestrians, whatever surface is necessary. We want it to be more than just equestrian use though. We want it to be for walking trails and for biking, off-road bicycles. We're in agreement. We would not want to see any motorized vehicles on it. We also want to say that trail would be for use of the community, but we'd also like to use it as well. So we see it as a mutual benefit. In terms of wildlife preservation and study, we've engaged a wildlife scientist who has done an independent report. We have those findings that'll be part of our presentation to the planning department, and we'll follow all of the guidelines. We did not find any gopher tortoises in that report, according to the independent study that we engaged. It's what we have. If they're found, then we'll do what's appropriate and what's required in terms of relocation. I think that The car traffic, yes. When I was talking about those 12 turning movements, that is related to the number of people that will be leaving the park. Certainly, they're going to have their independent cars and make their own individual trips. And again, want to just be clarified, be clear on that. So the math on that was for guests and their motorhomes and their travel trailers coming and going from the park. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
A few more signatures that just got dropped off.
Okay, if you can give them to the clerk, well, we're gonna make some copies. Thank you. Okay, we're gonna take just like a 3-minute recess for us to use the restroom and then we'll start the regular meeting. It's okay with everybody?
Oh, I did it. Oh.
order and roll into additions, deletions. If I could ask you to take your conversations out into the hallway, we have to get back to our meeting. Thank you. Thank you. All right, additions, deletions, and modifications. Anybody have anything?
Staff does.
Oh, okay, staff, go for it.
Mr. Torcivia is unable to be with us tonight. His plane was stuck in Detroit and he will not be home until late this evening. He has asked that we move 3 items off the agenda. One is the HR manual. He'd like to be here for this. 2,
So could you give me item numbers that we're?
yes, I
removing?
can.
Thank you,
Hold on just a moment, so I give you the right numbers.
thank you.
Item number 17,
We're removing?
yes.
Okay,
And then additionally, the discussion on the proposed culvert special assessment program ordinance, number 19.
Mhm.
In addition, we did just receive in some draft language from our engineers relative to the last FDA workshop. So the 2 need to be considered together.
okay.
And then the third item is discussion of the social media policy, and that is in light of including employees in that policy. And he would be here to be able to speak to it because this was a Supreme Court decision.
Okay, so we're pulling 17, 19, and 21. Anybody else-
Yes, ma'am.
Anybody else have anything?
Motion to approve the agenda and removing 17, 19, and 21. Everything else stays the same.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 4-0. So we have a presentation from Mr. Book. Actually, I'm sorry. Thank you, Robert. Do we have any public comments for first?
We do.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Virginia Standish.
I usually count on her giving me the stink guide. After so much public comment.
Virginia Standish, 15410 North Road. I found the last P and Z meeting very interesting where it states that we have a 35-foot or 3-story height for all commercial buildings. So I'm asking council and staff to provide the paper trail of the first public notice, since this is a significant change. I'd like to see the first public notice change, authorizing the change or approval to this 3-story height limit. We are not looking to see where there was a first reading for something else and then, oh, it miraculously changed in the second reading. I am asking you, town council, to provide the paper trail to show us, the public, the landowners, where first reading public notice was given for this increase in height. Thank you.
Standing. Anybody else?
Cassie Suchi.
Cassie Suchi, I'm going to expound a little bit on what Virginia said, the discussion of the height of buildings. I sent you all emails on some of the stuff that I had found out. It first took place, there was a P and Z meeting on February 4th of 2021, talking about the self-storage facility. And our height restriction was 35 feet NVGD, which is a surveyor's term. I don't know, anybody out here is a builder, what the measurement of height is. So 35 feet NVGD. So the discussion was they needed to get an exemption because NVGD started the measurement calculations for height at 10 feet at grade. So it was actually a 2-story building. So they were putting in for an exemption on some of the other things for self-storage. Then it proceeded to the April 6, 2021 meeting where they were reading the ordinance 2021-02. And it was in that meeting, and Robert Shore was mayor at the time, and he was very specific. Council was very specific that this was site specific, that this exemption for height exemption was site specific for that. He asked the planner said yes. There was the discussion of how the definition was real confusing. And he said, why don't we send it back to the ULDC? But this is site specific. And then they went on and they went through the discussion and said, well, why don't we fix it here? And without the assistance from staff to explain what they were doing, they passed the height of 35 feet throughout the whole town. But it wasn't explained to the council. If you're not a developer and I'm not a developer, I wouldn't know the height of my building. I don't routinely go out and measure the roof of my building. So thinking it's 35 feet, you passed it. We should have relied on our staff to explain it. I don't, like I said with Virginia, remember any readings, but it got passed. But I don't think it was the intention of the council based on the discussion at the April 6th meeting and the May 4th meeting for the approval of the self-storage that it was ever to raise the height limit in this town to 3-story buildings throughout the town. So I would ask you guys in future meetings to find out, first of all, where this was first and second reading to pass. And then if it wasn't, we need to put it back in the definitions. The other thing, and I got 39 seconds, I just wanted to address BTRs. I sent to everybody all the code cases for 2024, and I was amazed at all the BTRs and how we are taxing our residents for agricultural, bona fide agricultural industries, equestrian industries. Okay, I think we are a very special town and we need to look into what we are. And we can set our own rules. We don't have to be like anybody else. So we can exempt our agricultural equestrian communities from BTRs. The nurseries don't have to pay BTRs. Why does somebody who have a horse farm that is a bona fide ag have to pay a BTR? So I think that needs to be revisited too. We don't want to punish our residents and change what we are as a town.
Thank you for your comments. Anybody else, Valerie?
Paul Coleman.
Maybe. Yeah, I'm just going off the cuff. Paul Coleman, 14626 Court North. First I'd like to, because I get up here and I've been accused of being negative a lot. I'd like to say thank you to the Public Works. I always want to still call them Water Control District. The water's flowing. It's been raining and the water's flowing. I don't feel like I'm stepping in a mud puddle everywhere I walk on my property. So thank you very much. Appreciate it. I don't mean to piggyback too bad, but I hope y'all are hearing us. I think you're hearing us about this whole thing. I mean, there's a lot of stuff in there that just doesn't jive, whether it's traffic, security, etc. I just don't. I realize that, there's people in the town that stand to make money off this thing and whatever. And I hate to turn it down because of that, because I hate to, but it's just not for us. Especially since it's still, I don't care what you zone it, it's still a commercial entity, and commercial is supposed to be, south of Tangerine. Things have happened with the Briar property and Solar Sport, stuff like that have pushed it where it shouldn't be. And it's a lot of concrete. It's a lot of pavement. There's not a lot of canopy. You go to Fort Wilderness, that's a campground. I don't mind that campground. It's got canopy. It's got, it's wooded. It's more natural, but it's just something else. And just because I really didn't realize this was an issue, but to piggyback on Cassie, I was at that meeting, and that's exactly what the intent was. The intent was to be site specific on that height variance, and that was to be the only time. It wasn't to be a blanket, we're going to raise it. Actually, a few of us got up and I think stated that, we were worried about that happening. So once again, thank you all for sitting there. Thank you for doing what you're doing. And thanks for Public Works for keeping the water flowing.
Thank you for your comment, Mr. Coleman.
Jane Harding.
Okay, what has me concerned is I moved out here to get away from political agendas. I come to all these meetings, we all say one thing, we go back and forth, and then we kind of come to some form of agreement. And then I look at that 453-page draft, and it's all different. So it's like, how does that happen? It's like residents come in here, we take the time to be here for hours on end, and we think we're leaving with one set of information. just to have written in a 453-page draft, a different set of information. And that really bothers me. That makes me feel like, I have no say, but I'm still coming back and still coming back and I won't give up. But it gets to a point where you just want to kind of give up because it gets pointless. That was very disconcerting to me when I come to all these meetings, hear one thing, and then see a totally different thing in the draft. How does that happen? Are there secret meetings? Are there is somebody else have a political agenda that can go behind the residents' backs and do something else? And then put it in writing, and then we got to come back and fight about it again? How does that happen? That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Lisa Raimi.
Good evening, council. I'm in receipt of 3 requests for a BTR from the town as a commercial equestrian use. I think it's very important that the town as an agricultural entity not parse the agricultural into different uses. It's either a blanket agriculture is exempt or agriculture pays. And when I look at the staff time that goes into this sort of thing, I would stress that council should probably revisit with staff the prioritization of the code enforcement and focus more on commercial, industrial, institutional, lawn maintenance, and retail nurseries, perhaps, that proliferate throughout the town. I'd also ask that the FEMA, again, be readdressed, that there are clear agricultural allowances that FEMA provides that are less strenuous and strict than what the town has adopted. And South Florida Water Management also provides for an agricultural exemption from some of the floodplain requirements that the town has adopted. So I would ask that you revisit that. And please, please, please ask FPNL, since they seem to have abandoned the underground, to please trim the trees, because I've had a power outage now twice, even before the storm came through. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Laura.
Laura Cassiopo, 13593 East Citrus. So just 2 things. I mean, I guess Paul reminded me, it's just a matter of these people that are trying to put an RV park and property that they don't even own yet. And how much money do you think they already poured into having a wildlife specialist come out and check for Gulf tortoises and whatever else? How much money is this? This is a lot of money. And again, it's coming out of the pockets of our residents to give to a developer. I don't know whose property it is, so I have no agenda in that way, but I don't know who owns that property, but if they're putting a lot of money in it, that's just taking it out of the rest of our pockets for no reason. And then, oh no, now I lost my train of thought. I felt like it was important at the time. I think I'm done, I guess. I don't have anything else. All right, you want to sit here first? I will sit here. Let me think for a second. Sing a song. I don't know if that's a good idea.
Look at your dance.
That's what's happening right now. It was something Lisa said. It was something good. Yeah, I guess it did have to do with the BTRs. Thank you, everybody. It's like crowdsourcing. I just wanted to make sure, and this is not to be accusatory to anybody who's on council right now or even in the past, but I think a lot of times we end up with maybe offending our residents for things that we don't intentionally offend them for, but we do. And that we really should make sure that when those things are drawn to our attention, that maybe that we try to focus on enjoying and having a good life together. Because that's what a town is. We're all in this together. If there's rules and regulations, we should be following. If we're exempt from them, we should be exempt from them. And when mistakes are brought to our attention, we should probably try to fix them.
Thank you for your comment. Anybody else?
Ms. Raimi would like to speak again if you'll allow her.
Yes, I just wanted to say the deepest condolences on the passing of Morley Schloss about 2 weeks ago now. So he should be remembered. He was certainly a town character.
Thank you. That's it?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, Okay, then Ken's raising his hand, okay.
Not yet.
We have one more. Maybe two, someone's making their way.
Ken Johnson,
Waxahachie. One, and I've only got one thing. It has to do with BTRs. Did each of you receive the information I gave to the desk about the BTRs? Okay, well, the reason I bring that up is that the CERT team has been registered with the state, and that's a part of what you have to charge people for. But we've been registered as a nonprofit entity since whenever we started registering, 10 years ago, 12 years ago. So I do not think that we should be included with the other group that's being charged for being included in the BTR. I think we should be exempt from that. That's all I've got. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Okay, can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda? No, I can't get a motion to approve the consent agenda. Oh, that's right, we have a presentation. I said that a minute ago, and then I see Ron sitting there, and I still blew him up. Okay, the first thing we have is a presentation from Mr. Book and Pittman Long.
Mayor, council members, Madam Manager, thank you for the opportunity. And I'm joined by Ronna Brown from my firm, and Mr. Pittman, I think, had someone from his firm coming. He stayed back in Tallahassee for a funeral this morning. Let me just say that there are a lot of communities that wish they were in the boat you were in the last 2 years. We told you all when we were in that selection process that we would work tirelessly on your behalf and on behalf of your taxpayers. I think the facts speak for themselves. You got phase 1 of your stormwater improvements approved a year ago. You got phase 2 approved this year. And I think if you look at the opportunities from funding perspective, and I'm going to talk about legislative issues in a few minutes, substantive issues, but money is really what you all hired us to do. If you look at what they did with the adoption of Senate Bill 1638, it not only provides funding for the wildlife corridor, which matters to you, it not only provides opportunities for resiliency grants outside of the legislative appropriations process, which we are working with your staff to accomplish as well. So just because you only got 750,000, you have an opportunity to pick up some other funding over the next number of months as well. I think that what you should also be aware is that the Indian Gaming Compact money, the over $700 million that comes in and year out, so long as the tribe continues to pay what they have contractually obligated themselves to pay. And now that the sports book litigation appears to be resolved, the funding that will continue to come in for not only resiliency grants and the wildlife corridor, there are a number of other places where money will be going. And I will use the Water Management District as an example. The South Florida Water Management District is the largest water control system in the world. They picked up out of that money, I want to say, I'll be off on this, 150 million more for projects that as an ongoing basis will also have a positive impact on you as well. I want to say that your staff, your team, the manager, tremendously responsive in helping us get prepared to do what we do. We don't pick up the phone and call and ask a question that we don't immediately get a response from the manager and your team almost instantly. I think to not at least talk a little bit about some of the other substantive issues, and before I do that, actually for a minute, I spent a couple hours this afternoon before coming up here with the incoming Speaker of the House, Danny Perez. We've got a little over $17 billion in reserves. And if you look at the revenue estimating conference that concluded its work a week ago, the revenue collections for June were actually up about 23 million more than the January projection showed them to be. Ought to make us feel good. And I don't pay attention to what the stock market did today, and I don't care what the stock market did yesterday. And we can talk all about all these inflationary fears. Outside of inflationary fears, there is an underbelly, undercurrent issue with spending in Florida. And I think you're going to see a pullback begin to occur in the budget process. Our budget is large. Our budget is significant. The governor vetoed $1 billion in projects and still had a budget in that, if you will, $100 billion kind of range. It was large. It was up, but his veto stayed about the same level they did last year. Money goes back into reserves, but they spent about $5 billion out of where they were in reserves. You may or may not recall when we last spoke, the reserves were in the 22, 23 billion range. They're now down in that 17 billion range. I think the increased spending in pre-K to 12, the scholarship program that eats up a chunk of money. I think when you look at healthcare spending, when you look at correction spending, when you look at transportation spending, all of those levels increased, which, if you will begin to cap and become suppressed somewhat, I believe, over the next 2 years. The fear is not, will they have enough money next year? The fear isn't, will they have enough money 2 years from now? The problem is in the third year of their 5-year budget projections. So I think while we will remain vigilant and focused and determined to bring back more money to this community, I think you just need to be aware that there is a downturn that they believe is coming. Tax package was great. Small business tax relief, property insurance tax relief. They didn't do anything to change property and casualty insurance from a reform standpoint, but they felt like they would give us a little something back by eliminating the premiums tax on our property insurance. Toll relief, $450 million in savings. Back to school holiday continues through August 11th. Disaster preparedness holiday begins again on August 24th and runs through September 6th. Freedom Month is over with, ended on July 31st. They did some other things. Had a chance to visit with the mayor last week about the encampment law. Everybody wants to talk about House Bill 1365. I would simply say to you, I see this as a county issue with participation by municipalities. Everybody understands, I think, today that on October 1, if there are people sleeping in public places, the community has an obligation to set up some form of place for those individuals to go. And if they don't go to the place that has been determined to be a shelter for them or a place of, if you will, encampment nature, they are then arrestable. Everybody has talked about House Bill 1365 is not criminalizing homelessness. It does, but not with specifics, because you don't read something in there that says you arrest them if they are trespassing on public property based on the January 1 civil action opportunity for any taxpayer that determines a community isn't doing something to move someone off of public property, sidewalks, parks, and the like, and provide an alternative for them, they can sue and get damages against the local communities. I have spent, as I explained to the mayor, I have spent an extensive amount of time on my own because of the role I have played in Miami-Dade County as chairman of the Homeless Trust over the last 30 years. I've spent an enormous amount of time up here in Palm Beach County with a group on the east side of town that is focused more on West Palm Beach, and then a larger advisory coalition that is broader in look from a county-wide standpoint. My message to the east side folks has been extremely clear. You can't do it on your own, and you can't do it piecemeal. There needs to be a broad plan. It needs to be driven by the county government. It needs to be fed into by the municipalities, because municipalities cannot own this issue by themselves, nor can they implement by themselves, nor can they apply for the large federal NOFA grants and the like on their own. And the private sector needs to be at the table too. Everybody needs to row the boat together, and there needs to be a plan. There is no plan today. And turning the Palm Beach County Jail into a homeless shelter is not a way to solve the problem. All that will do is become a revolving door of people going in one day and out 2 days later on time served at a cost of $160 a day, $190 a day, that are borne by all the taxpayers in the community. That is not a productive way to solve the problem. I can tell you that at the same time this is facing the community, a little known issue is the fact that you're what's known as a managing entity that oversees the funding in Palm Beach County for all behavioral health programs, substance abuse, alcohol abuse, and general behavioral health issues, was cut $8 million on July 1. And they were cut $8 million unilaterally by the Department of Children and Families, which was part of a $221 million allocation of federal rescue dollars that were supposed to be in place for the continuum statewide through 2025. Nobody at the Department of Children and Families to date has been able to tell any of those managing entities where the money is. Did the feds not send the money? Because the feds said they were sending the money. Did you spend the money on something else? Are you artificially holding it back? I don't really know, but I do know this, that if we reach October 1 and we reach January 1, and there's a shortage of places to place individuals for behavioral health related services, whether those are strictly mental health or those are co-occurring mental health, substance abuse, alcohol abuse, we're going to be in for a bigger problem. And I repeat, October 1 is one date, but the critical date is January 1, when citizens immediately get the right to bring a lawsuit against the local government that has not set up a specified area as an encampment or a shelter for those individuals to go to. Mayor, council members, Madam Manager, both of our firms, mine as well as the Pittman Law Group, are grateful for the opportunity to represent you. We hope that we have lived up to the expectations that you set for us. We hope that we have accomplished the things that you've asked us to accomplish, and we hope that we are being responsive to you in the information we provide to you after every committee week, and especially during the legislative session. Thank you, and happy to take any questions you might have. And again, I get all the credit. Rana does all the work. Mr. Pittman does the work, but we collectively have really appreciated the opportunity. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? Yes, please.
You have more than exceeded expectation, performance, responsiveness, out of the box thinking, hey, did you know? Oh, let's go get that one. So, hats off to you and your team. And I think it's really cool that you acknowledge who really does all the work.
Well, I will tell you on the rural designation, that was really important to your town, which was really the manager's initiative to us. I gotta tell you, and I never shy away from giving credit to my team. I would not have been able to do the rural designation without Rana's direct help on that. And I think that that was a big deal to the community. And I think long-term it will yield great results to you.
Very cool.
Robert?
I wasn't done.
Oh,
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. So October 1. Where are we going to put these people? I mean, if, okay, thanks. Moving on. No, I'm serious. I mean,
Look,
what would you suggest?
Mayor,
How about that?
through you,
Well,
I would.
let me just say that there was a mayor's symposium on this issue. Because in West Palm Beach, it's a much bigger issue than it is here. But what was clear from that mayor's symposium is that it really is going to take all of us working together. Municipalities working cooperatively to try to create systems. I mean, there was talk about places that have areas where there's like old car parking lots. So, I mean, and to put the old tiny houses on those and to try to put behavioral services at the head of them. So there was a lot of talk, and there is another mayor's meeting. I believe it was October. I told you, I asked Ron to reach out to the mayor of West Palm and to Sachs and because that's who started the whole thing, and to see if maybe he could speak at that because he has such extensive experience in this particular issue. And it has been so successful in Miami with that model. I mean, why not copy a model that's been successful?
The day after you and I spoke, Mayor, I met again with West Palm, the civic leader, a guy by the name of Bob Garvey, who's sort of leading that community effort in West Palm. But James Green and one of the assistant county administrators was in the meeting as well. And they've assured us that, and I related the conversation we had had. They assured us there was a new date coming for another mayor's meeting. But look, you're not going to hear me encourage you to set up an encampment in your community. Just not going to encourage you to do that. I believe it is incumbent upon the county government to help drive that effort on behalf of the entirety of the community. Now, does that mean that at the end of the day, someone won't determine that we got a problem in our part of the world that's not going to go east and not going to go north, and that we need to figure out a place for an encampment? Yes, but Mayor, commissioners, council members, to the manager, you don't have the financial resources available to you to do what the legislation calls for. Because what the legislation calls for isn't simply, gee whiz, we got an RV park over here and we can put them over here and we can get them 12 tents and they can go live in them. You've got to provide security. You've got to provide sanitary facilities, and you've got to provide the behavioral health services as a wraparound. And you're not in a position to do that. Now, can I go to downtown West Palm Beach and get the city of West Palm Beach with plenty of reserve dollars to do that? Maybe, but they don't really have a location identified either. Can I go over here to Riviera Beach and find a place? Can I go out to South Bay and find a place? It is a disaster. I had that conversation with the incoming Speaker of the House today. I told him I felt like they had miscalculated what the cost of this was going to be. And he had no idea about this $221 million deal that, and by the way, let me go backwards for a minute. So your managing entity takes money and determines that the Shore Counselor Center is in place to do X. And they provide them with resources to treat 25 people a month. And then I go over here and I contract with Herzog Center and they do another piece of it. The problem is that those not-for-profits that are providing those services are on such tight margins. If you take away the money that's going into them, they're going out of business. And all of a sudden, all of your behavioral health network goes to hell in a handbasket. And then people that really need it outside of, if you will, the homeless community, because let's be clear, the managing entity doesn't feed money in simply for formerly homeless individuals or currently homeless people. It's a community-wide program. It provides suicide prevention dollars. It provides cocaine addiction dollars. That problem's everywhere. It's not confined to the homeless population. That's the problem. And it's colliding all at one time. I must tell you, a notion that we would go forth with that plan, I would say to you, not until you're forced to, not until you're facing a lawsuit, figure it out. But the county's got to lead this effort. The county's got the resources to lead the effort. You're just not in that position to do it. And I would go to every one of your League of Cities meetings and I would be screaming and I would be yelling and I would be hollering and I would make certain that not only your current county commissioner, but every one of the county commissioners that represent this county are aware of your concerns. I wouldn't simply limit it to Sarah Baxter. I would focus on the mayor. I would focus on Mac Bernard. I would focus on whoever's going to take Mac Bernard's seat. I would focus on Greg Weiss, who's got a problem in downtown West Palm. I would focus on Maria Marino. I would not leave any of them out. And not because they're not willing to do the right thing, but I'm not sure that the seriousness of this has yet fully set in so that people understand what's coming. Look, I've got, as the mayor's aware, rest of you may or may not be, I'm doing this for 33 years. When we started in Miami-Dade, we had a little over 8,000 unhoused, unsheltered individuals. Tonight, I got 1,033. When we started 33 years ago, Seattle, San Francisco, Los Angeles, Denver, Houston, Dallas, New Orleans, Atlanta, Chicago, Detroit, Boston, Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, New York City, Washington, D.C., and Miami-Dade County had one thing in common other than we were all urban. We all had between 8,000 and 11,000 unhoused, unsheltered individuals. In Los Angeles tonight, have any of you been to Los Angeles lately? Any of you been to LA lately? 79,000 individuals living on the streets, living in cars, and they're trying to build their way out of it at a cost of $842,000 a unit for formerly homeless people. In Seattle, they're facing 22,000 tonight, unhoused, unsheltered. The bulk of the rest of those urban communities now have 30-some-odd thousand individuals unhoused, unsheltered, and don't have a damn clue as to what their plan is. We've got a problem. And it's not confined to our communities here. It's a nationwide problem. But there's a way to solve it if people will begin to plan, put resources in the right place, provide leadership and funding that makes sense. And on tiny homes for just a minute, I brought an idea to the Palm Beach folks. I mentioned it to you, Mayor. I've sent them the materials. For 3.5 years, I've been looking for a tiny home product that was real. That was a real home, not a damn shed. Some notion that you're going to put people in a shed without hot and cold running water, without a kitchen, is make-believe fantasy. And to spend $18,000 or $19,000 or $20,000 a unit when you can get a legitimate tiny home larger than the micro units they're building in New York City for 40 or 50 or 60,000 a unit, and it's permanent and it's there, and you control the inventory and the pricing of it, while you move people through a continuum of care, providing the services, retraining so that they can become self-sustaining members of the community. That's what it's about. That's what ending homelessness is about. It is not about a revolving door in the jail. And I repeat, the worst thing that could happen here or any of the 66 other counties in the state is to turn our local jails into a shelter for homeless people. That's just dumb.
One of the things that I mentioned to Ron that we could do right now, kind of to be a little bit proactive, and I talked to staff about doing it, is to put some resources. So that a large part of the problem is the cost of once somebody becomes homeless, as opposed to the cost of giving somebody a leg up before they become homeless. And so I tasked staff with creating some sort of resource page on our website to try to offer resources right now to people before they actually become homeless, rent help and the food pantries that we have in town and the behavioral health services.
Rapid housing programs.
Yeah, other things that are available right now so that to keep people in their homes, right? To keep them from becoming homeless. And that I was hoping that that would be at least someplace to start within our community, because as Ron said, we don't really have the resource of a place to put people, but maybe we can keep the people in our community from becoming in that situation, or be a resource for that.
I can tell you, Miami-Dade, the average chronic, and remember, you have three, as we spoke, you have three different forms of homelessness. You have people that are situationally homeless, you have people that are episodically homeless, and then you have the chronic. Chronic is somebody that's been on the streets 365 or more consecutive days, who had 4 instances of homelessness in the last 2 years. That's a definition of a chronic homeless person by HUD's definition. That's the person that most people identify with as homeless. They don't see the situationally homeless, and they don't often see the episodically homeless individuals. The average chronic presents themselves to the emergency room at Jackson Memorial 13 times a year, with a minimum of 9 of those resulting in 7 or more days at no reimbursement to the Jackson Memorial Public Health Trust healthcare delivery system. I assure you, providing temporary rental assistance, temporary utility assistance is a hell of a lot cheaper than the overall cost to the taxpayers when we're not paying attention to those in need. And you are in large part talking about those people that become situationally homeless because they're living paycheck to paycheck, and there are 4 kids or there are 5 kids, and the only wage earner ends up out of work and ends up evicted or foreclosed upon. You got to catch those people. And it's got to be part of the overall continuum plan. But if what we do is do a plan piecemeal, we fail. That's why you need the county government to lead it, with all of the cities at the table and the business community as well. And I will tell you this, that the business community came to the table 33 years ago in Miami-Dade County. Miami-Dade County does a lot of things wrong. They don't do homeless wrong. They committed themselves to be the public-private partner in the continuum. For that, they pay to help build, manage, and operate the 2 largest centers. The trust is the, if you will, is the lead agency in the county. We spend $103 million a year. They had to commit to an endowment for the right to do those privileges. They had to commit to raise $25 million in an endowment to assure the public side that in perpetuity they'd meet their obligation. That endowment today is $68 million. Everybody's got to be at the table. And the last time I checked, the wealthiest zip code in the United States of America was on that island over there on the east side of town. There are a lot of people that ought to care deeply, and it ought not be all the people out west. I'm sorry for going on as long as I did, but you asked your question.
Robert, I think you were next.
Man, I don't know if I want to comment. I'm so excited there. I just wanted to run through Tallahassee real quick. I've been fortunate to go up there for the last 5 years, the last 2 years as mayor and vice mayor, and meeting with Ron, his staff, and Mr. Pittman's staff, and going and meeting with the legislators, with their legislator staff. And the first year got there early, Palm Beach County Days in January. So I felt like we were just in line with everything. We were in the budget from the beginning, boom, boom, boom. This year I didn't go up till League of Cities, which was later in the session, to get there and find out we aren't even in the budget, or $750,000. And so we met with Ron, and Ron put together an amendment to the budget and was able to get us in an amendment, which I thought, there's no way this is going to happen. And it happened, and we got the money. But my point is, I'm glad to see the mayors meeting and establishing that relationship, because this is such a critical relationship in Tallahassee. And this goes back to a few years. And I can remember when we had 5 lobbyists out here and I was mayor, and they were talking about how great the individuals were. And I think we did a consensus and only 2 council members support hiring a lobbyist, and they shifted their tune and they talked about why we as a town need one of them. And every one of them said the same thing. Hey, you may not hire me, but hire one of us. We need that presence in Tallahassee. So just want to thank the team, for what we did. And I hope that it was individual meetings. It was me sharing my passion for the town, and every one of us had the same passion for this town, or we wouldn't be sitting up here. But I think it was critical that it was a one-on-one with an individual, not being bombarded by a group of people, because I've been up there when it was that situation. And I don't think it was personal to the people that we met with. So I hope that continues. And like I say, the only thing I would look at is when's a better time to be there. When,
We already. talked
yeah,
about
yeah.
that.
And I never asked. They're just like, busy Palm Beach County days. Okay, I'll go up League of Cities. I was like,
No,
oh,
I already
crap, it's not in
asked,
the budget, so.
I already asked Rana
But,
to look at.
yeah.
We're maturing in our approach.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. Get
Councilman.
a head start.
We are, well, I think that, sometimes you gotta crawl before you walk before you run before you become an Olympic star. I can simply say, I think that as we continue to grow, we will utilize committee weeks prior to the start of session to begin to sow those seeds that ultimately end up with some significant money in the budget. Thank you for your kind words. I really appreciate it. So thank you.
Marge? Yeah. Homelessness is really a national problem, as you're aware, and I think our state is impacted probably, like most of the southern states where you have a warm climate more of the year. So I'm wondering if is it illegal to take these homeless people and do like they did with the illegal aliens and distribute them back to other states and put them up that way?
Well, I'm not a big proponent of putting people on buses and trains and sending them off somewhere into nowhere. I do support relocation, and we will eat the cost to relocate, but we will only relocate Johnny or Mary when we have confirmed a receiver on the other end. I sent somebody to Baltimore a week and a half ago. I was out on the streets with our teams because it was one of the heat advisory days. And so I went out with them because sometimes the boss has got to go out with the teams and show them you're willing to sweat a little bit as well. We sent somebody to Baltimore, but we had a receiver on the other end and we confirmed it. And we don't confirm it once, we confirm it multiple times. And so I do support that. I think that at the end of the day, you'll find the following fact, just that. And that is, we count twice a year in Miami-Dade. We do what's known as a point in time count. People refer to it as the PIT. And every continuum in America that gets a penny from HUD is required to pick any day the last 10 days of January and count. 23 years ago, we started a summer count. We count in August as well. I believe that you got to be able to tell seasonal moves, the environment. Believe it or not, our numbers are up in the summer, every single summer, 23 consecutive years. We compare January to January, year over year, and we compare August year over year. And it is shocking to me that our numbers are always up. We actually count again, I believe it's August 22nd is our next count in Miami-Dade. Now the large continuums across the country count in August as well. They're just not required to by HUD. But I don't know how you can do your job effectively. We run the trust as a business, like a business operates. Everything is outcome and performance measured. Everything has a return on investment tied to it. If we start shipping, they're going to ship to us. We just try to avoid it. I understand the frustration of it, but we won't do it. We won't do it. There are other communities that probably do. We won't. Yeah. Miami Beach is in the process of shipping people back across the mainland right now. We're in a back and forth with them to try to get them to curtail that. They're the only community in Miami-Dade that all of a sudden has started to do that. But I think we're going to get a handle on that pretty quickly.
Okay, and also I'd like to say that I've noticed that the PBSO has been very good at reaching out to the mental health people. And if they are not enrolled in services, their officers are trained now to introduce these people to the benefits of going, to our 45th Street facility, getting signed up for any and every program that they qualify for. So hands off to PBSO for whatever they're doing with the mental.
They are doing it. They're doing it in a coordinated fashion. I think most of the sheriff's offices now around the state have implemented a plan. I think that, again, what 1365 has done is it's gotten those county commissions, if you will, in particular in the larger communities. And I'll actually use Pinellas County as example. Sheriff Galtieri, who I just spent some time with at the Florida Association of Counties meeting on a panel on this very subject. They are getting more engaged in it and trying to drive people to those, if you will, behavioral health service locations in the community. But that $8 million cut that Palm Beach County took is going to have a very adverse effect if we don't find a way in the next couple of months to fill that hole. Those organizations are going to stop taking people. And that's when the jail becomes the revolving door place for it. And it's just not what you and I want. I assure you of that.
Thank
Okay,
you.
Thank you. I'd like to thank you for taking the time to meet with me and for hearing my additional concerns. I know you're very aware of our main concerns, which are roads and canals, but to listen to and consider in what we're going to talk about up in Tallahassee, my concerns about water quality and environmental concerns like dumping in the town, and see what kind of resources or outlets might be available for us for that additionally. I would like to say that while I think that I disagree a little bit with what Robert said. I don't think necessarily just one I am willing to be the representative, and I did let you know that and ask for dates in advance. But I don't necessarily think that just one people. I will say that I also have been to Tallahassee several times representing the town. And when we went with a small group that was very cohesive and all very passionate about what we felt, that I felt that was very effective, and we got a lot accomplished in the couple of years that I went up there. So you've been very successful, whatever strategy you come up with, I think we completely
Mayor, I don't
concur
disagree.
with.
I don't disagree. I think people hear when there's a mayor coming in from a community. It's not that they don't hear what a council member and a council member and a council member and a council member speak, because they do. But I do think there's value in numbers. And I think that as long as everybody is singing off the same page,
Correct.
same language, same message, same focus, whether that's roads or that's canal embankments or that is other related environmental issues. I repeat, there is a ton of money, more money than I have ever seen going into the environment, including water projects and canal embankment improvements and the like. I think communicating with the Water Management District is important. I think it's critical, and I think your staff is doing that. And I'm remiss if I don't recognize Sam, who's here from Pittman Law Group. His
Thank you
plane
so
was
much.
late. There was something called a Debbie hanging around Tallahassee the last couple of days, so he was delayed getting in from his plane. But I don't want to miss recognizing him. But I hear you, and I think that engagement with all is helpful.
Right. Well, and I, appreciate that you're the expert, and whatever strategy you come up with, you've been very successful for us. And I'm happy to say that you're on our consent agenda to approve to renew your contract. So thank you so much for
We're
being
very
here.
appreciative.
Thank you.
And to those in the audience and those that watch this, thank you for the opportunity you've given us. Thank you.
Might I just say one thing, Mayor?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't think we can possibly thank Rana enough, not that we don't love you and Mr. Pittman and both of the firms. But Rana also works with us on the details of grants, and she helps us find money under rocks and wherever we can. So I just wanted to say thank you to all of you, but especially Rana.
And before I let you go, speaking of grants, I was actually going to save this for my closing comments, but I think it might be appropriate to say it right now. We just have put on in for a department, just to make you aware. One of our citizens, Darcy Murray, brought my attention, and I brought it to Francine's attention, and we put in for a Florida Department of Agricultural grant, the Community Forestry Capacity Grant, which could help us to with education, tree planting, inventory, management, any of that stuff. So we have put in for that grant. Obviously, we haven't heard whether we'll get an award yet, but we are in for that right now. And also, we just had an opportunity from, and I hope you say this name right, Nadia Herrera, brought to my attention, which I again passed on to Francine, the community greening, which we also are looking into trying to put in for some grants with that too. So those are just some things that we're doing kind of in-house, but I want to make you guys aware that we're working on that. Okay.
Thank you. And I would say to you on the Department of Agriculture grant, I think that you'll find a friendly voice who really truly understands rural communities like yours in Commissioner Simpson. So
thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, we have a public comment
Okay.
on this item.
Thank you. We have a-
Cassie Succi.
Cassie Succi, I just wanted to throw a thought out there, and I don't know if it's in their scope. Since they helped with our rural designation, and they're very expertise in the area and have a lot of legislative contacts, maybe they can assist us with identifying and redefining our town as it pertains to FEMA FDA floodplains, because during the discussion of those, we seem to be pushed into a certain category because of our land size. And the engineers say, oh, well, that's just the FEMA's rules. We can't do that. It's never been done. We can't get agricultural zoning. That's very hard to do. I don't know if it's in their purview, but maybe they can use their contacts to help redefine us and make it a better fit for our community. So we're not hurting our residents and we can actually have better. It was just a thought.
Thank you.
Great idea. Mayor, council members, Madam Manager, the answer is, I don't know where you are in that process, but as you probably know, that is largely driven by the Florida Division of Emergency Management, FDEM. We can help. We have extraordinary access there. We know the process. We know the system. I don't know specifically what we need to do to change rules and if they are federal FEMA rules versus something local. But we can work with FDEM to see what can be done. I just am not familiar enough with the specifics of this, but we can.
I'll call Ronna
We can.
tomorrow and give her the person from FDEM that we've been working with, and then we can go ahead and start moving through.
We know we know the process there, so. We'll give them a day or two to get through Debbie, but we'll be right on them after that.
Okay.
Thank you again, sir. Okay. Now I need a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Motion to approve.
Well, I want to pull items 4 and 9.
4 and 9. Anybody else? Nope. Okay. Want to do it now?
Motion to approve consent agenda with the removal of items 4 and 9 for discussion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Passes 4-0.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so let's talk about item 4 that you wanted to pull.
All right, item 4
Robert, sorry.
is the purchase of
I'm
an
sorry,
excavator.
did you, I'm so sorry. Did you want to speak or just?
I'll be brief if you didn't go.
Okay, all right. I'm sorry, since you came all the way here.
No,
A hurricane.
just-
I want to give you a minute. I'm
Thank
sorry.
you for that, Mayor. Just really quick, my name's Sam Peltier. I'm the Associate Director of Government Affairs. I want to apologize for my tardiness as well as the absence of Attorney Pittman. Unfortunately, at a family funeral. But again, it's a privilege to represent y'all in Tallahassee and just thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Okay,
Thank you.
go, Robert.
All right, so on this item, item 4 is the purchase of a Sani SY60C excavator. And when I saw that name, I did some research. I'm like, what is a Sani? And it's a piece of equipment from overseas. New to this small excavator market. You know, they have a lot of large equipment. And I just think ordering a piece of equipment from overseas through a Minnesota state contract from a dealer that's 120 something miles away from us to save $40,000 in the long term as a town. I would like to see us consider the local or alternative, a local price agreement, a local dealership, a piece of equipment that we know is, parts are readily accessible, services almost immediate. I just have long-term concerns with this piece of equipment. I talked to a couple other contractors about it. And I talked to two and they had heard of the name, but neither one had purchased it. And I did talk to Craig about it and, he said he did, there was one over there when they knocked down the silos. That has nothing to do with my opinion here. That it knocked down the silo, but anyhow, I just from I don't want to say buy America, because even probably most of your American vehicles and equipment, they have something in them, but I just think sourcing this to save that money, and we're talking 60, the numbers, I think, and this was just through a conversation with Craig asking, hey, did you get other prices, was my first thing. And John Deere had a similar machine, same attachments for $100,000. And this machine is 60 something. But I just think that we ought to buy local when we can. And it's gonna cost more money. I'm usually probably one of the most conservative ones up here when it comes to squeezing the nickels. But that's just my opinion on this. I just don't think this is a purchase that should be all about saving a few dollars. I think long-term maintenance and availability of maintenance and repairs, and if the machine goes down, having a local supplier to give us another machine to use while that's down, things like that. I don't see that happening with a dealer that's 120 miles away. It just doesn't seem realistic. And I know you don't buy something to plan for failure, but eventually it does happen. And that's just my opinion on it. I appreciate the heck out of Craig and everything he did, putting this together. But that was my initial reaction when I read, it's like, okay, where's the other prices? What's going on? And talked to him, and he did get other prices. And that is the dollar difference. So that's just my opinion I wanted to share of why I don't support buying this particular piece of equipment.
Marge?
Yeah, can we hear from Craig, telling us why did you bring this item forward as opposed to the other things that you explored?
The bottom dollar. It's not. So we've gone through in the past of the budget and everything. We were going at the John Deere, we went to the Caterpillar, we went to Bobcat for the same machine, $110,000, $120,000 for the same size machine. We went to John Deere, Cat, they're 2-year warranty on it. This machine has a 5-year, 50,000 hour warranty on it.
5,000 hour.
Or 5,000, I'm sorry. 5-year, 5,000 hour warranty on it, where the John Deere and they have is a 2-year, 2,000 hour warranty. That was a big difference for us. That's a 5-year coverage on this machine compared to a 2-year. They may be right next door.
Can I just interrupt you to ask
Yes,
a
ma'am.
question? Can you address Mr. Shore's concern that we would not be able to get service? Like, where would we have, obviously for John Deere service,
Yeah.
we go right here to Everglades. Where
Yeah,
where
I've
do we
been-
go for service on this machine? Do we have to
We would call
transport
them
it to
and they,
Minnesota?
no.
Okay.
No, they're right on the west coast of Florida,
Uh-huh.
the manufacturer, the distributor for them, the dealer. I've been on the phone with them. As soon as I call them, they instantly pick up. The guy's he was in Washington, a couple weeks ago, he picked the phone up as he was sitting in the airport to talk to
Do
me.
they come to us or would we have to
They
take
would
it
come to us. They would send someone to us
Okay.
to come do the service on it.
And they would transport if needed, repairs were too extensive for on-site?
Yes, they would do, I mean, they would bring the material to us to do the work on on the machine. As I demoed, like Mr. Shore said, I demoed a machine that was across the street from us. It was no different than any other machine I've sat in. Same power, same everything as any other machine. I'm just looking at a $50,000 difference.
Okay, and can you address the loaner machine that supposedly Everglades would give us if the? if
I've
John Deere
never
was done?
seen Everglades. We have our Saney right now. They're coming to do service on it. They don't have a machine to give us for a loaner that they're coming to do the service on.
So that's not even really
They
relevant.
they wouldn't bring you a machine if it's down right now.
Laura, did you have anything?
What does this thing do? What does this thing need to do? What thing is it going to replace that doesn't do?
That's why I put all the links, the YouTube links, everything for all of it. See, I remember last time y'all liked the YouTube links and everything and the website links. So I did put all those in there for you. So we currently do rent a little bit smaller machine than this one right now. As we rent this machine, we're having a problem of reaching to the bottom of the canals to do our canal restoration of placing the rocks at the bottom of the canal. This machine has almost a 2-foot further reach on it. Then as we went to the, say, another brand, those other brands are at the same length as what we have now that we're renting. So this would replace what we're renting. So in the overall cost out of the town that we've sold off to auction, we have $44,000 that we will be rolling over into this machine. And then as out of budget would only be 22,000 that would go onto this machine. Now, if we went to a name brand, well, can't say name brand, but as to another brand that's local, we're talking another 60. That would be total coming out.
Thank you.
So on our canal restoration, we budget $350,000, I think. And part of that is salaries, part of that is equipment, and part of it is materials. And we had about, I think, 200,000 plus we had for materials this year. And we've probably only spent maybe 50 on a high. So there's money there in that program. So I don't think money should be the driving factor. I think it's instead of 20-something thousand difference, I think we'd have to do 56,000 difference. So
yeah, because the initial cost of just say one that's at John Deere is $106,000.
Okay.
For the same machine.
So my comment is, while I don't think money should be the driving factor, I do think that the research and recommendation of our staff should be the driving factor. And if they feel that this is an adequate machine for the job and the one that they've chosen, then I feel like we should support them in that.
And the warranty is better.
And the warranty is better. So
and that's new news. 'Cause we talked, it was 550. So
yeah.
we found out something different between earlier.
For what?
I thought the warranty on everything was 550.
Yeah, I called over John Deere today to double check on their machine and they told me it was 2-year, 2,000.
Okay,
Exactly.
so can I have a motion to approve this resolution?
Motion that we approve, resolution, 2024-53.
And a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Okay, passes 3-1. And the other one that you pulled, Robert, was number 9.
Yeah. And I support the motion. It's just we talked about what would the percent be. And did you find anything out on a ballpark? We're talking the credit card.
Yes, I
surcharge.
know exactly what you're talking about. And it turns out the manager was right. It depends on the card that the purchaser is using or the payor is using, and it'll vary. At the average rate appears to be in the 3.5% range. Our suggestion and our finance director is taking a look at it, and I'm seeing if he has gotten the information on what the exact average is, but we think it's about 3.5%. And our recommendation is that you pass the ordinance, we would implement it, and the fee would be at 4%, and that would cover us.
And I looked at my coastal dumpster bill, which they just implemented this, I believe, this month, and it's a 2.5%. So that was my question. We shouldn't be trying to make money on this.
We can't by law. I'm sorry for interrupting. We are not allowed to by law.
So why would you say a 4% when the average is 3.5? I'm just, if it varies, how is the person that's paying with a credit card, how are they gonna know?
Well,
what is the
I think
cost?
I think that's the difficulty on an individual basis. And so we're not making money on it on an overall basis. Because you have to remember that in addition to the actual cost itself, you have the cost of accounting for it and those kind of things. I mean, it would be easier for us if everybody paid cash, but that doesn't happen anymore.
No, everybody pays credit. They want to document it.
Right.
You know, it's a paper trail.
Yeah.
They want their flight miles. Come on.
I mean, and the reason I bring it up is because this resolution is just generic. It says, okay.
It allows us to
effective-
recover
Effective if we agree tonight, effective tomorrow, they can start doing this. And my question is, what are they gonna start doing when that person comes in tomorrow morning and pays that $3,000 permit fee? What are they gonna get hit with? And, you know, if you say, well, it depends on what credit card they are, now we're spending staff time trying to figure out.
Well, we had this discussion
Correct.
just earlier tonight, just before we started, and I made the recommendation of what I do at my business, because of course I have to do all the accounting too, and that comes into time and everything, and to try to figure out the difference between what they're doing on an Amex or what they're doing on a MasterCard, we just charge a flat fee. I mean, we just, and everybody pays it. So some people may be paying a little more. We just charge a flat fee and have that arrangement with our credit card company so that we're getting our cost and then they're getting the flat fee more. So I suggested that as one thing. I think they wanted to just get this approved and then hammer out the details, just our general consensus that we all agree that
Yeah.
it's appropriate to charge a credit card fee. And so that we get our actual money and we're not, the town is not burdened with the cost of using a credit card.
I support the resolution. It's just, do we decide on a number tonight so it's part of it? So when that person comes in tomorrow to pay their fees, this is a percentage, or if we agree to the concept tonight, then I don't think they should be implementing it until we agree to a fee schedule.
Our recommendation would be the 4% to make sure that we are covering our costs. And that's based on the information that we have at this point in time. My suggestion would be that we implement this, we go forward with the 4% as we refine the numbers and we talk to our banking agreement and we see if there is some way that we can save the customer and the town money. We do so, but I think it makes sense to implement it. And, you know, that's the recommendation of our finance director and your staff on that.
And if you use a debit card, there's no percentage charge, so you would collect nothing, correct? Debit card, you can't take any more than what you already have in the account. It's not like a credit card.
Well,
Says debit card in resolution.
what this is doing, it is impacting the charges that we incur. And I would defer, I honestly don't know the answer as to whether or not a debit card, when we accept a debit card, whether there is a charge associated with that to us.
There is, and it's stated in the first sentence of the whereas.
Credit card, charge card.
Yeah,
debit card.
I know the resolution allows for it.
So,
I'm just,
Madam Chair, do you mind asking what percent you charge, or you don't have to?
4% is what I
4?
charge
Oh,
at my
okay.
business, yeah.
And I got a thing from Coastal at 2.5%,
Yeah.
so.
And it's just on my invoices if you choose to pay by credit card and if
Yeah.
you want to go get whatever.
well,
But we charge 4% because it, for a small business like mine and for a town with a small budget like ours, it's a big hit to lose 4% of a charge.
and I do know from the discussions we've had with our banking folks, that if we were to increase the amount of credit card receipts that we receive, they can get us a better rate and some more deals and things like that. That was one of the things that we discussed with them a couple months ago, was the idea of seeing if the sheriff, and those kind of things can be done on a credit card basis. That's when we're making the payment. But similarly, they're going to offer opportunities to larger users. So it may be that Coastal, because of the size and volume of their business, may be able to get a better rate. We'll continue to explore that. At this point in time, the best information I have is in that 3.5% range. So my suggestion is 4% to make sure that we are covering our costs.
So let me ask you, do you charge for debit and electronic transfer payment?
Electronic transfers, no.
Okay. All right.
No, unless it's a wire.
Mhm.
But like Zelle, I mean, I'm talking Zelle, there is no fees incurred by anybody, so we don't for Zelle. But if wires, there's a different fee for domestic wires and international wires.
Okay, but we're going to charge that here in the town. is
For
that correct?
Zelling? Is Zelle listed on there as well?
Funds transfers. I don't know.
Yeah,
That's
so
credit
what
card.
here's what I'm hearing. I'm hearing this needs a little bit of work. What I'm hearing is that we'd like some more specifics. Like, we'd like you to look into some things like whether Zelle is included or Venmo, if there are fees involved with that, are included in this or not. Whether debit cards are included in this,
I
and
don't believe we are set up to receive Venmo or Zelle.
okay, well,
and-
but we
and
could
so-
be, because everybody does business that way now, so it could be something we decide to do next week. So if we're gonna do an
It
ordinance, what
could
I'm
be.
hearing is that, like, if we're gonna address how we're gonna do our banking and how we're gonna receive monies from people, let's address
Yeah, let's. stay
the
with time.
possibilities, and let's put
Alright.
the number in this, the percentage that we're gonna charge in this, and let's bring it back. Is that what,
So
is that the
motion to
consensus?
Table this.
Table it.
Table it
Of
and bring back
Next
more
meeting.
specific. Does
Okay,
that sound
Bring it back in September.
reasonable?
And we
Laura, do you
include,
have something like that?
Well, the only thing I wanted to add is, again, in transparency, to people. Let this be complete. So yes, table it.
Yeah.
It needs to be complete.
More
yes.
specific.
Yeah. I'd just like to make one comment.
Sure, go ahead.
On item number 2, I'd like to thank everybody who put in the time to do the quarterly reports. You're getting so good at it that it's really fun to read almost.
To read how we're spending all our money.
oh.
All right.
500 pages, I mean, let's.
All right, let's move on to number 18, a discussion on Moore's Grove.
Mayor,
Oh, I'm sorry. we had a public-
Councilmember Shore made a motion to table the item. I need a second.
So let's
Second.
do it. Second, from Ms. Danowski, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Thank you.
Passes 4-0.
The consent agenda.
Okay. We're on to item number 18, which is a discussion on Moore's Grove.
I thought we were 15ing.
Oh, I'm sorry, I skipped 15, silly me. Okay, all right, so, sorry about that. I was just moving on to the next page.
You were just
I was really hopeful, Laura. Okay.
Sorry.
Sorry. Sorry. Okay, let's move on to item 15. This is, Valerie, could you read the title of this one for us?
Yes, Mayor. Approval of ordinance number 2024-08 on first reading. An ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Loxahatchee Groves, Florida, amending Chapter 2, Administration, Article 3, Officers and Employees, Division 2, Code of Ethics, Section 2-87, Standards of Conduct, Paragraph 10 of the Code of Ordinances, and Part 5, Development, Review Procedures and Requirements, Article 120, Quasi-Judicial Hearings, Section 120-020, ex parte communications of the Unified Land Development Code of the Town of Loxahatchee Groves to provide for procedures regarding holding and disclosure of ex parte communications and removing any presumption of prejudice, providing for conflict, severability, codification, and an effective date.
Hey, anybody have anything on this one? Let's see any lights. Laura.
Just the understanding of this gives us, I don't want to say freedom, but you don't feel like you're under the microscope to say, yes, I met with somebody who met with somebody who had a glass of wine with somebody, it allows us to say, yes, we met, and yes, I can be impartial. It's that simple.
I believe so.
Amen.
And I think it also, it's my understanding that what it allows for is we don't have to have meetings an hour long before our other meetings to have this basically what was an ex parte communication that happened tonight.
Right.
We can have those meetings and perhaps give to people the honesty of this thing's never gonna fly in this town, or you might try this prior to taking up so much staff time and our time in open meetings.
I had a staff member say to me the other day, well, everything that you talk about with your residents is ex parte. I'm like, huh? He said, well, there's stuff on the agenda and things that you're going to vote on. I'm like, well, how in the hell am I supposed to be a representative of the community if I can't answer a resident question? I mean, that's ridiculous. Yeah, or try to. So, this is very freeing.
Anybody else? No. Okay, can I have a motion to pass? Oh, I'm sorry. Do we have public comment on this item?
I have not received any, no.
Okay, so then. can I have
Motion
a
to approve ordinance 2024-08.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Passes 4-0. Yay, hooray. Okay, now we're on number 16.
Oh, Tanya.
Could I have could I have the reading, please, Valerie?
Consideration of ordinance number 2024-07 on first reading, an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Loxahatchee Groves, Florida, repealing section 20-050 recreational vehicles of Article 20 residential zoning districts and establishing Article 92 recreational vehicles within Part 3 supplemental regulations within the Unified Land Development Code, providing for conflict, severability, codification, and an effective date.
Anybody got anything to say on this one? We can, sure, we can do public comment. I've been doing public comment for the last 2 weeks on this, but okay.
If I may, Madam Mayor, just as a point of clarification, I believe in your agenda packet, there may have been two versions of the ordinance. So the first of the two that's in your packet, I believe it starts on page 265 is the correct version. The latter version.
156 is the correct one?
265, I believe.
Okay, so
No,
that's,
the first one was at 256.
the first one's at
It's 256.
256.
Okay, I had my numbers flipped around. Okay.
Okay, so that is the correct one?
The first of the two in your packet's the correct one, if there was confusion.
Okay, 256.
65.
256 is the correct.
The first of the two.
The
Okay,
first-
there's minor changes that it was kind of back and forth at the end, just
Okay.
tweaking some wording, but
We ready for our public comment?
Virginia Standish North Road. I realize rules, policies, ordinances, everything's changed as we evolve. Originally, these were meant to be kept separate, the private RV ownership and the rental RV policy. What I would like to ask that in reviewing these policies, that the larger properties are not reduced to having to bear the same requirements as the smaller parcels, a 1/4 acre, 1 acre, 2 acres. There's a reason we bought larger properties. And it was not to be confined to the same requirements of a small parcel. As an example, a 5 acre parcel that I'm on, my private RV, I'd like to make sure that I can have 2 RVs. I might need one for my business. I might need one for recreation. Someone else might have there are his and her RVs these days. The wife has one, the husband has one. They have different interests. They go off in their own directions. And also family members like to use their vehicles together. So all I'm asking is that the larger properties in private ownership not be limited by what the smaller properties would have to adhere to. Thank you.
Any others?
I agree with her, but I'm reading this for Lena. She's at 13967 East Citrus Drive. She said, please have the below letter read, which I'm doing. In 2017-18, there was an RV program, pilot program presented by the town, then run by the Underwoods. I came into the office to pay my RV permit fee. Was told by Mr. Underwood I did not need a permit since my property and Mr. Keith Harris's property were zoned allowing RVs. I do not know why or how I never questioned this. For the past 10 years, I have had 3 to 4 RVs on my 6-acre plus property with no issues from the town. To now, with the new proposal only being allowed 2 seems unfair. I have contracts signed last year for this upcoming season. The larger properties, 5+ acres, should be allowed more than 2 RVs. Then there is the amount of time the RVs are allowed. At the last meeting, it was said 6 months minus 1 day. Now suddenly in the proposal, it is 5 months. Why? Going from $50 a permit fee to $500 permit fee per RV seems excessive. There is no RV application attached to this proposal. Why? There were concerns with the application last year. Has this been changed? Why would I ask what race my renters are? Why does the town need to know any private information? What is next? Do I have to report to the town if I have guests coming for an extended stay? Should the RV registration and license plate not be enough? It is not the town's responsibility to vet the renters. I will take full responsibility for whomever I rent out to. Thank you, Lena Henriksen. And I agree with that. I mean, when I came here, I had 2 to 4 RVs. And nothing was ever said. Nobody, I mean, I even looked it up and so on and so forth, and then came to all the meetings, and as they changed, I went with the changes. But I mean, I just wish that we could make up our minds, because it's being in limbo is making it very hard, especially when you have a business. And exactly like Lena said, she has a contract from last year. November 1st comes up and this starts. We're not waiting till November 1st to have our contracts. They're like 6 months in advance. So I think that if they put something in regulation, they put it in place and they're fair to everybody and their needs, and then give them the year to do it. Because a lot of things are already set in place. You know, you can't, I mean, the first year that this happened, I had to literally tell people, I'm sorry, you can't come because they just changed the rules on me. I lost $21,000, and I know everybody thinks horse people have a lot of money. I'm paycheck to paycheck. Look, I work full time all day long, and I have a horse farm. It's my daughter's career. We don't make millions of dollars, and we do contracts 6 months before the season. So when all of this comes in the middle of it, and we already have contracts, what do? So put something in place and then give us a year to actually do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Robert?
Yes,
We have one more comment.
Oh,
Oh,
I'm
we
sorry.
do?
There's one more.
Sorry.
Mary Ann Miles.
I didn't realize there was another one. Is that the last one? Yes. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. Mary Ann Miles. At the last meeting, a question was brought up by Phyllis. And I'd like to know the answer to that, and that is how many permits were issued with the pilot program? Do you know, Francine, now?
Last year was a handful. The last time was a handful. And the previous time I have not been able to find the list.
Okay, so,
2017, I have not been able to find a list.
okay, and one of them being Council Member Phyllis Manelia, right?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, that gives her a special exception as a council person, plus she is grandfathered in with the permit, right?
Well, I'm not sure about that. I believe that the special exceptions were something that our attorney wanted to talk about.
Okay. The reason I'm asking is because that's a special benefit that if there's just a handful of people and that may be an ethics issue, but I'll go down that road later. On page 258, we started this program to suit the residents in our community. And to have 2 RVs for 5 acres or more, I think is disrespecting the people that took the time that, as Jane said, have these contracts year after year. And for a person to be grandfathered in with a permit that they have a special benefit now, and our residents who are trying to get the RVs, maybe 3 for 5 acres. It was discussed 4 for 5 acres. They're not allowed to do. I don't think that's right. So I wondered why in those discussions there was not more pushback. And then when Phyllis said what she said about her permit, then I knew why. Because she gets the benefit and they don't. And that's not right. We're here for the residents. We do not have one size fits all. I was not able to come to the 5 o'clock. I wish I had. The RV park that is presented has nothing to do with the residents trying to do their businesses, make a livelihood, keep their properties clean and neat and tidy the way we would like them. So if you're going to approve this tonight, I would not. I would rethink it. I think the 2 RVs is not acceptable, and there's a couple other things in here that I agree with Jane. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Robert
Another
Austin.
one? Thank you, Mr. Austin.
Robert Austin, 746 Hyde Park. She just touched on the main problem of this RV program. People are buying here, expecting to put trailer parks in. Now, she follows the rules, and I wouldn't mind maybe an extension for her to get her contracts done. But what you put in their place right now is pretty good. At least it limits them to the equestrian season. We're getting rid of their year-round rentals because it has gotten out of control. We literally have hundreds of people living in RVs in this town. Are they going to get voting rights? Do we have to change our voting back to property owners so that these people don't vote, change this whole town, character of this town? We are not an RV resident, a KOA. I bought here for the rural lifestyle, not to have people living in campers all over the town around me. Okay, the few horse people who need it for equestrian season, I have no problem with that. But it needs to be reined in. You can go down Collecting Canal, there's 30 to 40 people living in campers, 30 to 40 campers occupied year round. So we have to get something under control. And this program you put forth is a good start. If they need to make an exception for her to fulfill her contracts this year, that's different. But we need to start to put this, under some control because it's really, really bad.
Thank you, Mr. Austin.
Ms. Jane Harding would like to speak again.
When I was reading that 453-page thing, it said 5 months when you did the math, November to March. Now, season's 6 months, and it was always said 179 days. So that's what we all discussed, and there never seemed to be any kind of like argument with that. And now all of a sudden, this is what I meant by we saying one thing in here, and we're listening to that side, my side, etc. But what happened to the 179 days? I mean, season's 6 months, it's not 5 months. And actually 7 to 8 months now. But 179 is the rule without making it a residence, if I believe correctly. And now all of a sudden it's 5 months. What happened?
Thank you. Council comments? Robert?
Yeah, one thing I'd like us to consider is the $500 fee for the site approval. And we kind of talked about that. That's the first thing you got to have happen is your site has to be approved for an RV. But I would like to see that to be a 5-year approval. $500 for a 5-year site approval. And I think that's important because things can change every year. And these are people that are trying to plan a business. And I think, 500 for each site, each RV, I don't think is fair, but 500 you have to submit your site plan, you have to show a drawing, and it's not on a napkin, it has to be paper, but it's hand drawn, nothing fancy to scale, and then.
No engineers involved.
Yeah, no floodplain engineering, no, but, and then they come out and inspect the site. Okay, this is my water, my backflow preventer. This is my electricity. Look, make sure it's safe and temporary. That's a key. This has to be something that you can connect and disconnect. That's important. And then you get the blessing. Yes, you have 2 sites approved. This is the location. You can't change the location. You can't modify them without requesting another $500 site approval. But I think, my opinion, I think that is important to have that extended period of time for the site. And now the RVs, I researched the ordinance when it first came out in 2017. It was 1 RV for 1.5 to 5 acres. 5 acres or more was 4 RVs. Then in 2018, it changed to 1 to 2 acres. Maybe that was a 2020. Yeah, 18 was the same as 17. 2020, it changed 1 to 2 acres, you get 1. 2 to 10, you get 2. 10 or greater, you get 4. And then we discussed at the workshop 0 to what was it discussed at the workshop?
0 to 5.
0, 5, 1, 5 greater 2.
Everybody gets 1, yeah.
Yeah, 5 or greater 2. So,
Yeah.
I mean, that was what I remember. This is a little bit different than what I expected, but I appreciate most of it. I think it's a good summary of something that we can start with. It's not going to be perfect, but I feel we need to move forward and give these people confidence that they can run a business. And essentially, the equestrian business was the need that derived this. And the farming community, the nursery community, they have some ability with state statute to do some security and caretaker and stuff. So that's always been there. But this, I think, evolved from the equestrian community and the town recognizing a need and being very, very generous, in my opinion, town council to even allow this opportunity for people, because not many towns, if any, would even entertain this, much less, actually put something in place and say, yes, we support this type of community, this type of use. So I basically, with the exception of the 5-year, the timeline too, on November 1st to May or April 1st, that is a 5-month. I think that should be extended to 100. If you're going to do a fixed timeline, and we went 179 days thinking somebody may have a different type of business that they use it for a different
Like need migrant workers in the summer.
period. Yeah. So And then it was like, how do you police it? And I know this is a compromise of, understandable, keep it simple, have the ability, some checks and balance. Have something that people get to buy in, that they actually come sign up for. I think that's critical. I think having that 5-year window will entice a lot of people to sign up for it. Because they want to get their permit, because they know no matter what happens on the dais, for 5 years, hopefully they're covered. And so I think that's critical to the program is to get the people to sign up and to make it as simple as possible, as cost effective. Then you have the price per RV, you get your site approved, then the RV comes and you come to town, you get a separate permit for that RV based on that tag number and the RV description. My opinion, that application doesn't even need to have anything about anybody that's living in the RV. Because this is a RV program, not a people program. This is, allowing people to have this RV on your property for an extended period of time for your use. And whatever the fee is for that, I don't think that should be, in the $500 range. Once again, $100 to cover staff time. And I think they should go out and see it plugged in. It's one thing to have your site approval, get the RV, park it, plug it in, call it in, they come, they visually look at it. And they're not guaranteeing anything that, something might not be right, but from a general perspective, yeah, it's a temporary plug. Yeah, there's a backflow preventer, the basic health and safety that you can see on the outside. As far as the numbers go, I'm flexible on that, but I think I'm fine in general with it. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I'm sorry, just before Councilmember Short concludes his remarks, I did want to make 2 quick comments in case it changes his input. One, of course, we can, between first and second reading, address any of the comments from the council today, whether it's changes to the dates that the RVs are allowed for the seasonal or what have you. The second piece is, and I'm going to defer to our town attorney to address the concern with the grandfathering. It was something that was mentioned and requested to be included as kind of a benefit to those who did come in. We have learned that there was some different direction given to different residents, as one of the residents noted, that perhaps they wouldn't. So we, as a staff, we have concerns about some issues relating to the grandfathering policy, and our town attorney can explain maybe the direction that staff would be more comfortable moving as it relates to that. Okay, Marge?
Yeah. I have concern about the ag community being expected to pay the $500. These ag community representatives have been here long before incorporation, and they have had their caretakers on their property, for many, many years. So to me, I think that the people with ag classification should be allowed to have at least one caretaker quarters without any charge, any fees, anything. They've been existing since before incorporation. So why all of a sudden should we now impose upon these people extra charges to run their business?
Laura, do you have your light on?
I did. Bless us and save us. This is as close as we've ever come. So thank you, to everyone for all your input and, the work that we've done. I 100% agree with Robert's comments. $500 is a 5-year coverage. That makes sense. And like you said, it would be an enticement. Absolutely on board with changing it to the 179 days. And let's see. Tanya, maybe if you want to talk about what you want to talk about, and then maybe
Some things I want to say.
I meant to ask about
I am not comfortable being told in this verbiage to refer to a resolution that I've never seen before. So I don't know if that's what you're talking about, but anyway, I'm done. Thank you.
Okay. This is a real double-edged sword, and yes, we are as close as we've ever gotten. So first of all, I would say that just because somebody has been having somebody live in a trailer and dumping the fecal matter on the ground since before incorporation doesn't mean we should continue to let them do that. And so I think that, and I think that it's a health and safety issue. So I think even if it's for a bona fide ag property or purposes, there should be something, even if it's $100 inspection fee to make sure that, and it's 5 years. So if you're bona fide ag, I mean, I agree with the 500 for 5 years for the ones you're renting out. But I think in bona fide ag, there has to be at least an inspection every 5 years to make sure that the health and safety issues are being covered and to cover the cost of staff to come out and do that. So I would be very opposed to letting people have them without any inspection, because we know for a fact that there are issues going on in town right now. And this is a way to try to get that, some of that under control. The second thing is there's been, I mean, I presume that everybody else is getting the same emails that I'm getting, one way or the other. And there's a lot of them. So, you know, and it really seems to be about a 50-50 split. There seems to be a desire for people with 10 acres or more to have more, to have 3 or more. And so I don't know if that's something that everybody can agree to. Well, and the people who spoke to me with more than 10 acres had made the point that they kind of need a caretaker on the front and a caretaker on the back. I mean, sometimes they're doing 2 different industries or disciplines basically on their property. They may have gardening, you know, growing tomatoes in the back, and then they may have, you know, boarding horses in the front, and it requires 2 different types of caretakers for those different activities, or workers for those activities. So I think that we need to put some stipulations in for the agricultural, for the caretaker. So I think it needs to be, we were trying so hard to keep it simple and to get something in place, but I think there needs to be some more looking at the agricultural. I think there also needs to be, as was pointed out, that whatever we put into place right now can't apply this year because people have already rented out and has to apply next year, except that maybe we can put some kind of a upper end limit of what is allowed even this year, because certainly people having 10 RVs on a 2.5 acre property along Collecting Canal is just not okay. And so we need to put some kind of a moratorium. I think that, you know, although, you know, as was pointed out, Phyllis is one of the class that participated in the program. There are certainly other people that participated in the program that would receive the same special privilege. So we need to look at who else is included in that when we talk about, and that's certainly something you need to address, is how can we protect the people that have been doing the right thing all along and keep them whole, you know, basically. So there's some things we need to go back to the table on here. So anyhow, go ahead, address that for us.
Sure. So Mayor, if I may, the concern was with tying the grandfathering, gonna just use that term because it's easier, to that 2017 resolution, is that anyone that participated in that early pilot program, their permits would have long since expired. And so they're really, from a legal standpoint, on no different footing than anybody else right now. And so I would have a concern for the town, and this is something I've discussed with Mr. Torcivia, that if we were to leave that language in, or even a variation on it, that it might subject the ordinance to legal challenge.
Oh, boy.
So
the more traditional way that we kind of reward people for doing the right thing, so, which I think is what I'm hearing is the desire from the council, would be to honor anyone that has a permit that's active at the time that the ordinance takes effect. So, that's.
So does that mean people who have 10 on their property right now can run out and get 10 permits and then we have to honor that because that's not okay?
Yeah, I think they're gonna be limited by, until this becomes active, I think they're gonna be limited by what was in your code previously, which I think.
But in
capped it at
addition,
4.
but in addition to that, if you have more than 4, you are now no longer governed by the town's rules. You're governed by the state rules. Because once you have 5 or more, you have to be monitored by the health department and you're considered an RV park. And you have to have a certain level of signage, a certain amount of appropriate facilities and so on and so forth. So 4 has always been the limit. And when we do try to address the code issues, we have always looked at 4 or more. No, more than 4,
Okay.
because that's a state issue.
Yeah, so I think what I would say is that someone that has 10 on their property right now,
That's a
without any more
problem.
information, it's illegal.
Yeah, it's illegal. Yeah, anything more than 4 is illegal. Right now.
So then the people that want to have a whole bunch of them will run out and get permits for 4 between now and when we get this ordinance in place. And how does that address the concerns of the people that are concerned about, and rightly so, the increased traffic, the increased volume of people in the town and all of that? I mean, we're not, if we open it up the way you're saying, then there's gonna be a certain class, and I'm certainly not suggesting everybody's gonna do this, because they're not. But there's gonna be a certain class that's gonna run out and grab 4 permits right now until we get this in place. And
But
that it doesn't, so then we're doing a disservice to.
But I don't think anybody, and please excuse me for participating so freely, but I don't believe that we wish to be able to hand out 4 permits at $500 to everybody who comes in for, a permit for 4. I know we don't care about names and so on and so forth, but we might want to see the lease agreement, or somehow see that you have something in place for this season. Because I that's what I hear being said, that we're going to try to accommodate people for this season as they get ready for the new rules to take place next year.
That sounds like a great idea.
Right? And
Right.
so if you have your rental agreements in place, just show them to us, or if you just want to sign a form, like for instance, on our right to farm permitting, we just have people sign a form that they're a form that they're bona fide ag, and it's an affidavit. I mean, would you accept that, or do you want us to look at leases? We can be accommodating, but not handing out something that's not already there.
And I think, to be clear, the permit, and Madam Mayor, I'm sorry if I may jump in.
Of course.
To be clear, the way I'm reading the code, the way it exists right now, those permits will expire. So I'm not saying that, my recommendation would not be that you grandfather these people forever, but that when those permits that are in place expire, they expire, and then they have to meet the code the way it's written when it's active. That's a traditional application of a legal nonconformity.
Okay.
That's not something the council has to do if you don't want to do it. I'm just telling you that that's traditionally how grandfathering is done.
Okay, so we need to go back to the drawing board again. We need to take out the grandfathering clause. Forget it. We can't do that. We need to reconsider the fees and fees for different classes, let's say, of what's the RVs are being used for. And we need to consider whether we want to raise the amount for 10 acres or more to more than 2 RVs, or whether we want to raise any of these numbers, or whether we want to leave them the same. Laura, you were first, and then Roger.
I wholeheartedly embrace this table on page 261 with an addition of 10 acres or more. You can have a total of 4. It's clean, it's simple, it kind of checks a box without making it overly complicated. Because the example you gave is fabulous. You know, one end of the parcel does this, one end of the parcel does that. That makes perfect sense.
So
Uh,
1, 2, and 4,
Sure.
or 1, 3, and 4? You want to change the 2 to 3 for 5 acres or more?
I don't
It-
think, if you're asking for opinions, I know you got the floor.
No,
I-
Let me get a consensus. So I'm just wanting.
Yeah,
I could support the 4 for 10 or greater.
So 1, 2, and 4 is what you're
I-
saying.
I can jump up and down and scream to the sky, yes, for that. 1, 2, and 4,
okay.
yes. With the caveat of people who already have contracts in place are gonna, live on the honor system for this year and come in and say, look, my client signed this on April 12th before they left. Let's just get through this, and then next year we'll play by this new table.
Okay,
I don't think
Robert?
we need to wait till next year.
Oh, you're
I think we can approve first reading based on these few changes.
Agreed, yes.
And the difference being, instead of the grandfather, the difference being if you have contracts,
Right.
you can, if you have 5 acres and,
You have a contract for 3 or 4 or whatever for this year.
yeah, I mean,
Still want them.
it really only applies, the only thing we're changing, remember last year, the ordinance said 1 to 2, you get 1, 2 to 10, you get 2, greater than 10, you get 4. So the only difference, and that was the rules, but I understand the people that said, well, it was a pilot, it was a volunteer, like the letter from somebody that has contracts for 6 as always is. So I think that is the exception this year, is if you have contracts for more, up to a 4, because you've never been allowed to have more than 4.
Right.
So, if you have contracts for more than the allotted 2 on 5 acres,
It's no go.
then you can submit those contracts, but I think you still need to go through the site approval process.
Yep.
I mean, I really think it's only changing the one sentence to, allow a 1-year reprieve to those having contracts.
Adding 4 for 10 acres or
And
more.
adding
Let's consider another situation. I'm just playing devil's advocate here, guys. I'm just trying to cover all the situation. So you have somebody on a 2.5 acre parcel, and we have a lot of farms in town that are on 2.5 acre parcels that are bona fide agricultural farms, okay? And they have their own RV stored in their driveway, so that's their one. Should they or should they not be allowed to have a second one as a groom's, as
Yes.
Okay, but under this, we're saying no. Okay, so we have to consider, I'm just throwing that out there because I know that applies to a lot of people. Okay, so should anybody from 0 to 5 or whatever, 0.1 to 5 that has a bona fide ag be allowed a second one?
As long as they own their own first personal
As long
one
as the first one's just an owned and stored one or whatever, basically.
and not renting it out for bodies.
Correct.
I think bona fide ag, because if you've got an acre, you don't have bona fide ag. You've got a single family residence.
I understand, but I'm talking about 2 point,
But,
okay, so
yeah,
1
no.
to 1 to 5 is
Yeah.
allowed their one that everybody else
If
is
they're
allowed to have.
bona fide.
But if they're bona
Bona
fide
fide
ag,
ag.
they can have a second one
Yeah, I
that
could
they rent
support
out.
that.
Can we all agree with that? Sure. Okay, so then it's 1/2 for less than 5 acres under those conditions. 2 for 5 acres. And 4 for 10 or more. With the $100 if you're bona fide, $100 5-year fee if you're bona fide ag to have the site inspected to make sure you're playing by the rules. The $500 if you're renting it out for 5 years. Is that where we're at?
So far.
Does anybody have anything else? And
179 days.
and that it's 179 days. And that we will allow people who have contracts for this year to honor their contracts. Is that
One final question.
one final question?
Okay. And it's always been a sticky wicket and it's groom's quarters. RVs, what's on page 261, RVs may be utilized for groom's quarter purposes, subject to section 10-015 definitions, which allows one groom's quarters for every 6 stalls. So until we go back and address that, technically, it seems like groom's quarters may be RVs.
That was the direction that was given at the last meeting, but we can certainly change that if there's a
No, I
change
would
in the
say if they're gonna
consensus.
have one group's quarter for every 6 stalls, they gotta build themselves a little group's quarters.
Well, I mean, it, and
Stack.
again, that, to me, that just falls under your, everybody gets one.
Right.
Yeah, it,
Call it what you want.
And they can put all 6 grooms in one.
Correct.
Okay. I just want to
Yeah.
clarify that because this says,
Well, a groom and a caretaker are kind of the same
Yeah.
thing, you know? like-
Yeah.
Like I said, you might have the horse prop in front or whatever. Okay, are we all good with that? Anybody have anything want to add? Larger lights on.
Right, I wanted to know, how is the ag community, going to be made aware of these new fees and their need for, paying, expenses that they've never had to pay before? You know, and, okay, leave it at that.
we can get it out on social media. We can put it on the website. We can send a flyer out. And obviously, a lot of people in the room tonight will spread the word.
And the, status of what we discussed needs to go out to the whole community too, because.
Oh, yes.
You know, they may have their head in the sand that there's nothing going on around, that pertains to them, whereas they're in violation of our rules.
Okay.
If I may, and
You bet.
I'm not trying to throw a wrench into anything. I'm
course
just,
you
I'm gonna try for a point of clarity here. You have an existing ordinance in place. And it is, you
What
know,
page
it's
are you on?
shown here on, page 259. That section 20-050 recreational vehicles
Crossed out.
it's all crossed out, but it's in your current code right now. That's why it's crossed out, correct? So right now, you have rules in place. So to the point of what happens for somebody who comes in tomorrow and all those kind of grandfathered issues, right now,
They have to follow those codes.
I can come in if I had, you know, the right circumstances, and I can get a permit for an 180-day period that would allow me to have 2, if I was at 2 acres to 10 acres, and 4 if I had over 10. Right now, somebody comes in tomorrow and they say, I would like to apply for this because I have 10 acres and I want 4. We issue the permit.
Can we put a motion for a moratorium and put the program on?
until
hold as of
after
tonight?
second reading, then
Yeah.
people can come in for their permits? Is that what you're?
Yeah.
No, I mean, my suggestion, when you were thinking about grandfathering and those kind of things, is
Yeah.
if you have an existing permit, then you would be grandfathered for that period of time. As the town attorney indicated, that permit is not a permit for life. That permit is for 180 days, and my understanding is it's an annual permit.
Right. So I think that's what I was saying. So basically, if, let's use as an example, someone that had a piece of property that qualifies under the current ordinance to have 3 RVs, and they've made an agreement to rent those 3 RVs. They would come in and they would get a permit under our current code. And if and when, right now, this ordinance was drafted at council's direction, I believe, to take effect in October. So they would come in right now and get the permit under the existing ordinance.
And it would be good for.
Correct. And when the new law takes effect in October, we're not going to tell them, no, you gotta, you know,
Right.
you gotta change everything. They're gonna get to they're gonna get the benefit of the bargain that they made. And when that permit expires, they're gonna meet the current code. I think that's what you're trying to say.
Yes, yeah, so the obligation would be on.
So the
on folks to
grandfather
come
thing just
in.
gets totally removed.
Right, at the, any reference to it in the current ordinance would really just be surplus language.
Gotcha.
If you set off the effective date in October.
Gotcha. Laura, something else to add? Or-
Well, now since we have more mud thrown into something that was almost clear, so did we think that having the moratorium for the application is a good thing or a bad thing?
Bad.
Okay,
The folks that came here and said, what about me this year? Come in and apply under the current regulations. If you meet the current regulations, you get your permit.
But they
That's
don't,
good.
Jeff,
for
they
you.
don't.
Yeah.
The people that are talking don't meet the current regulations. They've got 4 RVs on the property. That's, well, one of them that we got an email, 6 acres. That doesn't meet the current reg. That's why we're saying contract. If you have a
Right.
contract, you still need to apply.
Yeah.
Excuse me, Madam Chair, for speaking up, but that contract that you've already got will allow you to go over that allotment. of
This year only.
Yeah, this
Right.
year only, up to a maximum 4.
Yeah, I don't think we'd want to be in a position where we're issuing permits against the code. I'll let the
Yeah,
Madam Attorney.
they would still have to meet the current code. So if you made a contract last month and you have plans for the upcoming season, this ordinance doesn't take effect till October and it's got to pass the second reading, the way that it's drafted right now.
And the point is they couldn't contract for 6 because that's illegal.
That would be
So
in
they-
violation of your current
right.
code, right?
So-
If you were allowed to have 4 and you contract for 4 and now you'd only be able to have 2, you could have the 4 for the next year and then come next
Correct.
October, you have to reduce it down to the 2, but we can't issue permits that are in violation
Got
of your current code.
Did that unmuddy the waters for you?
yeah, just one last question of tedium. So if we pass this this resolution tonight on first reading, how can you say all of this strike through language is still valid, but we're just passing the,
We'll change the effective date. The current effective date is noted as, the date of the adoption, but we'll put in language that offsets the effective date until October 1 of next year,
this year?
this year.
This
Sorry.
year.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay,
And we can still have first reading even though we're going to make other changes.
That's right.
Right.
You can make changes between first and second reading.
Clarify.
Absolutely.
Rob, anything else before we,
Can I take a stab at the
please?
first
take a-
reading?
Go for it.
Make a motion to approve ordinance with the following changes. Section 92-10B. The application fee for $500 will be for a 5-year site approval. And then there will be another fee per RV of what, $100?
For bona fide ag usage. Not renting.
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah.
Not renting.
So the bona fide ag, basically caretakers,
Correct,
it's $100 for the 5-year fee.
correct,
That's for the site.
correct.
And then for those renting RVs, when they come in, it's $100 per RV for a maximum 179 days.
Just to clarify, that would be, before we just contemplated the $500 and that was the fee.
right, just 5.
Adding a fee for our review.
Yeah, that's the site. That's the site approval for 5 years.
Then you'd be up to
Now-
600 or 700 for 2, 800 for 3.
You would.
No.
No.
The
it would be-
first year,
Yeah.
but you don't repay that 500 every year. That's good for 5 years.
And then, and when you actually get a renter in there or have a
Then
you-
contract,
Yeah, when
then
you
then
actually
you would pay
goes up.
$100 for that. For the
For the
information.
Does that transfer with ownership if the property is sold?
I would say no.
Yeah, I would say no, it has to be done.
So what advantage is there to do it for 5 years? You never know what fate is going to have in store.
Well, because a lot of people live here for longer than
Yeah,
2
that's-
years.
Yeah.
People live here for 20 years.
That's not really building a
I mean,
business.
that's about-
And then the other change being 10 acres or more, get 4 RVs,
And remove the grandfather.
and removing the grandfather. And removing personal information from the application. I know that's not in here.
Yeah, we would
So
come
to
forward with the
speak,
application
but-
after this is finalized, and it's not something.
Well,
that
let's
we
have the
necessarily
application
have to
and
do.
Yeah, let's have the application at second reading.
Absolutely. Yes.
I mean, it doesn't have to be part of the ordinance, but it should be backup material as a reference.
Okay, are you done with your motion?
Just did you put in the days extend to 170? Okay, all right.
So do I have a second?
I second.
The $100 fee for the ag facilities. I mean, they may have more than one caretaker or
It's a site-
worker.
It's a site fee. It's a whole site plan. If they've got 4 RVs with their 10 acres, they just put in a drawing with all 4 and pay the $100 so that we can pay somebody to go out and make sure they're not dumping fecal matter on the ground and make sure that their water
This
is
is good.
coming correctly and everything.
is good.
That's.
Okay. And coastal collection, you know, if they're functioning already with 2 dumpsters that they're already paying for, why should they have to pay an
We're not.
additional $450 for another
They're
dumpster?
not, that's not in there.
Okay,
Let's go.
so anything about dumpsters is gone.
Yep, says you're responsible as the property owner for your sanitation.
Okay, got it.
It's,
Okay, got it.
all right.
All in favor?
Okay, we
Sorry.
need a second.
I did. She did.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Amen.
Passes 4-0.
And just to let you know, for your folks out there who are concerned that, wow, I'm in that limbo where the council wants to give me a break, but the staff is saying we can't give them a permit. What we can do at your further direction at another time,
On the
at
second
next month.
reading. Let us
It-
know on second reading.
Well, but I want to let them know the good news. You can give us direction that for those folks who meet the spirit and intent of what you were saying, that, oh, you've got contracts and we're going to honor them. Our code enforcement process will not be expeditious enough to prevent them from having their contracts honored this year.
Thank you. Okay, we're on to number 18.
It's also Mr. Kurz.
Discussion of the Morris Grove. property. Thank you so much for being here.
This is where we've got to do a little dance. I'm gonna try to use.
Oh.
Are you guys gonna dance?
Oh, or do we need
He's
to
gonna
move
take
around?
my seat.
I'm gonna take, yes.
Oh, the clicker's over there.
He has to sit here.
I've got to sit and see what I'm doing.
Did we really just get that done? You just got that done.
I think so.
Yeah.
This one?
This item is on the agenda, just a little history. Just a little history for anybody who wants to know. This item is on the agenda because we've spent about 2 years trying to unravel some history. And we are nearing completion with working with South Florida Water Management District to get a permit for 43rd where we built the road, where we paved the road. But I am now going to turn over to Mr. Kurtz, who can give you far more detail. We have had our engineers and attorneys take a look at this, and generally speaking, despite the complaints, this is more of a civil matter in the area, aside from our need to get the permit that we are close to obtaining. Mr. Kurtz, go ahead.
Okay. Can you all hear me and can you all see the screen up there?
Yes, sir.
What I am showing you on the screen is the area around 145th Avenue North and 43rd Road North, okay? This area that is west of 145th. Uh-oh. Now you have blinded me.
You lost your cursor.
I lost my screen.
Oh.
You should have just let me
It's
shout.
there.
Just look up there. We can still see it up there.
Yeah, all right. Okay, so,
You're back.
It was back.
all right. So the area west of 145th was this area right in here. That was developed in the late 60s, 70s. Global Enterprises, I think, was the outfit that owned most of these properties. They put the roadway easement, it was a private easement, and it encompasses on the deeds the east 30 feet of all these properties and the southern 30 feet of the southernmost property. So there was an easement there so that the way you used to be able to get out, or you were intended to get out, was that this culvert right here did not exist. So people would come down and then go across to the road culvert there. This area up here is what is referred to as Moore Groves. And it consists of these lots, 11 lots, with the exception of this one. It's not included in the unrecorded plat that is the basis of the subdivision and the basis of 43rd Road North coming out here. And that, when that was developed, they got a permit from South Florida Water Management District. And the access points were out onto 140th. And according to the deeds of all these folks, they also had access along this area and that southern portion of those lots to D Road. So they had two access points. And this area, the date on the unrecorded plat is 1982. So that was the development scheme for this area. It was intended to be private roads along there. And incorporation came about, and prior to incorporation, let's see if I can, this is the Swanks property. Okay. This property was purchased in, I want to say it was either 1998 or 2000, but
2000.
But this area right here, they have a northern access point onto 145th, and they have a southern access point onto 145th. In the deed for this property, in the history of the deed for this property, there is access across here, this southern, these two southern lots along an easement and across to D Road is how that property was intended to get out. Prior to incorporation, after Wilma, this area was cleared of some debris and those kind of things. And it was at that point in time that Mr. Swank, he had the folks in there clearing the damage that had been incurred from Wilma. And he said, can you put in an access point up here? And he felt that he had the right to do that, based on the fact that it was an agricultural improvement. The permitting agencies at that point in time would have been the district, the Loxahatchee Water Control District and Palm Beach County. The district became aware of this. Mr. Swank had a conversation with the manager at the time, or the administrator at the time, and he advised him, I don't need a permit for this agricultural improvement. It's okay. And so he put in a driveway, and underneath the driveway, there's a culvert for drainage. This actually exists on the Ladadios property, who own that.
Wait a minute, when you said this actually exists
This,
on that,
this,
so that's
this driveway access exists on their property because 145th exists on their property. Remember, I told you it was a 30-foot access easement. The actual placement of the road prior to the town or the district's involvement in maintaining it was set off outside of the 30 feet is my understanding. So that the actual western edge.
So it's Ladadio's physical property, but it's still an easement on the Ladadio's.
It's an
physical
easement,
property
yes,
that
there's a
makes sense to it.
30-foot
Thank
easement
you.
on the Ladadio's property. So the Ladadio's and the Swanks have had some disagreements over the years as to the legitimacy of that. I think that there was a situation where there have been some demands made and attorneys hired, but nobody has gone to court to straighten out what the rights were or were not. Now, what ends up happening in the 2012 time period is that these folks up in here are denying access on 43rd to these folks on 145th. And the folks on 145th didn't have a clear right of access onto 43rd because 43rd was established after 145th. And remember, these folks those lots had been planned first, and they were supposed to come out and come down here. Now, if we can show this, let's see if we can get on there. Okay. When you look at this and you see where the actual roadway is, guess what? That roadway, and I think this was the circumstance back at that time period, doesn't fall on this property or this property. It's down here on the canal bank easement, which is well, district, yeah, but yes, in 2012, it was the district's property. And so what the Ladadios and apparently the district was saying, hey, we don't want folks to be driving on these areas because suppose the story I've heard, and I'm not 100% sure on this, but the story I've heard was there was discussion about using the canal bank easement for equestrian purposes and equestrian trails. And so we did not want it to be a thoroughfare with cars, where the district did not at that point in time. And so the Ladadios said, hey, how am I going to get out of my property up here? Because I can't go this way. That's been blocked off. And the district is saying I'm not supposed to go here. So their title company on behalf of them filed an action. And it's Ladadios versus everybody in this area, including the district. And the result of that lawsuit was that the district got dismissed because I think after they filed the action, they realized, hey, that roadway does not exist. There is no easement right over the canal, and where the easement was supposed to be, the roadway doesn't exist. And so the Swanks, they were defendants in the lawsuit, and their title company became involved because they were represented by Barbara Richardson and Al Lasort, who at the time, and I think may still work for Schutz and Bowen or be partners at Schutz and Bowens. And I happen to know that they do a lot of title work. So I could tell that that's what it was. They were representing a title insurance company. The end result of that was a settlement. The district was not privy to the settlement. There are records that indicate that the case was going to be dismissed, and it looked like everybody was going to resolve things. The resolution ended up being, we're going to put in this culvert crossing right here so that 145th essentially goes straight across and has direct connection to North Road, so that those parcels are no longer landlocked. And that was done. The engineer who designed this road was also the engineer who at the time, I believe, was the engineer for the district. So there was a real good chance that they were going to get the right-of-way permit approved. The permittee is Darren Swank, but the Swanks advised me, no, they didn't pay anything for that. It was the title insurance companies that had cobbled the money together, and they paid for it, and they hired the engineer, and the engineer's plans got approved, and it was put in by a contractor that was hired by the title company, all in the name of the Swanks, but that's how that happened. And then a little later in history, we have a situation in which 140th is being closed off at the request of ITID. And there is, about that same time, this property here, these lots are owned by the Larson family, and the property I think is known as Little Turtle Creek. And they did not want folks to go this way to get to 145th. And so after considerable discussion and a couple of meetings, the council on March 30th, this council, some of you were here, some of you were not, but the town council approved an agreement with the Larson family to have this road put in. 43rd alternate, some people refer to it as Larry's Road, but the bypass. Okay, so that road was, that the property for that road was deeded to the town by the Larsons, and they contributed somewhere in the neighborhood of 60 some odd $1,000 to have this road put in. The road was put in by town staff, and that became the roadway. Now, prior to that, and since at least 2014, it's my understanding, there had been courtesy grades prior to this, and but after this culvert is put in, the town / district is maintaining 145th. And we've got maintenance also on 43rd Road North. And so the private nature of these roads is no longer private. The town and the district, the town primarily has considered these to be public roads. Otherwise, you wouldn't have put in the bypass between two private roads. So you have a history now where we have said that this is a public road system. It has been on the tax map since beginning of the town's tax maps in 2008, at least 145th has. So by all evidence, we consider this a public road system now. And this is the way people go. Now, when the bypass was put in, part of the council direction was to make sure it was permitted properly. And at the time, which is before your current manager's tenure as manager, there was no application to the South Florida Water Management District, which had originally permitted 43rd from both a road perspective and a drainage perspective. My supposition is that the folks didn't recognize that this was a new roadway, because if it had been the existing roadway, you wouldn't have had to get a permit under the South Florida Water Management rules. But because this link is new, you do have to do a permit modification. Last year, the manager engaged Keshavar and Associates to secure the necessary retroactive permits for this area and modify the permits so that all the permitting for this would be up to snuff. Permit applications have been made. We think we are close to getting those permits. And the most recent correspondence, I think, is in the last day or so, where we have reiterated to South Florida that we thought we had met all of their issues with respect to issuing the permit. But so that process is underway. Come back to this little culvert right here. These folks right here were Ms. Weber, who lives on the property. The property is titled by in the name of Kristen St. John as the actual owner. But these folks complain about the drainage condition here. And they complain about the propriety of the issuance of the permit or non-issuance of the permit. And they have sent correspondence that alleges that within our ordinances, there is a requirement that if there is a non-permitted culvert, the district has the responsibility and the town has the responsibility to yank it out. Okay. And the engineers that the town has had look at this situation, and most recently, not an engineer, but Craig, I think, went out there today to check on and see whether or not they are experiencing flooding problems. The engineers have looked at that culvert and they have said should not be a problem from the way it's designed. And we have no pictures, evidence of massive flooding in the area. The Public Works Department has not gotten a whole bunch of complaints saying, come on out here and look at this. Craig went out there today, and we've had a lot of rain over the weekend. There was rain today, and the verdict was it's not a pipe. There's not a problem.
You have to speak in the mic, Craig.
How big is that pipe?
Pipe's 18-inch inside diameter, so it's a 24 outside concrete pipe. It's not the pipe, it's actually the ditch going along down it. Alongside that road. So there is a giant Australian pine about where he just had the mic or the mic at. That we did, that I went down and inspected. I believe it's the Australian pine that is raising the center of the swale up that is blocking the waterway.
Those swales are blocked by vegetation.
Yeah.
In the whole
So
area.
yeah, so that we're gonna, I've already talked to Mr. Swank last week, myself and Richard have. That we're gonna go over them, we're gonna mow all back far as we can to clear the entire ditch back so we can see down to the bottom of it. To see what we can clear out of it.
And we'll
But-
also talk to the Lodatios about
Yeah,
it.
You need to get Asplund in there because you've got wires up in those trees.
yes.
But
So as far as we can reach, we won't get anywhere near into the wires, but we can get to the point where we can clear the actual ditchway, the swale itself, so we can actually try to pull whatever in the way. But if it is that giant Australian pines that are there, we'll have to have somebody come in and remove that, because that's too close to wires or anything for us.
And with respect to the complaint that says you really should do this is referring to a section of the code. It is a phrase, not even an entire sentence out of the code area that doesn't reference the three precursors to it. So it's like a subsection of a subsection of a subsection. And the bottom line on that subsection that's talking about the district having the ability to remove an improvement. It's really talking about a situation where you're actually in one of our canals and the flow of water is being impacted by a structure in the canal. And if it was unpermitted, then the town would have the ability to, or the district would have the ability to remove that. So the little phrase that leads to the complaint is a misconstruction of what it was intended to be. The evidence is that culvert is not the problem. We are in the process, as I said, of getting the permit modified over here. And Craig and his folks are going to continue the exploration of what can be done to improve the drainage in that area. And as I said, unless this council wants to think about abandoning this road, we consider it a public roadway. We
How
don't,
much of that do we still grade?
None of it.
It's paved.
It's
right?
paved all the way down to the back.
Okay. Oh, and 43rd, everything?
Yes, everything is paved all the way to the guardrail, 140th.
yeah,
Can I just make a comment? There is a restriction right there. That's only, I think, a 12-inch culvert that goes from that ditch into the canal. And that's been on the list to replace. Cause you got 24 inches upstream of it. And are you aware of that, Craig?
Yes, I looked at it. The pipe did
The
look,
one that's at an angle,
yes, I looked at when I was out there.
it's not that big,
I think it's a 15-inch pipe.
is it?
Yeah. It looks like it's a 15-inch
But it's
corrugated
smaller than the
galvanized.
pipes Upstream of it.
Yeah.
And that was on our list to replace that. Because it doesn't make sense. You got all these 24s. Then at the very end, where all the water collects is only a 15.
Mhm.
So if there was a backup,
That's
That
that
could-
would be the choke point there.
Yeah, but so when I inspected it earlier, the water is not making it to there.
Okay.
So it is being stopped a good ways, 200 feet before that easily by that Australian pine area.
it's because
It's
of the
being
lack.
blocked up back there.
Yeah.
Because when I went out there, it was the same water elevation on the Swank side of the property, and then to the Moore side, it was the same water elevation. But then when you got, yes, and the ditch is holding
How
water,
many acres?
all that up there.
Yeah.
Mhm.
You do a 15-inch.
So
culvert,
I
does
wanna
that
believe
make
the
sense?
pipe that we did on the Larry bypass is a 24-inch
Yeah, I know
ADS
everything's
pipe.
24 up there, but
Yeah.
my
Yeah.
point
So-
is that 15 should have been replaced with at least a 24, if not something bigger, you know, because it's taken care of. How many acres is that?
Well, it's basically,
200 acres.
with the
It's a section.
exception of the what is it?
Sunsport.
Sunsport, there's 120 acres.
There was also an issue with Sunsport drainage in that area too.
Yeah.
Right, there was also a lawsuit involving Sunsport
Right.
and one of these.
Yeah, the Webbers were involved with.
But as I went out, I
The
don't
property
believe-
owners where the Webbers live, were involved in that.
As I was inspecting, I don't believe anything that was on the west side of the road was going to the east side ditch. Everything on the east side ditch is from the Swanks back to the Moore's properties.
Yeah.
Yeah, all that back right corner. So everything that's on the west side of the road does not go to that ditch.
So
Is that culvert across the canal, standard? What is the 148th, is it as
That
wide as
pipe he's
that?
on right now,
this one right here?
That's 145th.
145th.
148th, let's see how wide that is.
oh, further down,
Yeah,
that's not 148, that's the one
That's
that goes
D.
to that one, to that property right there. They put that in one in,
Well, yeah,
that's,
that's
that
D
looks
road.
wider
Yeah.
than the 145th too.
My understanding is it was replaced at about the same time that this one was replaced, I believe, but I haven't seen the permit for that.
Did the county do that when they did that? All the utility work on North Road?
I
Did
have
they
no
redo
idea,
that?
that was way before me.
148th was done by the title company. That was the one for the
Uh-huh.
Liang's property, I believe.
I think that D road was
Where is
done.
148th?
I-
culvert?
Further down,
Keep going, keep going.
yes,
This
Can't
one?
be it,
no, that's
can it?
147, next one down. Gonna keep going, it'll be right there.
There's
Okay, it
148.
seems similar
So
then.
that's, that one right there is
It's
a,
narrower.
Then the 145th?
Mhm. What I haven't verified, because I was only looking at the existing
That
one,
was
is
the
that
wide one.
there were some title issues and
Yeah.
there might have been several of these that were replaced by title, or through title insurance companies. What this is on your agenda to bring you up to speed on what's going on in the area known as Moore Groves. I think you've been apprised. The one thing that we do recommend is, we try to get, as I said, this was, the permittee on this was Darren Swank, but it is, a public access way. And we should, get them to quitclaim or dedicate, all their interest in that to the town, because it really is a, public culvert.
At what
That's our
point in
recommendation.
time are we going to start going after those easement, come back down where you were? That
No.
show the intersection where the 145th goes across. Not quite that bad.
it's this website.
Getting close, right there.
Forest Trail.
Zoom in right there, check like this,
The box is Sunsport.
You want Sunsport?
No, the culvert crossing at 145th. Enlarge it. Now the trail, the horse trail, west of the culvert.
The road?
Then the easement that you said is supposed to be the road. At what point in time will we reclaim that and start getting the road where it belongs?
Well, this road, we don't. The road was supposed to be on their property, the easement road, and it was
Correct.
either never developed or it faded away with time and cars came along here. My understanding is that cars are not supposed to be going on this area. The access point is through here. There's no reason for anybody to drive along there.
So then you need to close off that driveway. Is that a permitted, right where your arrow is, was that a permitted entrance or was that just a?
I don't know,
Convenient.
they have access on.
Sorry, does anybody have a red car parked over there?
Yes.
Trunk's wide
Oh, that's not good.
Who's red car?
Oh, hopefully.
I don't know.
Oh,
I didn't
it's not
open
yours.
mine.
I hope it hasn't been raining.
So your question has to do with this
With the
connection
road,
here?
yeah, the road that should be there that isn't.
Well,
But, and the question was, is that their driveway access?
That is some sort of driveway. but
Yes.
they
we,
say
we,
they
we have to look at it. Their driveway access under the current configuration should be there. If they wanted to bring this over on their property, that would be perfectly okay.
Because I think there are some places along that area where the road is where it belongs. And the canal trail is near it. But it doesn't go from 140th over.
Yeah, in looking at this area right here, the roadway that you see
Is
Is-
rebuilt already.
it's all on the canal bank.
Is rebuilt already.
Well,
We rebuilt that road already.
here's what I have to say.
Yeah,
Because it
When,
wasn't-
when you're done, I've got a head scratcher.
There appears to be a bunch of
Unresolved issues.
unresolved circumstances there. It appears that we have made some mistakes. We being the town have made some mistakes over past years, like putting that road in without permitting it. It appears that some of the residents have been infighting over a variety of different reasons. And it appears that there's still quite a bit of work to do to actually get the drainage and the systems functioning as they need to function up there. So it appears that we've got a little bit of a mini mess up there.
Looks like we got.
Are you confident as staff that you are doing everything that you can do at this time to try to resolve all of these situations concurrently? And
Before you go,
since
Mr.
I have been threatened, being sent to ethics because I won't get on the excavator and go rip that culvert out of the ground. Because it's somehow of personal benefit to me that I won't do that.
There is no justification for us to
I
rip
wanna
that
make
out.
sure There's no justification for us going and ripping that culvert out and that we are doing everything that we can do within our power and within the law to try to resolve this multitude of situations concurrently.
Yes, and the agenda item asks for direction from the council. However, I believe that Councilmember Danowski has some questions. And I don't know whether I should make these recommendations until we hear that or not.
Okay, go
Thank,
Laura.
thank you. My question's pretty easy. So like you're saying, the infighting is because somebody was unhappy about a culvert, which it's unfortunate that the public road is on somebody's private property. But my question is, to whom does the ditch belong? And there you go. So if it's an easement, who is supposed to have been cleaning it out all these years?
The property owners,
Yeah, the property owner, because it's on their property, right?
yeah, but
I mean, we've mowed it back already twice.
we've been maintaining the road and to the extent that the ditch is associated with the road.
Well, therein lies the discussion point for us to have, because as we've been going through the town all year and evaluating the roads and the conveyances, including the ditches, we have found, as of right now, not including this, about $250,000 worth of ditches that need to be cut back and restored.
And can I interrupt you for 1
Yes.
second? Because this is gonna bring very familiar for Laura, who sat on the water control district
Mhm.
with me for a number of
Right.
years. Okay?
Uh-huh.
We were told, because this particular culvert is one that I actually went to Steve Yogi about to try to clear up. And I was told by him and by Mary Viator ad nauseum, regardless of how much I argued with them about how much that would resolve the situation if we could take care of some of these, that you cannot expend public funds on private property.
You can't. However,
So how are we doing
It's in
that?
the
The-
easement.
I think that this whole area, and Jeff, you could cut me off if you'd like, but my experience with this whole segment of our town is that, first of all, timing has been different over the years, and this came in after the original plat of the town. So a lot of this is unplatted, and the roads are not where the easements are supposed to be, and the drainage isn't where the drainage is supposed to be. It's all a little bit, you know,
So are you saying that because it's within the easement? even though
I'm
it's-
trying to answer the question,
Right.
and that is that it wasn't actually ever part of what anybody planned and worked on. It was originally, it's been done by individual property owners, which is why we have the issue with the title companies. And one of the questions that we have for council is, what further action would you like us to take? And I did hear you say that we need to go look where we have public access and try to have that dedicated to us. And we certainly know that we have to investigate easements because we've been doing that a number of times. But I guess that's really what we need to know. How
So
much
the answer-
unraveling should we do
Is
of the
the-
past?
Is the answer to my question that when you have the landowner's permission and it's within what could be considered a road easement, even though it wasn't platted as such, it's considered that, right? That you can expend those funds because it's for the greater good of the whole community to get all our drainage connected and fixed up? Is that an accurate?
No,
I think the thing that we are doing right now that Craig is talking about doing is evaluating the situation.
right.
And once we have a full evaluation of the situation, then we can talk about remedies and costs and expenses.
Because I know we
What-
did it on 161st. We cleared those easements that have been overgrown for years that are on
Correct.
private property. We cleared
Correct.
those drainage swales. So,
Yes.
so we expended public funds on
Well,
private property.
Well,
on
those
161st
were
to
actually
clear it.
in drainage easements, and here
But
it's a little
still
bit
on
more.
private property.
It's,
Yeah.
but an easement and a drainage easement allows us to do it.
The drainage easement allows us to do that. So clearly, something that
It's
was
been
dug as a
mentioned as
drainage
an
swale
easement.
has to be a drainage easement, correct? Even though it's all overgrown now, has to be at some point considered a drainage swale.
Well, that's the big question that has to be untangled, because we have unrecorded plats in this area. We have other unrecorded plats throughout town where we do have some of our worst drainage ditch issues are in areas of unrecorded plats. The process that we've been going forward with for the last several years is where we have easements for roads, we are proceeding and fixing the road and any related drainage that's related to the road. Where we have drainage easements, or if we don't have drainage easements, we've been obtaining drainage easements so that we may fix the related culverts that need to be there for the road and also for the flow of water and flood control. In this particular area, there are more tangled easements and roads not in the same place as the easement was. That's what Mr. Kurtz explained. So we have to untangle this a little bit more to know what's in our easement and what's not. And that's the direction we would
Untangle
have
away.
to
Let's
have.
get this resolved, because this has been a thorn for a long
Okay.
time.
Decade.
Yeah,
Yes.
Yeah, a decade.
Yes.
But
So,
like I said, didn't you need to get easements, in order to put the millings in there? Or is that what part of the problem? It was unpermitted?
No, the,
There is an easement for an egress
The-
and egress.
The road was where it was, except for the bypass. The road was where it was since 1987, I think, but certainly before our incorporation. Some of the roads were there actually even earlier than that, so we didn't have to get any easements. However, like Jeff pointed out, a road emerged on a canal bank and it was not supposed to be used as a road, and it was. That's why there was the culvert put in so that the access could be in a different way and prevent that from happening. Yeah, so we have other untangling to do in that area of where the road was placed, not by us.
but the basis
Mhm.
at some point in time, your forefathers and foremothers up there on the town council, asserted that this was a publicly maintained road and began the maintenance on it. It's been on the tax map
Correct.
since 2008. There is good evidence, certainly since 2014, that that roadway has been maintained by the town / district. Those millings were not put in by the neighborhood. They were put in by this entity. So
Right.
that's the maintenance. So it has been a period of time in which this is a public road. The process, if you wanted to not make it a public road, would be to abandon it and, go through that process, which we are not recommending you do. With respect to the roadways, what we have been focusing on this year, especially on what I'll call interior roadways, because they're not immediately adjacent to the canals, is we've got to deal with drainage. Part of having a road is drainage associated with that road.
Mhm.
Can't have one without the other. And so where our maintenance responsibility has existed for a long enough period of time on these roads where the easements were, I understand that it's private property on that those easements were on, but we're saying you had an easement that was going to locate a road and a drainage system here. We are reestablishing that that roadway and drainage system so that the roadway will work.
So is there enough money in the budget for working on clearing that debris out of that?
That's
It's going to be a
that's
discussion for
exact-
next year.
Well,
Or
no,
for next week.
Well, I think we're going to talk about it a little bit later on in this agenda after we talk about code. And in the quarterly report, you see the areas that have already been identified for clearing ditches, and that totals $251,000. And I don't believe it includes getting dedications or clearing these ditches out. So.
Yeah,
So we will, based on this discussion, move forward to try to get the necessary dedications where we have public.
Well, I think we're going to evaluate the situation.
Right.
We'll come back with recommendations as to
Okay. Okay.
what
Sound
can,
good, everybody?
what can be
We're
done.
doing now,
Yeah.
south of water main, that's on the email from Randy.
Well, what
Submitted the permit, they haven't given any comments yet. He's like,
this is
Right. We've actually done phone calls with them, and at one point in time, we thought there was somebody trying to hold the permit up. The letter that you saw from Randy says, since we've never heard back from you after our phone call with you and our 4 different follow-ups, we are considering that you have all the information that you need. Please let us know what the timeline is to finish the.
It keeps being referred to.
I believe that we paid the fee.
Okay, that's
Yeah,
not the
so.
contention of the emails that we are getting. that
we
are
haven't
getting at
we
least
have not
700.
received that email from the South Florida Water Management District. We have not received that email saying you didn't pay the fee from the South Florida Water Management District.
Okay.
So
look
We're-
into it,
we're
'cause I
working to
continue
that.
to receive emails saying that we haven't paid it, and that's what's holding the permit up.
Randy is looking into that. yeah.
Thank you.
All right, is there any money that could have us progress a little bit down to that Australian time at least? To see if the water starts
The
flowing
first thing we have
there?
to do is we're gonna go in and mow it back.
Okay,
We have to mow back all the vegetation
okay,
to assess what's in the, what's further down in the ditch itself.
okay.
So there's a lot of vegetation in there.
So maybe that'll pacify.
Yeah.
Pacify.
First thing is first is
Okay,
go at it first.
we're skipping item 19. I think we beat this one. Let's move on to item 20. That's a discussion on code enforcement and remedies that we spoke about needing. No public comment? Yeah. We're all alone. I can have it after after the staff discussion.
One, this is the last one.
I'm done.
I'm gonna go back.
I don't have a light.
Anything.
I think this is just another segment in a continuing conversation of code enforcement. It is a follow-up to the last conversation that we have. There are a number of items in here for discussion and direction from the council. I will say before Tanya goes over her portion, I wanted to say that I put in here a term sheet for some third-party administrative services that are similar to services that we've had in the past for non-occupied, non-owner occupied properties, which means that it would include vacant properties, foreclosures, and rentals. We have not spoken at length with the vendor relative to any particular element of the term sheet. And Mr. Torsivia wanted me to make sure that he shared with everyone. This is to just give you an idea of the different things that could be available to us, and that we will continue to work with the vendor to bring something more refined to the council. But we are looking at any and all remedies that there can be to cover more ground, if you will, in terms of issues that plague the community, as opposed to, as it's been suggested, that we, pick and choose. We are not. We're looking to try to cover all of the issues that have built up over the last couple of decades.
Now, we have had this company under another name before.
Yes.
And have we ever received any benefit of a property becoming town-owned as a result of their service?
We had not. And the time that they were actually performing that service, I don't believe that we would. And that is a beautiful segue to let Tanya go into her conversation about foreclosures and how we might address them.
So, Madam Vice Mayor, if I may, our office was asked to give kind of a brief summary of some potential options that the town may have for purposes of code enforcement and potential remedies. And the first on that list is foreclosure lawsuits. We had spoken about that at a prior council meeting, and council gave direction to kind of come back with maybe some parameters for what kind of properties we would want to consider for foreclosure, with the idea always being that staff would come to council first prior to filing any lawsuit, we would get approval from council. And so we were kind of looking for some guidelines of where to start, and council wanted those guidelines. So what's recommended in the memo right now is potentially properties that are running more than $100,000 in fines, properties that have been out of compliance for at least 1 year.
Excuse me 1 second.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
just want to make sure that for those two, we said either or, not that they had to be in conjunction. I would just want to make sure that's clear, because that's what we said last time, because you could get $100,000 worth of fines in a month if you were out of compliance with 6 things, so you don't have to wait a year. So we want to make sure that the either or, I think, is in there for that.
Thank you for that clarification. That is certainly the way I intended to convey that. So, and then just maybe authorizing a catch-all for staff to, if there's an extraordinary circumstance or, something that's really, that needs attention, just for us to be able to bring that to you. But I imagine those situations would be rare and few and far between. So if, I don't know, Mayor, if you wanted to get consensus on that first, or if you wanted to move on to the other.
Is everybody
options.
okay with those parameters for Laura?
Yesterday, yes.
Okay, right, yes, we are all good with that.
Okay. On to the next. So the abandoned property code, which kind of feeds in with, what we were with the, I'm gonna call it a proposal that's attached to the end of the agenda, price list. A while back, the town adopted this code, and you never really had an enforcement mechanism and or a structure for enforcing it. Yeah.
Didn't have teeth.
Correct. So,
Mhm.
with your direction, we can move forward with a proposed ordinance that kind of gives it some teeth, gives some parameters. What kind of authority do you want to give the town manager to step in when necessary? Because there's language there that allows her to take action. And also I would also recommend building in some kind of due process procedure for the property owner in case the town does need to expend funds in terms of taking action and then collect that back from the property owner. So we want to make sure we build in due process there. That would be my recommendation. So with your approval and with any ideas that you might have on this subject, we can bring forth a proposed ordinance.
Anybody have anything on this? Everybody okay, Laura? Okay with it?
This is on the abandoned property, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Why in God's name would the town, I'm sorry, begging pardon, there's additionally, Article 2 imposes maintenance requirements, irrigation, regular maintenance of pools and spas. That would fall under the mortgage holder or the town,
It would fall under the property owner.
who has already said goodbye to the property. It's abandoned.
Right. So, and I think the way that this was originally drafted was a bank would own it at that point, or a bank would be in the process of trying to recover the property. And so it would impose on them, they would be the first line of correcting the problem.
Okay, I just want to make sure that doesn't fall on us.
No, ma'am. There
Okay.
there is a provision in the code right now that says basically, if there's an extraordinary circumstance, I'm paraphrasing, but if there's an extraordinary circumstance and that requires the attention of the town, the town manager can step in to quote unquote secure the property. And that's where we kind of, what does that mean?
Well, it's too bad that Captain Turner left, because where we have an abandoned property, or where we sent Craig on Friday to put signs up and chains and tape and cones, and we also put rocks on the back side of it to keep somebody from coming through the property. So that's the kind of emergency type procedures, and we did talk to our attorney before we did it.
Marge, you had something you wanted to ask? Or no? No? Okay, so is everybody okay with giving instruction to move on with an abandoned property code?
Yeah.
And this would be the kind of stuff that we would put back on contract, because the issue with the abandoned properties, the foreclosed properties, and the non-owner occupied properties are dealing with the banks and,
Is that this contract back here with?
It is, but
community?
But this is not a contract. This was an offer letter for discussion. I just made sure that I put it in here so that everybody knew
because
we
I'm
were.
not okay with their offer
Right.
letter.
We haven't talked about, we have not spoken about this. It is an offer letter to open conversation.
Why would this just be code enforcement violation.
That was my
It is a
question.
code enforcement violation, but when you're dealing with banks, you don't really get anywhere. And so one of the reasons that you use the property registry is so that they deal with all of the several
Red tape.
different layers of banking departments and foreclosure departments and so on and so forth. And they make sure that the property maintenance gets done, or the bank ends up having to pay fines.
But again, this is just an open negotiation, because to pay them 12 grand a year. when
No.
We have one example, I'm
No.
just telling you, that's
Yeah,
what this offer
I
letter
know.
says. They want 12 grand a year and they want to take 50% of the money that's recovered, which. Forget
It is strictly
Right.
about availability of services. We have not talked to them about a contract. Should we decide to proceed, you will obviously be looking at contracts and
Okay.
scopes.
And there might be somebody else available that might be a little bit more reasonable.
We
besides
did
them.
try,
Uh-huh.
and the pre-existing company can offer some, but not all. You know, the company that was sold can offer some, but not all, but we will go ahead and show matching scopes and prices.
Okay, thank you for clearing that up.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I think we're all okay with moving on and trying to negotiate that. Citations.
Okay, so the next item is citations. A lot of municipalities have them written into their codes. Currently, your code does not. And the question is, do you want to have this?
Yes. Yes. Because those, correct me if I'm wrong, those can be done more instantly than having to wait for, you do go out, you do the code violation. You
correct.
do that, you go to the magistrate hearing, you do this, you do that, you do the other. This is a
Mhm.
citation, you're in violation and you have 60 days to come into compliance, or else we put a code enforcement action or something along those lines.
It varies in terms of how different jurisdictions enact it.
Mhm.
Frequently where you see citations would be like parking tickets.
Right.
That would be a good example. Or it would fit well probably with the RVs, for example, like if you failed to file an application or update an application, you may want to cite someone for that. And then it's like a one-time fee and, you know, they pay the ticket and keep it moving. So to speak, as opposed to engaging in a long time, more time-consuming process. So it's kind of like you get a ticket and you decide, are you going to pay it or are you going to challenge it?
We can use this for livestock waste too, which we haven't had a good mechanism for the livestock waste. We have to go through the arduous process of the irreparable and irreplaceable. So.
Yes. So it doesn't, a lot of places, some places will send those to a special magistrate. Some citations go to county court. It just depends on how the code is drafted and,
And would the citations have a clear schedule?
yes, you would need to adopt a fee schedule.
Adopt a clear fee schedule so people would know what they're.
Exactly.
How are you cited? Is it tied on your gate? Is it handed by a process server? Is it an email?
It's in most cases, except in the case of parking tickets, when it's just left on your windshield. I mean, usually a code officer is probably going to hand you the citation.
Everybody okay with moving forward with this citation?
Question, so you mentioned several different ways to implement it, being a magistrate, circuit court, like your third option was.
County court, right, it would be usually a magistrate or county court judge that would oversee it
So.
or rule.
As you're moving forward, you're gonna give us both options, or what are the benefits? Do we even want to talk about that now, or?
That's something that we can hash out in the drafting phase. I mean, I think my recommendation, if you're asking me right now, it's probably easier to set those before a magistrate because you're gonna use less staff time and it's local, it's right here. So I think that's easier, more cost effective. You know, that would be my recommendation, but you would treat it the way I'm think it's most efficient, because some places will say, like the mayor suggested, here's a warning, basically, you have 60 days. In this case, it's like, here's your citation, pay it or challenge it.
If you do magistrate, everything stays here.
Correct, and they get their chance for a hearing.
County clerk, county court, now, yeah, if they challenge it, now your officer that wrote it needs to show up and.
And I would like to see on the citations an option to rectify it within a certain amount of time. Kind of like, I'm gonna give an example, if you're driving without your driver's license, right? And you come into court and show that you had a driver's license, it just was at home on the kitchen table where you left it. And you bring it in and show that you have your driver's license. The same thing with something like this, like, I would like to see the citations, especially for things like, let's say, a BTR or a citation for something like the RV ordinance, that you have X amount of days to, to rectify the situation before fees are incurred. Because again, I would like to give the resident.
That's not a citation, and it's a code by NOV.
Well,
That's the
no, I think it could be a citation with the ability to rectify. I mean, I do think there could be something with that.
So
I do believe there can be. That's why I'm asking the question.
It's like a warning ticket.
Yeah, kind of like a warning citation, kind of like if,
right, so I mean, either however you want to do
like
it.
to see that.
You
for-
would like
for the
to see a
benefit-
warning.
I would like to see everything that we can do to put in place the benefit of the doubt for the residents, to try to give us some teeth, but to put the benefit of the doubt in the favor of our residents.
Well,
But
we
how-
do
how
that right
we,
now.
Recoup any expenses that we have to expend, as a town, to rectify this situation, to shake hands and say, kumbaya.
Well, every single thing that we would do that would get a citation is all towards getting things in compliance. And so just like we let people do tree exemptions for non-invasives, it's better that we spend our staff time so somebody doesn't take down a native, right? So this is the same thing, giving the citation so that somebody gets in compliance right away. We end up saving the time that we spend doing the magistrate process. So let's say we give a ticket and we give somebody we give a citation and it's got a $500 fine on it. But if they clean it up in 30 days, they don't have to pay the fine.
Something along those
Right?
lines. That's
Yeah.
what I would like to see. Again.
Then we don't have to go through the NOV, which is mailing and time and so on. If they get it cleaned up, we still did the visit like we would have done with the NOV, except we got it in compliance faster. We
That's what I was
didn't
gonna say. I
have to
think
go to
that's-
the magistrate,
Yeah, I think.
and
this-
everybody knows we mean
This
business.
situation has the possibility of getting things rectified much more quickly.
Correct.
And let's face it, the magistrate usually forgives the fines anyhow, or reduces them significantly, as we've seen historically, so.
So what is the posting requirements of there are very strict posting requirements for code enforcement. So how does this sounds like there's no posting requirements.
So if I may, this would be a supplemental means of enforcement. So it would be kind of operating outside of chapter 162. So you could, in my opinion, be handed a citation or served by mail, or could be left on your windshield. I know we don't do parking tickets here, but that's the most common example that I've seen in my practice. But it doesn't need to be certified mail, posted on the property, etc., unless that's something that council chooses and you write that into your code.
Well, I think the other thing too is that we aren't encumbered by the same fee schedule that we are for code enforcement. We can have more specific fees for citations depending on their severity within the state law.
Correct. And to your point, and, sorry for jumping in, Mayor, but, to your point, I would say if there are certain offenses, so to speak, that you want to give a warning time for, and maybe you could select those out.
Yeah, well,
yeah.
as we refine this, I think that's a great thing. Some that know this is egregious and you need to pay something right away, and some that, okay, you have this much time to rectify.
Right,
Like
because
the driver's license on the kitchen table.
exactly right. In setting fees, you're gonna have to look at each violation individually
Correct,
anyway, so.
got it. Everybody okay with having her move along with citation program?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Camera program.
The camera program is something we've been working on seemingly forever. However, Palm Beach County is about to put some cameras on Southern and Okeechobee. I don't know, Craig, if you want to speak to this.
They're going.
And one of the reasons that we wish to use the cameras, and we plan to use the same kind of cameras that PBSO uses, they're solar powered and so on and so forth. And that's because we can better attempt to catch the illegal dumping and the illegal dumping of lots of different things, not just the livestock waste. And other code violations we can get as well. One thing I want to mention while we're here is not necessarily code enforcement, but during last year's legislative section, the law was changed that you can use cameras to do speed control in school zones. So we are looking at speed control in school zones with cameras at the western boundary of the town on Okeechobee and the eastern boundary. So we're kind of excited about what a camera program can do for us, because it can also help us with RV traffic in and out, with, in different placement, we'll be able to see some of the things, that we're not able to see now. So, and it's also very low cost, very low cost.
The school zone ends in Royal Palm. It doesn't even start in Waxahachie Groves.
You can speak to the school zone.
Yeah, the school zone actually does go right into the edge of our boundaries onto Folsom.
But the sign now is right in the middle of, well, it's before Folsom Road now.
So the way the school zones do go is, say the sign would be here. So we could put it at our boundaries, and because the school board actually, like, their property line is right there, so the boundary would go further. So their boundary does go further, just like if you go to the western property, theirs goes all the way to almost B road or to A road. That sign goes right there. So as PBSO would enforce it, is that they would sit there shooting radar, they would shoot radar further back, coming at the sign. As our sign would be sitting there shooting radar going into the school, into the actual school zone.
So this camera program and that camera program will both be coming back to you.
Okay.
Hopefully by September 3rd, if not by October 1st.
Okay, thank you. Inspection warrants.
So, we were asked to kind of give a summary of that item, Mayor. It's something that's already authorized by state statute. And typically these are used in the local government context, in a code enforcement type case or land use type case. When it's suspected that there is a violation present on a property, but the town doesn't have permission to enter the property. So.
But we've never used this. We always just say we don't have access. So you're asking for direction for us to create a program where we can actually gain access. Is that am I correct?
I think that is what the town manager is asking for.
Okay.
I will say, I just want to warn you that these are not frequently used. They are rarely used. I don't think judges are used to seeing them. So I would save this for the, again, the most egregious circumstances.
Right. But we do need something, again, we talked about the fact that we need something for these, we do have a number of egregious cases where we don't have access to the property, and we have to figure out a way to get on this property, so if this is the way, I'm all for it. If anybody else feels.
I feel it.
Yeah.
I
Laura?
think it should be a police officer. I don't think we have a code enforcement officer that is capable of going in front of a judge asking for a warrant. I think that's kind of out of their bailiwick typically. And it becomes, it does.
It would be, that would be done by the legal staff.
Okay.
Officer
will. The warrant part will.
Yeah.
The legal staff will get the warrant.
And then I'm sure you would probably take a police officer to serve the warrant, to execute the warrant.
We actually often take a police officer to certain properties. Some properties we do not go to without a police officer.
The rare occasions you have to do
You know
this,
one.
you end up having a hearing in front of a judge and you have to present evidence. And so our staff would do that.
Our legal
Yeah,
counsel
but
would do that.
The staff would be.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a mini. And all this is just a cost recovery, hopefully, in the end with the fines and stuff. It's part of the case.
Yes. Okay, we're good with that. Partnership with other agencies, we kind of already talked about that.
We have, and unfortunately, both our fire chief and our captain have left, but when our building official gets back from his vacation, we are having a summit with the building official, the health department, the fire marshal, PBSO, because we want to talk about a more collaborative effort on how we approach these from a multi-agency point of view. And we're also going to include the homeless issue in that little summit that we do.
Okay, good plan. All right, and the last part of it is compliance and enforcement for property registration and BTRs.
We actually did talk about that already. We're going to continue to have conversations and bring it in front of you when we have a more refined approach on that.
Okay, because there was some community concern about.
Oh, let's talk about the
use-
BTRs
yeah,
for a moment,
about-
okay?
about
Excellent
using code enforcement
opportunity.
for BTRs, so.
We
I'd like
don't,
to
we don't
discuss-
want to use code enforcement for BTRs. The way BTRs works is, first of all, we're limited in our BTR program because we copied the Village of Royal Palm Beach, and we don't really get an opportunity to go back and change it to more tailor it to our town. I'm sorry that that's the way it is, but that is what it is.
You're
the-
saying we don't have the capability of doing that?
We do not have the capability to go back and modify our BTRs because the way the state law was written, that it had to be in place by a certain period of time and you cannot go back and adjust it. And I am not an attorney, so I am not going
So
to
you
try
can't
to.
modify fees for BTRs?
No, you cannot modify fees.
It is what it is
It is what it is.
by
And
state law.
And we can have another attorney take a look at it, but Elizabeth looked at it and opined that we could not change our fees, because if you recall, we
I'd like
looked
another
at that.
attorney to look at it, 'cause
Yeah.
I think BTRs are adjusted.
No, you can't change them.
Well, I think BTRs adjusted all the time.
Absolutely.
No,
I believe they are, so I sure would like an opinion on that.
Mine were adjusted periodically. When I had one in the city of Lake Worth Beach, they changed.
and if they had adopted it prior to a certain period of time, they
Well-
could. And they used to be able to be adjusted with an equity study. And because we picked up our BTR ordinance from a neighboring city, we are fairly locked into what that neighboring city
Look at
did.
I'd like somebody else to look.
No
at it.
problem. Second of all, the state of Florida, the county, and the town offers exemptions from BTRs. The state's definition of the exemptions for agriculture do not expand into all the different levels of bona fide ag. If somebody puts an exemption in because they're agricultural, we will happily accept their exemption. We are not auditing exemptions. If somebody puts in an exemption that they're a veteran, which we have exemptions for veterans, we are not auditing the veterans exemption. So if you're over 65, you are exempt from BTRs. If we wish to go ahead and look at how we can exempt all of our ag business from a BTR, we can certainly have our attorney look at it. There were 700 businesses listed in SunBiz that were registered. And we used the SunBiz list to do a mail out to all of the registered businesses. And it wasn't an unfriendly letter. And we can, like I said, give exemptions for maybe 6 or 8 different things. And, you know, it protects everybody to place the exemption in, because if somebody accuses somebody of running a business that they shouldn't be, well, if we have an exemption here, we say, yeah, we know, but their business is exempt.
Oh, you mean like the RV repair shop up on A Road?
Well,
I'm sorry, 43rd, and the staff's response was, oh, well, we need to give them a BTR. No, we need to shut them down.
So let's talk about that, because that's a limitation of our code enforcement. Our code enforcement, and ours or anybody's, isn't going to let us shut a business down unless we're using some type of injunction. And we have an attorney here who can explain that. We can give them a code violation for an unpermitted activity. We can have them go through a process, any process that they wish to choose through our code, and they can end up in front of council and be denied. And then we can put a fine on them that will run on the property. But we do not have the ability to shut a business down with anything that I am currently aware of, unless it is something that the police could shut down or the fire marshal could shut down. Please help me.
Generally, I'll tell you what you have right now on your books, which is chapter 162. That's structured to allow for fines and liens and foreclosure. That's the path of enforcement right now. In terms of shutting a business down, there are other things that might happen in terms of unsafe activities. The building official has the ability to step in where there's a physically dangerous situation to red tag buildings and the like, but
If he can get on the property.
it's maybe not the same as being able, it's not like a court that might be able to grant an injunction and say, you stop doing this right now. So I think
with this other thing, we could get injunctions, but you need to stop doing this right now because this isn't in compliance with our code, correct?
so.
If we could get a judge to agree.
So are you referring to the inspection warrants?
Yes.
So the inspection warrant gives you access to get onto private property. And at that point, all you're doing is observing, and then you leave and you build your code enforcement case based on
Observe and
that.
write a citation? Can you walk onto that property and say, there's 30 RVs here? For whatever reason, the 30 RVs are here, we only allow 2 or 4, however many there is for how many acres you have there. And here's your citation right now.
If you would need to have something in your code that allows that. You don't have that right now. But the idea is, it's kind of like a non-criminal version of a search warrant, right? So normally, law enforcement can't just come into your house. They have to have a warrant and be able to enter, So this is the code enforcement version of that. It just gets the officer on the property. And at that point, once he's on the property and able to observe, he or she can cite a code violation, just like any other case.
Let me ask you a different question.
Yeah.
How do you stop an illegal business like the RV repair shop at the end of 43rd from operating? What is the process to stop them from operating? They're illegal. They know they're illegal. We all know they're illegal. They're there. We all know they're there. How do we shut them down?
So again, I don't want to opine specifically on any one set property, but generally speaking, you're limited in some sense to fines that are within the structure of chapter 162.
So you just find them
You-
until they agree
you-
to shut down, basically.
You fine them, you lien the property, you foreclose on the lien.
Okay.
There are some circumstances where you may be able to go to court and get an injunction, but you would have to go to a judge to do that, and that's not necessarily connected to the inspection warrant. That's all.
How did we close down the repair business on the A Road?
We did attempt to close it down, and we did it through a series of different NOVs. But I don't think that we actually ended their activity. I think they just changed the way they did it. And I think that one was like, what, 3138 A Road. But for our BTR is not approval of zoning for a business. It's that you aren't paying your share of taxes for working in the town, and that's what the business tax receipt is
But
for.
do we run the danger of getting a BTR in a business does that run the danger of them being able to make a case in court that because
No.
they paid for a BTR that we approved the business?
No, because it says right on there, and it was from several different attorneys, beginning with Cirillo and then going through the Torsivia office, that as long as our BTR states on it, that a BTR is in no way approval of zoning, because we don't do a certificate of use. And a certificate of use is how your zoning is approved. And our BTR does not include approval of zoning.
So all of these industrial sites on Okeechobee probably have BTRs, but.
Well, no, not necessarily. They should.
Oh, okay. So they're in relation to that also. BTR.
That's correct. And that's the first way that we've been able to get them, by saying that they have a violation of their BTR. And the more that we see the violation with BTR, the more we learn about the other unpermitted activities on the property.
Laura?
So what happens when our BTRs are duplicate fee, duplicate regulation?
How so? We wouldn't charge two BTRs.
If you are a Bonag property, you don't need a BTR.
You fill out an exemption and there's no fee.
Never had to fill out an exemption, ever. I mean, why is it coming up now?
If you wish for us not to send agricultural businesses notice of BTR, we could certainly not send them notices or not do it, but agricultural businesses under the statutes and within our code are not necessarily the same thing as bona fide ag. And a former mayor even asked me this at a PZB meeting, and I explained, it's crazy the way the state does definitions. The definition in BTRs is not the same definition as what makes a property classified as bona fide ag. Furthermore, not the whole property may be bona fide ag, a piece of the property, and they may be running more than one type of business on the property. And so if somebody feels that they're exempt for whatever reason, veteran, not-for-profit, senior citizen, agricultural, they can put the exemption form in.
So if we can just hit on a minute for running a business. So come up with a good one. All right, so a parcel of whatever size has its bona fide agricultural classification from Palm Beach County. And the wife breeds horses, raises them, trains them, sells them. That's a bona fide agricultural business. But the husband is a chiropractor and he has an office in Boynton, and that's where he does his fixing, but he gets some of his business mail at the house. Is that considered BTR worthy? I mean,
I don't think he would show up on Sunbiz if he's only just getting some random mail at his house. The house would have to be registered as his business address. I mean, if we use,
An example,
yeah.
the husband in this case is not a chiropractor. He does.
He's a
small-
farrier.
He does small engine repair and he sometimes brings it home to the house to do business there and receives his mail there. Then should they be exempt just because she has a bona fide ad on the property? Or should they have to pay a BTR because he's technically running a business out of there?
As a home-based
As
business.
a home-based business.
Yes.
So then we can't do a blanket bona fide ag exemption because then we would be exempting him with our blanket exemption. It has to be on an individual basis. If you feel your bona fide ag
Can I use you as
allows
an
you to be
example?
exempted, you'll have to come in and just sign the waiver and make the case for your exemption.
Gotcha.
May I ask a council person a question?
Sure.
Do you think filling out the exemption was hard? Because you helped us figure it all out.
Yeah. No, it wasn't hard, but I have agricultural business and I have my test and balance company, a home-based business, so I applied for, actually I have 3 businesses and 2 of them I get BTRs for. And the ag, I don't, but I don't ask for an exemption, which I should now knowing that. But as a veteran, there's no charge. And I have to have that BTR when I'm doing business with some clients. Yeah, they want to see that.
And you have to have the local one before you can get the
Yeah,
county
yeah,
one.
yeah.
And I've told people that operate agritourism, you know, you don't have to put in for BTR, but I would put in for the exemption because when people come in and complain that you're running a business, I have a piece of paper here that says you're agritourism, and that way nobody could say another thing. You know, so I recommend
Covers everybody.
that it's helpful, but if somebody does it, like I said, we're not going to chase out after agricultural businesses. We are not going to audit exemptions. We're going to accept what people put in for exemptions.
I think one of the concerns is that we're sending it blanketly to all these businesses that don't have to pay for it and they're just paying for it because they don't know any better. We're not, educating on the exclusions in it. And I think that is,
Maybe that should be.
Okay.
not fair to those types of business, like the veteran.
A check sheet.
We
or
even knew about
instruction sheet.
the veteran thing, I mean, I would think I was the first one to apply for that.
What do you pay for your BTR?
Hear about better.
Okay. What is a BTR fee?
They range depending on what your business is, but I would say as a blanket generalization, $100.
Where is our policy? Like Adita is saying, an instruction sheet, where,
It's on the website. And we also, the form itself is instructional. We have a home-based business form. We have a rental form and we have a general form. And I believe that there is some information about the exemption there. We have a summary of the different levels of exemptions. I think I just looked at this the other day, but we can do a better job of getting the news out about how the exemptions work, and very happy to do it. Yeah.
Right.
So. put the
Yeah.
information in the
But we're
letter.
sending them to the website, so, but you're right, it should be in the letter. Exemption should be one of the bullets. Yes, it is. But I do agree with you. We should list the exemptions in the letter. Mm-hmm.
Exemption, please register
Yeah.
and you're exempt from the fees in the following scenarios. Circumstances.
Okay, I think we
Still
have a.
encourage them to
Yeah.
submit it and get their
Yeah.
BTR.
Yeah.
In my business, a very important piece of paper, in my test and balance company, I send that all the time. People are asking contractors and people. So, I'm surprised a lot of people want being asked for it more.
I would think so, especially for the insurances for
Yeah.
equestrian businesses and
that's-
things like that. We have a public comment on this. item?
Yes, we do. Quasi-Judicial.
Cassie Suchi. I'm glad there's discussion, so we're kind of having an understanding. But I just made some notes about a bunch of the stuff that was going on. In relation to citations, we need to get an understanding. I liked what the mayor brought up. We need to make sure that our codes aren't being overly intrusive, and we haven't even gone through a lot of our codes because we're still going through ordinances and ULDC codes. So we need to just make sure we tread lightly on that one. Because it is a financial burden. You don't want, somebody, like I said, I think I agree with definitely maybe warnings or something. It could be right for abuse. Camera program, I'd like to see more on that, cost, what it looks like. I think it's a good idea. Also can be used for other things as well, which helps to keep the community safer. I wrote this down and I didn't finish the notes. Oh, back to we'll do the BTR. So I'm glad to see, I just sent out a big message about the exemptions for some of the people that were concerned with BTRs. One of the examples I had, and I guess it becomes with understanding, is if you have, say, a person uses it as their mailing address, there is no business. The person flies out of the country or flies to other states, that's where they do their business. But because they do have an LLC business to run their job through and payments through, but there is no business, there is no office at the house. Is that an exemption or is that a BTR? That was an issue that came up and a concern. Somebody got listed with a letter for a BTR. And they don't have a business at their house. It's just their mailing address.
If
So
they talk
because
to
it's on
us,
Sunbiz. So I referred them to the town.
yeah, if they talk
'Cause
to
I didn't
us,
have
we
the
work
answers.
with people. If you have a business that's dormant, you don't have to get a BTR. If you have a business that's inactive, but you still like to keep it for whatever reason, you don't have to get a BTR. So all you have to do is give us a call and we can walk through stuff like mailing addresses or businesses that are really not active businesses.
Okay,
So-
and then the last thing, because it was brought up and it intertwined code with it, when we are doing these conditions of approval on businesses, and in the conditions of approval, it's clearly outlined compliance issues and what can be done. And the confusion is coming up, what can be done, like it says, if you do not follow the conditions of approval, you can have a work stop order, a cease and desist, it can go through code or whatever. And we're being told that you can't do this, but it's listed in the conditions of approval. So if that's something that can't be done, maybe the conditions of approval can be written for some of these businesses. And I can't go into specifics, but some of these businesses that we can have that extra layer because we're giving them a condition of approval. I'm not sure. That's a legal question. And I know you guys are all familiar because I did email all the information to you. And that's it.
By the way, just on that particular thing, when we do stop work orders, they don't always follow our rules. So the citation it might be good to have a citation for disregarding a stop work order. And additionally, on conditions of approval, they have to come back through the whole process. So any of these folks, most of the folks on Okeechobee, since we're having some open conversation on code, the code is the answer to the code. They have to come back through to the council. And if there is some section of the code that they can come into compliance with, they can ask for approval from the council. The council is not under any obligation to say yes. The council gets to say whatever it thinks when they come back. So conditions of approval or not, it still gets to be a council decision. You can stay if you do X, Y, Z, or you can't stay. And then they end up in a situation where we're in a fine every day because it's an unpermitted activity. So.
I need a motion to extend the meeting.
That was at 10:30.
No, I thought it was at 10 o'clock. Is it 10 o'clock or 10:30?
I think it's 10:30.
Is it 10:30? Okay, then we got 6 minutes to, Craig, how fast can you talk? Craig, how fast can you talk?
Nobody's gonna make predictions.
I would be okay with that too, Robert. And that poor man's been sitting here all night waiting to give this report. We're gonna let him give his report.
I just want to say that Craig has been doing a fantastic job.
Yeah,
And he has been working his heart out on the budget. And also he and Richard have driven all through this town and walked all through this town and have been trying to come up with an inventory of our issues, if you will. They're going gangbusters, so they want to do it all right away. But you know, if everything's a priority, nothing is. So we wanted to kind of talk to y'all a little bit and see how you are thinking and we are thinking about how we want to allocate resources in the budget for maintenance next year.
You may have to sharpen your pencil is what we're telling you.
Need a bigger pencil.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, so as you see, the public works department, you know, we're excited to show that we're moving on to fiscal year 25. The plans we have in place for the fiscal year is, you know, infrastructure, ensure the safety and the improve all the overall quality of the life for our residents as well. So we go to the road maintenance as our next one here. We went a little big on this one. So, you know, next year we're looking at putting South A and Collecting Canal on as our paving project. As I've talked to a couple of you guys, for me, I would love for it to be a turnkey deal for us. So we're not using all our resources of all our employees to go out there and spend months out of a time. Instead, we could have our employees doing the work in the town where we have a contract after we have a contract to go to turnkey on. Some of it we may have to go do on ourselves. As we, you know, we'll assess that as we go into this year's budget. The objective and the conditions of the roads, we're going around, I'm checking every road. As we went through the gas tax, I drove every single road on the gas tax map. Went through it, what roads need rock, what roads we have to improve on, what roads are good, you know, what we're actually is part of our town. There's some roads we didn't know that were on there, that was on the gas tax that were there before. Some that had fences on them that was on previous year's gas tax maps that we were changing. We urge residents to, you know, report anything. Obviously, our website's right there. On the back, there's mine, Richard's, Lexi's as well, our phone numbers to call us, our emails, everything, for residents to reach out to us and let us know, hey, my road needs this, my road. A lot of times we can't get to certain roads. There's only one of me driving around trying to look at everything that it can. So the more that residents report to us, the more that helps me identify certain areas that's out there.
If you go to that next slide,
Yeah.
that's on our
Oh, yeah,
website.
that is, yes, I'm sorry.
We want to get people to start using that a little bit
Yep.
more. You can get us for anything there. It doesn't have to be for public works.
Mm-hmm.
Those come in and they get circulated to whoever they're supposed to go to.
You upload a photo to that?
I believe you can, yeah. So we're hoping that, you know, somebody's watching this tonight and they're gonna see that we have this on our.
Yeah.
What page is this screen on? Like if you go up to the top, it's under,
You find it.
So
under
Residents.
That's actually a screenshot right here.
Yeah, that's a screenshot.
Yeah.
And it's under residents, so
Yeah, you
go
go-
ahead and click, when you click residents right up on top, this is what pops up.
yes, okay.
Okay, so if residents click that, that
Yep.
pops up.
Okay.
And then it gets filtered to whatever department.
Correct.
Yeah, as it would come in, we would distribute to who we're gonna.
I was just
bring it
gonna ask
to
you,
code
how
enforcement,
often
to
is this
me.
looked at? If it's like a ping, like an email that you get automatically, or is this something that somebody looks at once a week? Cause I just don't want get people to get the idea that they're gonna get instant response. Like, what do you think the turnaround on?
I mean, as soon as it comes to me, you can, I mean, there's a lot of
You get a
residents
pick.
here tonight. You can ask them, like the young lady who was sitting over here up front.
Mhm.
She called and I was there at 5:15 to speak to her about East Citrus. You know, I'm trying to get to where I'm responding to residents immediately.
Okay.
So they can get, you know, they're getting, hey,
So
their
certainly
voice is being
24
heard.
hours,
Yes.
24 hours from reporting is a reasonable that it
Yeah,
would be to a
it's,
department.
you know,
Okay.
as long as I can get to it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So as you go to the next, it's gonna show our grading schedule for the, that we're currently going as of right now, and we're going into fiscal 25. Fiscal year 25, you see, we are going to 4 days. I know previous years it showed 5, our grader operator is 4 days a week. We have 4-day guys. So as we are, the reason we're going to 4 days, when the original grading schedule was put up, we were 2 roads that were paved in the whole town. So now we are down to a lot less. So we were able to break down the grading schedule to less days on it than it was before. As you can see, it goes through all of them. Obviously, will be uploaded on our website. It shows all the holidays, the makeup days, everything on here that we'll be going through.
Zone 1, which is the light color yellow
Yep.
on the tails, that will change
Yes,
as
it will.
soon as the roads are done this year. So this schedule is only good until
Yes,
we
we will
do.
be making adjustments as we do this year's fiscal year. Once we do this paving, we'll come back and readjust this as well. Thank you.
Be much left of zone 1.
Hmm?
Won't be much left of zone 1.
That's a plus, isn't it?
Yeah.
So let me shoot through all these. So these all, you know, every month is on here. Same thing you have in front of you.
Yeah, we can move to 437.
Mhm.
All right, so what you don't have is, we did upload pictures. All right? This would make Mr. Larry Peters so happy that he would see 3 mowers in a row.
Yeah, look at that. That's a
Look at that.
dream there.
I was so happy
So,
when I saw.
in this
it on
picture as
April.
well, you do see the new Aspen is there as well, with the long reach on it.
Yeah.
And that's our Kubota that we bought a couple years back. And I know Robert just loves seeing that very first one. That's the good old Punisher. It's still fluctuating and it is going, and it's still going strong.
What year is it?
The Punisher,
Yeah.
how old is this guy?
In the report.
It
looks a lot better than I do. I wanna see that actually happening, not just staged
Yeah.
picture.
So as right now, though, they are mowing in a full group of going one after
Put it
another.
on A road.
Yeah.
On the West Canal, yeah.
Yeah, so they are going,
seen
as
it. I don't
all
see-
3 of them are out right now. This is their time. They're hitting all the canal banks.
Yeah.
Going crazy.
It makes the town look so good,
Yes, it does.
yeah.
So obviously you can see we're mowing canal banks, we're doing cutbacks. So as we finish the canal banks, we'll do all the canal banks in the whole town. Then the next objective is doing cutbacks on roads. We do have an enormous amount of overgrowth roads. We try to assess the homeowner, hey, you know, can you cut it back? Well, at one point it gets to a safety issue. Cars are hitting it, people are calling and complaining that their cars are getting hit by trees, so we do push them back. Try to push them back at least a couple feet past. If we can push them back further, it's one of the things not to go to the edge of the road and then a week later it's back in the road again. If we can push them back a little further, we can. We're gonna try.
Well, and what's good is on the west bank, you're cutting back and
We're cutting back,
maintaining
yes.
your width
Yeah,
rather than letting it overgrow.
I don't have it on this one, but I do have for the budget slide, I do have pictures of where our crew was out there and we went down B Road. And there was a section of B Road, you could not cross the canal bank. Our guys went down there and they cleared from B Road all the way to North Road. You can
Wow.
physically walk or ride a horse all the way from Collecting Canal to North Road, all the way down.
Wow, that was a dream of Marilyn Keir.
So
years
there
ago.
are some fences and gates that are up that we will be pursuing that should not be there. As property owners are putting gates up on canal banks, they are our canal banks.
Does that sound familiar?
Sure does.
They are our canal banks. They don't have a right to put it on our canal banks to block our property.
Well, these
Yes.
gates have been an issue
Yes.
for decades.
So
Decades.
that's the thing that we're looking into to
Yeah.
further go out that we will
Next
remove
step,
them.
get those trails open.
Yep.
What about when you come across the remnants of an old fence sitting on the canal bank?
We are going, I know exactly where you're going. There's an old post sticking in.
There's several.
There's several of them,
areas,
yes.
There's these things that we continuously mow around that are just stuck
So as of
there
right
on the
now,
bank from.
My
50 years
priorities
ago.
are,
Throw them in the canal.
no, I gotta go dig them out. I gotta go get them out then.
I mean, it's next group.
Yeah.
Take it out again.
So you
That
create, you're
just
creating
makes
double
mowing
work for
so
me
much
there.
more efficient when you get rid of those.
So as right now, obviously our priority is get this paving plan done.
Yeah.
This year's paving plan, and once it's done and they can start rolling, we can pull the crews off and hey, you're gonna go down every canal bank, you're gonna pull all these out. There's obstructions of random trees in the way that need to be, some trees need to be removed. Some old, suction pipes. We removed one when we did one culvert pipe over on B Road. It was from one of the farms that had been there, it had been abandoned for 20 years. We pulled it out, removed it. So we're in the process of actually going through, removing things, removing trees that are in the right of way that shouldn't be there, blocking the right of way as well.
It's nice to hear that you're being proactive
Yes,
on
ma'am.
some things. Thank you.
Yeah, because then we don't have to go back and redo
Yeah.
everything all over again.
Hey, so while you're on this, do you want to talk about FPL real quick? We have the mayor signing a letter about all the damage they caused. They saw the letter in our agenda and they want to have a call with us first thing tomorrow morning. But we are also talking to them about their site triangles because a lot of the stuff up by the Swanks property is also site triangle and a lot of the overgrowth
Yep.
on driveways and stuff are FPL site triangles. So
So we did get with FPL and they are going through the town, like for 161st. We really got with them, had an on-site meeting with them. They've actually got Ashland coming down and they're cutting all the way underneath even the cable lines.
It's about time.
So they've started on 161st already. They've started over, they actually did right here on our property behind our dumpster. They cut under the lines here. They have a whole map of where they're going down Casey Road, G Square areas. So we've actually pushing them to start cutting back for us.
well, we had the fires too.
Yeah, well, the fire on
Yeah.
61st, it's still igniting trees. That's why they're finally getting Ashland to cut all back that. You drive down 161st, look up at the top line. Some of the trees they're touching, you look at them, they're dead. We're just, it wind blows and it's burning the tree down. That's where we had the big fire and we had to put out the fire for the fire department. It took them a little long to get there.
Wow. He actually went up in a bucket truck himself.
No, an excavator.
Excavator.
Yeah, our excavator went down and I went down there and was bucket loading dirt on top of the fire to put it out before before even FPL or fire department got there to put it out.
Crazy.
So on our bank restoration, obviously you've seen it where this picture right here is on collecting. This is the part of the 2,000 feet that we had the contractor do for us, the WI. We are currently on E Road. We did a big section on E Road that was about 1,000 feet to the first property. We're doing the exact same thing as this right here. We're putting the rock down, wrapping paper underneath the rock. It's about a 6-foot chunk of wrapping paper underneath of it. Rock's going down. Keep someone's fish and turtles out of the bank. And we're sodding it. That's why we had got the piggyback from Odoms to have them sod it. So for Odoms to sod it, it was cheaper for them to do it than have our employees go pick it up, bring it in, our employees to do it. So saves us money.
And the liability of.
Yeah, of us being in the water.
Yeah.
I mean, we're already down by the water with the machines and everything, trying to put the rocks in. Alright, so we're going through all the canals, we're fixing washouts. We're trying to fix a lot of washouts because these big storms, we're getting residents that are trying to pump out their properties. They're creating washouts. I've got with code, we're stopping that as well. For code is going out and stopping them. We've had one on, I think it was D Road, that was pumping their farm out. We're starting to wash out the canal bank. I put a halt to it. I went over there and threw the pipe back over the fence because it was washing the whole canal bank out. I did. It was literally completely washing the bank out. And the guy said, well, why can't I do that? I said, well, look, you're costing thousands of dollars worth of damage. If I didn't come down here, you'd wash the whole road out before you know it.
And they still like him.
Yeah.
And
some
you
reason.
had said something earlier in the evening, or somebody did, that you're putting rock on the bottom of the canals too?
No,
Did you-
not on
I
these.
misunderstood what you said then.
No, this is on the bottom of the canal bank. This goes all the
Oh,
way
the
down.
canal
So
bank.
where you see the rocks right now, we lower the water. So when we go do the canal restoration, we're lowering the water so we can get the rock below where the normal water level will be. So when the
Okay.
water comes up, the rock will actually be in the water.
So about how much more rock is below that water level we see?
Probably about a foot right there, because
Okay.
that's pretty low right there, the water level is.
So what I'm seeing
we
is
go
a
to-
reflection of the rock that's there,
Yes,
but below
Yes, you are.
that reflection is real rock.
yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So yeah, right there, I think when I had lowered it for the contract, we were at about like 15. Currently, right now, we're at 16.25. When I looked earlier, we're at right at 16.25. So we're be a foot and a half higher than that.
Okay.
All right, so our catch basins.
Yeah.
These are our guys putting pipes in. We're pulling pipes, we're replacing pipes through the whole town as we see damaged pipes. I've got a chunk of pipe that we pulled off of 161st. The whole pipe under the road was literally a piece that big. That was it.
Yeah.
When we dug it up, there was no pipe there except a chunk of a piece of metal that size. And it was just a cavity of water somehow staying there that was going under the road. So as 161st, we're going down before we pave it. I'm pulling the pipes and replacing them for that reason. If we'd have paved over top of that pipe, it'd have collapsed. Now we're ripping up new roads.
And that's landowner's expense, the pipe, and you're
That's
doing the
that's
work?
actually one of the historical drainage lines that cross under our road that was there forever. That actually goes the drainage line that runs down 162nd. That comes across the back of the property and it runs along what Mr. Hunter Cripps's property line that goes out to, what is it, 160th, this extension of a road.
Mhm. Okay.
So obviously, this is our guys putting the pipe in right here. Looking at each other, I don't know if they're playing handshakes or what. But yes, we are in the process of getting catch basins. I'm getting 3 quotes for catch basins. I have to get with a couple of contractors to get where they will give us installation to have them put in. They are, what was it, over 20,000 pounds per box. We don't have a machine to pick that up. We'd have to rent a crane, have a crane company come in and actually crane it in for us.
When you say catch basin, do you mean like the cement
The concrete
boxes like
box,
we
yes.
have now?
Yes, there'd be DOT road grade.
How much engineering is gonna
It's
go
already
along with
engineered
that?
from previous.
Oh, good. So we don't have to pay the engineer to review the plans that were already engineered and then have the engineer come out to the site and review the engineering of the installation of the engineered
Pulled the
box.
engineering plans from the actual A road, B road plans. And when the contractors looked at them, the contractor says, hey, these are perfectly fine engineered plans. So they
Terrific.
pulled their catch basins off of them.
Yay.
We have a
Thank you.
handful.
Oh,
We do
When
have
you
a
go,
handful
when you
that we
go
have
back
to
to that
review.
picture there,
What I
you,
push, I'm sorry.
you had said that they are taking that pipe to A Road, 160th?
On the 161st pipe.
The
So it
160
actually goes under 161st, so, again, I just pulled it up here.
But where,
This pipe only
This
goes under
comes
the road. This is a
across
40-foot pipe going
okay.
underneath 161st.
okay,
That historical drainage ditch runs all the way to 160th to A road.
okay, so you're saying the western side ditch that's all overgrown that you're
Yeah, on 162nd,
yeah.
comes down 162nd, and then it runs between, there's multiple properties where there's historical ditches that run through these properties that are supposed to drain this front part so the way they drain is they're supposed to go like this.
Yeah.
Well, now they're going this way, that way, because there was no actual real drainage back in the day. It was, here's my beer can, here's yours, dig to it. And that's how they went. So this ditch right here that this one's connecting to goes from 162nd, runs along properties, crosses 161st and goes to 160th. So this is to keep the flow of water from 162nd going across the road.
Okay.
All right. So here's our culvert repairs. I don't know if you've seen them all through the town.
Yeah, it's a beautiful job.
Yeah, so this is 24th. All of them are identical. With the rock around them, it's a 20-foot length of rock coming out of it. This one is a 72-inch pipe. This is on the north side of the Okeechobee. All the rest of them are 96 coming across. As you see on the bottom left here will be Bunny Lane, Folsom and 25th, Cary, F Road Collecting Canal, and then B Road West. Or West B Road, I'm sorry. So those are all the 5 that we're projecting for next year to replace.
Are those paid for by the town? Or
Yes,
by the
these are
resident
by the
owner?
town. These are town culvert pipes that are crossing over the canals. These are our town roads.
Okay.
All these are right here. So the main reason for Folsom and 25th, before we get,
Whether West B Road is really a road is actually a
okay,
bone of contention.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure that's a town road, but we can talk about that
okay,
later.
yeah. So the reason why we picked all these is the sides of the banks have blown out. Cary, Bunny, I mean, they're all just blowing out. There's nothing left of them. Some of them you can actually see where the top of the pipes are being pushed through. I've actually had to crawl down and I'm looking through these pipes to look through them to check them. On West B, I'm pretty sure there's a hole in the pipe. I have to keep adding dirt to the pipe. To the edge of it, that the dirt just keeps, when the water comes up, the edge of the pipe is just blowing out. So that's one of the reasons why we're replacing that one.
Folsom and 25th, that's a new culvert, you're just extending that, right?
We're replacing that. So if you look at G West, all that water comes down G West, or it would be G West,
East
comes
west.
all the way down.
Yeah.
Comes along 25th.
Yeah.
That little 24-inch pipe is actually 3 to 4 feet higher than the actual height of the water. You have all that water from all those properties, like we were talking about for 43rd and 140. You've got 100-something acres back there trying to go through a little pipe like this, a whole canal.
North Road Canal, and it goes around G West. That is just an overflow of that little catch
So,
area.
so if you look at that overflow, right?
Yeah.
For it to go back up to that north-south road,
Yeah.
all the water coming down north-south road would blow by that and that water would never leave. By the time that water tries to get into that 24-inch pipe, it would already flood the properties around it. The pipes that were put in for drainage on the road, we shot it, that 24-inch pipe that's on the road is higher than the pipes that are going in for
And who
drainage.
put that in and when?
Don't know. Can't answer that one.
Well,
So-
I'm
Well,
gonna,
Robert,
I'm-
you just said it was new. When was it put in? Robert?
That's before my time.
The last couple of years.
Yeah.
But the whole reason they're higher is for water retention, not just. to
So it was
blow
put
the
in
water.
by like Larry Peters in the last couple of years, is that what
Yeah,
you're saying?
yeah.
Okay. Just
Our
checking.
biggest thing is
I know.
water flow, right?
Yeah, but you need to take into consideration retention. That's
But
a
our
retention
retention is
area.
our gates,
That's
right?
not a canal.
How is it not a canal?
Next to 25th, that's just a small retention area.
It is a canal. It is 25, that section right there is a 30-foot wide canal sitting there. That is connected to
That-
G
that
West
thing-
that runs down for drainage
That
as
thing
well.
gets dry sometimes. It's so shallow.
Okay, I need to
So-
interrupt you for a minute. I need a motion to continue the meeting.
Oh,
We got 3 minutes.
come on, he's almost done.
second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay,
Alright, so this is where we're replacing canal, all our culvert pipes. Alright, so street signage. We are replacing every stop sign, we're projecting to have everything done by next year. All our street signs. We've put in about 60 to 70 stop signs so far through the whole town. I'm hoping you've seen them in all major intersections. The next is like Oak Tree Boulevard. Oak Tree Boulevard, we went through and we replaced all the speed limit signs, all the added speed limit signs down all Oak Tree Boulevard to every single letter road.
How many horse trail signs you have waiting to go up?
That's one of the deals. We're part of our next year's budget.
Okay.
If in the sign budget, there's a lump sum there to put horse crossing signs in, if it gets approved.
What? So a sign gets updated. Does it get a bigger, whiter banner? Are the letters prettier? I mean, define for me, please, an updated sign.
So you can go out and look.
Spell check?
No, ma'am. So you go out and you look at reflectivity of the sign. As you pull up to a stop sign, if at
Oh.
night it is not reflective, it's an illegal stop sign.
Okay. That
So
makes
you can
sense.
blow through it and a little Miss Lawyer over there sees, hey, you blew through that stop sign and you. Little Miss Lawyer. So you blew through that stop sign and
I can
guess
say
what?
I didn't see it.
You didn't see it because it's not reflective.
It didn't have
That they're
lights
supposed,
on it.
they all have to be reflective.
Gotcha.
Go fight the citation.
Oh,
my
mother of God.
What about stop bars? Do they?
mean
The problem with
mean
stop bars
nails?
are, you take the problem with homeowners in the area of the stop bars. They're gonna say you put a whole bunch of stop bars right here on F Road. Now you get the homeowner, they're all they hear all night long. Brrr.
No. I'm sorry.
You're talking about the actual stop
Yeah,
bars,
the
they're going
stripe,
in as
the
well.
stripe that when you pull up
Yeah.
to the sign, you're supposed to stop before
Yeah.
that white stripe.
Yes,
I call it a stop. bar.
they are stop bars, I'm sorry, I was going off your little
Okay,
rumble
yeah.
strips, sorry.
Cause those, I know, B Road, they've never been
So
redone,
we
they're
just-
completely gone,
We
but.
just got the piggyback contract for striping, so that'll be in for this year coming up, is there?
But does it weigh into this equation, like you tell people blow through because it's not reflective? If somebody
Yeah.
doesn't stop short of the sign and the stop bar disappears or some liability.
Yeah, the stop bar has to be there as well. It's part of the FDOT to be there in that spot. That's one of the things that we have to apply that was neglected over years.
So when you come to make the budget numbers and presentation next week, will you have a list of all the locations or a map of all the locations and the type of signs and markings that we're putting up? Because I want everybody to understand your estimate is $70,000 for this.
Yeah, there is a lot of signs to the whole town. I mean, I couldn't give you every single location there. Every single road is extremely bad.
You can't give like a list,
I can give you a list of what
not on
signs.
a map, but on a list.
Yes, I can give you a list of how many.
I think that's all
Yeah,
she's
thanks for
asking.
saying it, Ariel.
Yeah, he's got it.
I have a list of like what signs we need.
Yeah.
I don't have the number and amount of them. Because when you buy signs, you always try to buy an extra 4 or 5 because Joe Schmo has ran over one, you need them in stock to immediately replace.
Right.
Alright, so. Our beautiful release in water. Alright, so for next year, we are looking into updating some of our telemetry and SCADA systems. They are way out of date. One of our problems that we have right now in our pump station. I can't remotely control the pump. That's a big problem because when I gotta turn it on, me or one of my staff members have to come in and turn it on every time. So we're gonna put it up to where we can get a actual remote system put into the SCADA, so we can say, hey, right now I can.
Been talking about that for decades too.
So we can remote it.
Every year. Where is the money? Every year we do a capital project for SCADA gates, like $10,000 to $25,000. Is that not in this year?
We had $35,000 in there.
Okay. all
I
right.
remember.
So it's there this year.
Yeah.
Spend it, get it
We're
done
trying.
now,
Yeah, we're
contract
trying.
it. Not
So
next
we've
year.
been repairing the gates, everything, we've got them to where everyone open and close, they're, I did work on the west gate at D Road, it does work. It does open and close. So, we are up and running. Alright? We're looking into, ventilation in the pump station, one of our problems that we're having with it right now, when the pump's running for so long, it's overheating.
Oh, yeah.
It gets too hot with this heat in Florida. The safety system in there shuts the pump down because the room's getting too hot.
Put in air conditioning.
Okay.
No.
Can I borrow yours at your house?
Sure.
Okay. So, That's one of the things we're putting in is we're looking to put ventilation into that building itself to
Do
help
we
it
have
out.
fans in there at least?
No, what they have is like an old school, they've got little vent cuts on the side of the building.
Yeah.
It's not enough. We're actually I wanna put in heat fans. Like you would see like in an attic, once
Like
it
a
would
new
get to a
truck.
certain temperature, the fan would kick on and just one on one side, one
Sucks
on
the
the other,
air.
would just suck
Yeah.
the air right on out of the whole building.
Sounds like a good start. Where's the money?
Right where he was talking.
Okay. All right.
Down.
Well,
Alright,
it
so.
sounds like it'll save the equipment, so maybe it's
Yep.
a priority.
That'd be if there's a soft start in there, it's a little more sensitive to
Yeah.
the old system.
So obviously this is our next pretty brand new Aspen. We've been going crazy with it. Mowing back, cutting back, it is a one heck of a machine.
It makes you feel proud when you see nice equipment.
Yes.
I mean, that old rusty, raggy stuff that we had before, I'm glad it's gone.
The good thing with new equipment,
Yeah,
it doesn't break down as much.
exactly.
So this is our Aspen. We are, as you guys did tonight, approve Al's Auto Repair. He is our local. We go to him. He helps us out on everything that we need. We bring machines to him. He puts us front in line of everyone else.
Good.
So we bring a truck to him, immediately he'll jump right on our truck and start helping us and working on it immediately. So we're getting all our vehicles up and running, so we're not sitting there with 5 trucks down in the yard. Everything's good to go. I think every vehicle we have is running, AC works, everything's running on them. Especially when you need AC at 101 degrees outside.
Well, isn't that Florida law anyway?
Yeah. So we're up to date. All right, we're looking at special projects. Hyde Park is one of our, more of our sensitive areas on this area. That center pond. We do want to go into Hyde Park area and take a look down a lot of those Australian pines around there. My biggest fear in there is we get a big enough storm, it's going to be forever before those people get cleared out of there. Because those trees are going to go every which way it is. We want to fix the drainage in there. They come down, there's a pipe crosses the road at one spot. It's washing out. We're going to fix that. There's another one crosses the other side of the road. We're going to put a new pipe in there as well. And see if we can get down through that drainage, historical drainage ditch down there. That's supposed to push all the way to F Road. That's going to be another tackle to get to. But we have spoke to the homeowner there. The homeowner says that they said in person that they would give us a temporary easement. So if we had to go into their property to get to certain trees, they would allow us to do it. All right. So we're steadily going through everything in here, all the surrounding environments, everything. We're looking at everything that we can through the town. I mean, we're asking if there's ideas that you see, let us know for special projects. Mainly like what I'm focused on is getting the town caught back up to where it's at, where it needs to be in general. Our equestrian trails. Right, as of now, we have one here, one there, one there, one there. So I would like to say, hey, as we're clearing,
It's the ongoing word between Anita and I. So many of the things that are finally coming have been decades in.
Okay.
And this is why I suggested, like with Gruber, that we put trails alongside of those roads so we can have some connectivity between the trails. So that's great.
So
What's that, what do they call it? The end vision,
Yes.
All the connectivity. We need it.
So I look at the canal banks, equestrian trails.
Absolutely.
That's my view of them. There's a grass trail there, should be an equestrian trail.
Well, equestrian, walking,
Yep.
walking your dog, riding. your
Yes, anything that
bicycle.
roll down it.
Greenway, they call them.
Yes, the Greenway, yes.
Yeah.
So I mean, as of right now, you can go down A Road Canal. From Southern Boulevard to Collecting Canal. You can drive the whole thing all the way, no problem.
No
Be-
motorized vehicle.
Huh?
No
Yeah.
motorized vehicle.
So B Road.
Another set of signs we need to make sure.
Yes. So yes, I can pull some signs for that as well. I know where to get them. they're designed for them. B road, you can go from collecting all the way down to north. Except for there are,
The fences we talked
gates
about.
in the way and everything like that that we are working on. We're trying to push back, we're trying to make it where we can access that all the way down. C road, same thing, we've cleared hundreds of yards of tree debris on B road, A road, C road. D road's a different story. That canal was originally dig wider because that was the main access back in the day for logging. So that canal actually shifts all the way over to the property lines. We had a couple of property owners that said, hey, you can come over and pull the hollies out of my property off that canal bank. So we're trying to get it where they'll sign a temporary easement. Try and get this guy to help me with that one. My Mr. Easement man over here. There's a couple of the farms that said they would do it. Allow us to go in there and pull all the hollies out of the canal bank so we can actually get all that crazy overgrowth gone. Some of them, they're just overgrown lots that we can't get to. We'd have to reach over and pull them with the thing we digger.
On parts of D, you've got banks that are missing or pipes that are missing. So there's no connectivity with
Yeah.
one end of the west bank to the other.
Yeah.
Canal there.
There's a big
Canal,
horse farm
yeah.
section there that has the drainage ditch that comes all the way up to the canal.
Yeah,
I mean, we don't have easement there at all, so,
well, the eighth place north, I believe it is.
yeah, I don't know off the top of my head, but there is one of the big horse farms that's right there. They've got a little drainage ditch comes all the way up to the canal bank itself.
With no pipe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, so our annual work plan, so we're looking at. I've been steadily trying to go after the livestock waste. For our transfer stations that we've had in town, I went after one already. I'm getting in the stop. I went talked to the property owner. We haven't seen myself or code hasn't seen a truck go in yet. In the last 2 weeks. Can't tell you when, if I don't see them when I'm not there. Haven't had any complaints from this property yet in a little while. Solid waste, I am working with Coastal every other day. I'm on the phone with them, with Miss Julian. She's working with me day in and day out with all the bulk pickup. I send her pictures of everything. Hey, your clam truck needs to pick this up. She'll put them on the schedule and they'll help us out with any pickups. As of like you saw on A road where we had all the manure, we've had illegal dumping. I take pictures, I send it to her. She sends out her trucks immediately, on a Wednesday or Friday of that side of Oak Tree Boulevard.
They've been very good on A Road. Somebody dumped it looked like they got rid of their kid because they had
Yep.
all of the kids' toys on.
Mhm. Most of that section there, our guys picked up because why have Coastal pick it up? If we can pick it up by hand, small stuff like that, we'll just throw it and we'll bring it to our dumpster.
Some of that was big stuff.
Yeah. Some of the bigger dump stuff that we do call Coastal for to come pick it up.
Yeah.
In that aspect, tires. We went through 3 dumpsters full, 30-yard dumpsters, slap full of tires that we've removed, illegal dumping, pull them out of the canal banks.
We haven't had a tire amnesty in a while.
No.
Yeah, but a lot of
Yeah.
the ones
I've
that have been
been-
being dumped up on
They're
North
on
A
North
Road
Road.
have like the little masking tape on it with the
Yep.
writing, on it, like they're clearly coming from a shop.
They
so
are, they're
we're-
coming
we're-
from a
yeah,
shop,
they're-
we just.
Clearly. It's not just somebody getting
And
rid of
it's one
their
of the things that
tractor
like,
tires.
we could try to put a camera up, but that we've noticed with that person that's doing it. The different location all the way down North Road every single time. They're not dumping it in one location. It'd be on North-South Road, it'd be on North Road A, North Road B. It's just everywhere.
We
Huh?
need those cameras.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we do.
Well,
So,
that was one of the things that I used as an example when I was talking to Mr. Book. I said, we have a huge problem with this.
Yeah.
I said, and then it costs us money to get rid of this, and in a lot of cases, these are environmental hazards that are being dumped,
Yeah.
into our canals, on our roadsides, and, we've kind of got a reputation for being a dumping ground, so.
But it's nice that you can call town hall
Mhm.
and get the permission to bring so many tires.
yeah, so
over.
as an aspect, I don't mind. A phone call and say, hey, I've got 5, 6, 8, 10 tires. Hey, can we dump it here at your yard? We don't mind. What we were having problems with when I first took over was this random homeowner here, this random homeowner there, this one there, was coming in the yard just using the tire dumpster as their free will. How do I not know that's just a tire company? Just, hey, I'm not paying the waste haul, I'll just go dump it on your stuff, one after another. One here and there is one deal, but to go 100 tires out of a property is guess what you need, let's take it to solid waste.
Do you have a separate dumpster for the tires?
Yes, sir. Yeah, there's a tire dumpster just for that.
And they don't charge us, right, Coastal?
We get 2 tire dumpsters free a year.
How
And
many
that-
do we get?
we use?
We're 3 so far this year.
Okay.
But I mean, that's like, I went down with the thingamajigger and just drove down every single canal. And then I sent one of my guys down the thingamajigger as well, go down every canal. As the water got low, they were driving and they're just pulling tires out.
Wow.
So hopefully we're on top.
So
of it.
we're pretty much like, we haven't seen tires in the canal in a while.
Hmm.
So we're staying on top of it.
Don't say that too loud.
Yeah. So obviously you see like routine canal cleaning, that's with that, we're pulling out little kitty toys, we pulled out a little freaking Hot Wheels the other day. I was hoping little Timmy was trying to Hot Wheel down the canal bank, you know, at least that's what I would have done when I was a kid. So our current fiscal year, you know, we've done a massive amount of tree removal everywhere, paving project, all our canal banks, roadways, everywhere we're going. We're cutting back on all the exotic vegetation. Even for us, when we're doing the paving projects and we're removing exotic vegetation and roads, we're putting the permits for it as well to cover our own budget. So any tree that we're removing, we're putting in permits for all our roads. We're all our hedging, mulching, you know, we're mulching back, we're hedging back everything we can. Push it back as far as possible that we can to our easement lines. The problem I saw that was in the past is, hey, we'll edge it back 2 feet. And then when I first came in, Casey Road was like a tunnel. You couldn't see either of it. Go look at it now, we pushed it all back, the properties, and you can see all the way down. Now we can actually see the drainage problem on this road, because there was so much overgrowth, you could never see it before. And we're seeing this on all of our roads, that we're actually pushing back and we're trying to get actual drainage issues out. All our asphalt repairs. Our guys went down for a month doing the entire fixing potholes everywhere.
You gotta do North Road.
Well, North Road is going to end up taking that whole section's gonna come out.
It's got to.
It's either we put it back in millings, or we're gonna have to, we remove an entire section and have a paving company have to come in and, hey, hit this section, they're gonna have to hit this section, they're gonna have to hit this section, and the main breaks are every intersection.
Yep.
And that's that ozone just can't hold up to the tires steadily just dangling on it doing turns, it just blows away. So that's one of our projects.
Is there a process that we're considering, replanting trees along some of these very wide open trails? Like Gruber is very wide now that you've taken the Australians down, you know, so I'm thinking live oak or something that, you know, won't fall over easy in a
So we are
storm.
getting tree mitigation areas as we're speaking.
Yeah.
I
I just love the tree canopy, you know.
The tree canopy is beautiful, but then
Yeah.
it becomes a maintenance issue. I got that problem right here on F Road, right at Casey. The oak trees go all the way over. It looks beautiful. Once it rains, what do you think the weight of that rain's doing?
Yeah.
It's weighing those trees down. We had a truck hit one of those tree branches, and I've already had code enforcement out there. Give them a citation, they gotta trim up their trees. Another issue we're having is down at North Road and F Road. The trees are overgrown into the road. I had Mario out there today. He got the homeowner's gonna start tomorrow, start clearing the trees back.
But
Yeah.
how do other communities have trees across their road? I mean, they must trim off the little shoots as they come out so that the tree keeps
help.
growing up and the branches are higher.
There's not many
There's not many left like that at all.
There's not many places where.
One in
you
Hope
have
Sound
the-
and a bunch of them just got knocked out.
Yep.
Right,
And
yeah.
they paid a fortune to stand those back up.
Yeah, yeah.
All those trees that went down, that town paid a fortune to
But
stand
they're
those all
shallow
back
root
up, and try to
trees.
get them back to where they were.
Well, they're oak.
Yeah,
Oops.
I know it happened in Wellington, they had big canopies at one time. The hurricane came and knocked them down, Wellington said,
It's true.
they cleared them all out, and says, this is too much of a liability. They all fell, they went and took every single one of them down. Because of the canopies, they were falling in the roadway.
I just miss those northern trees across the roads. From the
Still
tall
just
oak.
someplace,
Yeah, I mean, go to Okeechobee County.
cold up
a lot-
there
A lot of
for
the roads in Okeechobee are like that, but those are 200-year oak trees. Their canopies are 40 feet in the air above the road, no problem. All right, so. We push down on, let's see.
We got that.
Yep. So our staff, for our office staff inside, we are steadily going through easements. We're looking at easements. We're going through everything that me, Richard, and Lexi can in the office that we can. To ensure that, hey, we're not encroaching on certain people. Before I send one of the mowers down a canal bank or down a roadway to do a cutback, before they go down it, I'm going to every single property looking for their easement. That they do have an easement to us before we do a cutback to the actual property line where it should be. All right. So, and reality, we're negotiating contract with all the vendors. We're building relationships with everybody right now. Like I said, with the Sanies, I've built a relationship with that guy. I call him up, he answers immediately. I'm calling down to John Deere. I call a couple of those guys. Boom, the guy Richard that's in there, the sales guy for the contracting. He answers, gives us, hey, boom, here you go. We need this, we need that. We're building all the contracts. I know, got you an hour and. So at the end is our public works contacts. I went over that already. It's for me, Richard and Lexi in there. And that's our conclusion there. Any questions?
Very good.
No, thank you. You guys are doing a great job.
Thank you.
And not always in the easiest of circumstances, so it's greatly appreciated.
It's
No
not,
public
we,
comments since we have no public anymore.
Uh,
Awesome. Last item. Thank you so much for staying so late too. Sorry you were at the very end.
Last item, and I will be
Be
very
as
brief.
as you can there.
I will.
I drove this out there.
That's okay.
I think it was important and you did a great job.
Thank you.
So, please,
Can I
if
say
you
one
would.
thing? I do want to
Yes.
thank Miss Lexi. She helped me a lot on this, so everyone does know. She helped me a lot on this presentation. To help me put it together in the office.
It's good.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
They're a good team.
Yes.
They're a really good
Yeah.
team. Every single one of them.
And you
All
did it without
12.
Richard.
Hey, Richard is
But he made Richard proud tonight.
Yeah.
Richard is a
Yeah.
massive help in the office.
There you
Yeah.
go.
Where I'm in the field, he's in there.
Richard is actually pretty amazing in
Yes, he
his
is.
own right
Yep.
with the historical stuff that he's found
Oh,
that you wouldn't
He
even
loves that.
believe.
He
He
does.
told me that there were 4 pump stations here.
Yeah.
There were 4 pump stations
There
in
used to be one
town.
on
How did
North
they
Road
get to
that was
what?
abandoned and
Yeah.
people stole the pump out of it, stole everything
Yeah.
out of it.
I
The
don't know where,
building-
yeah, did you ever hear that? No,
Was it?
North
Yeah.
Road at sea.
it's crazy
Yeah, North Road
stuff.
at Sea, where the old
Yeah.
building used
Yeah.
to be.
Yeah.
We
Yeah.
took the building down because it was actually falling over.
Yeah.
So we
Mhm.
removed the building and
Yeah.
concrete structure. That was
I
there.
Yeah.
also belonged to the, Liang's. I
But
thought it was
we had
theirs.
thought that as well. We thought it was their pump station to pump into the property, but when Richard had got into research and he had found that it was actually an old well pump station at one time.
How about that?
Wow.
Mhm.
So you've noticed that our agendas have been very full. We're trying to keep up with the requests from council. We are pretty close to doing what we have projected on these coming events. And also we've been pretty flexible getting some stuff quickly back on, you know, even though we moved a couple things tonight. I guess what I'm hoping, and we don't need to do it tonight, but what I'm hoping is that you can all take a look at these enormous agendas and see if there's something that you want to push till the future or something that you think isn't in the current coming events that you need to see sooner. There will be more contracts that come through.
I think what we need to consider doing is just
Mhm.
putting a lot more things on consent. Like we did tonight. I mean, we had 16 items on consent tonight, and I think that that's really hugely important for us to have the ability to
Move things faster.
look them over more quickly, get through them more quickly, for us to take the time as the
Mhm.
representatives of the people to vet them and ask any questions that we have so that we can have more things on consent, and as needed, pull the one or two things that we feel aren't sufficiently. But I think that, really putting a lot more of this stuff on consent is the way to go, to try to shorten this a little bit.
Well, that makes us happy to do it. I don't know if you noticed, the quality of our agenda has greatly
Greatly
increased.
improved.
Oh, yeah.
Um,
I am amazed at how thick some of these are and that you got them turned around that quick.
the quality of the,
November 5th. On this, page 452.
uh-huh,
Second reading agritourism deleted. Because the first reading's in December and the second reading's.
oh, we try to catch those. We try to catch those, but we have some,
Or
some,
switch 'em.
It's got
yeah,
discussion that
yeah,
night.
yeah.
Or switch 'em the other
So
way
that's
around.
the other thing
Discussing the
that we're doing, is we're doing a discussion before we do first reading. Like tonight, we discussed code. We didn't bring you any actual ordinances or anything, even though we do have some drafts, because we didn't want to go ahead and, go too far down the path without getting direction. So we're trying that formula. So consent will work great. And please, any comments, questions, or anything that you want to see on, let's do it. We're also starting back up our committees next week. We have ULDC and FAC next week. You all have the first of the budget workshops next week. We have PZB on the 29th, which is the hotel. And agritourism gets the package from the last group to reconsider and start to add to the last week of August. At your service, please take a look and let's see if there's anything that you want to do. One of the things that we want to do, and I don't want to take it away from Valerie, but when we come back with special events, we want to talk about how we might go ahead and do a little bit more with Government Week in October, with open houses, with residents, with some interaction with staff and residents, staff and council. And we haven't actually come up with the whole plan, but we want to really celebrate my Government Week, at every level, if we can. So I am done.
Is that your report?
That is my report as well.
And your number 23, okay.
Yes.
Tanya, anything to say to this?
No, ma'am, thank you.
Anything, are you all talked
I had
out?
my
Are you all
hour
talked
report.
out?
I have my hour.
Valerie, are you all talked out, or you have?
Yes,
something
no,
to
I don't
say?
have a report, but I do have comments under Councilmember Manilia's comments.
Okay, when I get to her, I will have you speak, okay? Ms. Danowski, closing comments. If you keep them really brief, we can get out of here by 11.
Awesome. I don't know if I misheard you in the beginning of the night. Did you say as the mayor, I asked staff to put this page on our website, or I tasked staff to put this on the website?
Look into putting some of these resources on the website.
There we go. Okay. And again, only,
It's something that we have to come back for all of us, but like when I came from that mayor's symposium, it was like.
So-
well,
so-
this is something we do easily and look like we were. doing
right. Well, I
something.
mean, I bring this up just so, there's no accusal of, oh my God, the mayor is doing this by herself and that by herself and this by herself, because we all said that everything's got to come back before us. So just clarifying. Fabulous meeting tonight, everybody. Absolutely fabulous.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm done.
Take it, Phyllis's comments, Valerie.
Okay, Phyllis sent in an email today and asked that I read it into the record. So here we go. I have the right as a council member to be heard. Although time and location does not allow me to attend, I am hoping my fellow council members will allow my comment to be read aloud at the end of the meeting. Council comment from Councilmember Manelia, August 6th, TC meeting. As a resident, I respect and completely agree with fellow residents' concerns regarding commercial ventures invading our small town. As a resident, I also appreciate the need for some business ventures being allowed within our town in order to augment our malnourished tax base and provide relief to residents from carrying that load on their own. As a resident, I agree that we must be diligent about what types of ventures we allow in this town, as well as where we allow these businesses. As a resident, I feel like most other residents that the Southern Boulevard corridor is the most logical and least impactful area to all residents for these businesses to be placed. As a resident, I absolutely believe that a recreational business with an abundance of green space is a welcome alternative to the choices we've made in the past. Ugly buildings, huge parking lots, unwelcome traffic, and unfulfilled landscapes like were allowed on Southern and B. As a council member, I feel that a recreational business is a viable option and the location is of minimal impact to the majority of the town as a whole and could have positive impact on our financial future. As a realtor, I can also share with you that I have not listed a property for anything other than agriculture or residential use, nor have to date been approached by any other agricultural venture, equine or otherwise, regarding development of a property directly off Southern Boulevard, but I have been approached by many speculators and developers wanting to know how many multifamily units they can put in Loxahatchee Groves. I tell them the codes are in municode.com and refer them to town hall. You all know my position to protect the town, or I wouldn't have received the amount of votes I did. So it won't take long for big box stores and or strip mall developers to smell blood in the water with all the residential development to our west and north. As a council member, I think we need to circle the wagons, reinforce our town borders, and fortify our land development maps and face big commercial encroachment as a unified force. Stop the infighting, stop the uselessness, the reactionary blame game over the past events, and get our blank together for the entire town. We have to get ahead of the situation and stop playing whack-a-mole on a case-by-case scenario as we've been doing in the past and to little avail.
Robert?
Yes, thank you for, letting me participate last month. Had scheduled time out of town, because last year we didn't have meetings in July, so apologize for missing, but very thankful for the opportunity to participate. Good meeting. I'm excited about the RV thing. When I first read it, I was like, this isn't quite what we discussed, but a lot of it made sense. And looking forward to doing something. And hopefully we'll get participation, and we're never gonna get it perfect the first time, anything, or even the second time, but at least moving forward and doing our best is what we're doing, so appreciate that. Thank you.
March. Yes, I was thankful for the VTR exemption explanation. There's been a lot of chatter about that around the public. How did the back to school go?
Very slow. But the school has assured us that they will use and that they need whatever we have. Everything we gave them last year was used.
Okay.
When did we decide to do that again?
What?
It was in the
I-
resolution. It was in the resolution of events for
I
the
thought we
year.
weren't gonna,
Yeah, I'd like to look into doing something, as
We're-
I said before, different next year, because I've actually been told by the principal of the school that they don't need the backpack and stuff. when
We
they
are
go the other
bringing-
way. So yeah. that those are things they don't need and that sit there unused. And so
Yeah, they get a
I-
cartload of.
I
those.
would really
Yeah.
like to explore, I'm certainly all about helping the community, but I would like to look at a different way that we might be able to help. them.
So the good news is that we adopted for the last 2 years our special events by resolution.
Right.
Let's have the conversation about what our special events should be because we budget for them. So,
Perfect.
yeah,
Have that conversation.
Budget workshop.
yep.
Okay, and,
Yeah.
Sorry, Marge, I
the other thing, that I'd like to ask is for a consensus on, the 35-foot, NVGD, whatever that is. 10-foot grade, at grade, that we had voted on, I thought, that was what we wanted, nothing higher than 35 feet. So do we have consensus that that is what we meant and we're not going to allow a 4 or 5-story hotel?
I thought that 35 foot was just for the storage unit, period. Not a ULDC change, not a rule change, not a nothing.
Talked about nowhere else in the town.
So the ULDC hasn't been changed. It was just an exception you made for the storage
Storage
unit,
unit,
like
right.
you said. Now the hotel is asking for another exception. That's basically.
That's
what it comes
correct.
down to.
We redefined the, I think we took the NAVD out and said it was the site elevation was the reference point.
From the top of the sand pile. I'm sorry, from the bottom of the sand pile.
Well, from the base floor, I think, on his parking lot or sidewalk. But that was what we were changing, because 10 NAVG is the bottom of our culverts.
Right, right.
Bottom of our culverts are at 10. And so if you reference 35 feet of that, then it's typically 20 feet, maybe like the road elevation, like base elevation. I'm building a house, the engineer is making the floor, finished floor at 20. So maybe that's where the 35, 10 came from. So if you're 10 plus 35, you're only 25. But we clarified that to be the site, because some sites maybe a foot higher or lower, and the goal was when you're driving down the road,
It
you
looks
know, or your
35.
house is next door, you're not looking up at something. But the 25 feet, I thought was still in there.
Where did the 35 come from then that, keeps being referenced as the tallest height? What?
35 feet is in there for as long as you can utilize.
But that was reference NAVD, which is actually elevation 10, so that actually made it 25 above essentially the road grade, which is typically 20 NAVD. So did we change the definition to finish floor elevation and not change the 35 to 25? Did we screw up in that, or we're all?
I think we didn't understand what NVD is.
Not sure that there have been any change since, you adopted your ULDC, which was in the 2012 time period, something like that.
Okay, I remember us talking about the definition, it didn't make sense when we went through that process, the bottom of the pole.
Well, with this hotel coming up, is there any way that we can do anything to rectify this situation so that it reflects what we really want?
Don't approve it.
Yeah.
We tell them what we want, it doesn't matter what it says.
They're just making applications.
Yeah, it's a.
Well, but we had said at that meeting
It's 35 feet.
that this would not set precedents, correct?
Oh, I'm
Right.
there.
Yeah, it
Okay.
doesn't.
Yeah.
It was a
So-
variance
Each
for-
waiver is
Each
independent of
waiver is
any other.
independent.
Yeah, we did not change our code. It still says 35 feet. And I believe that was,
It still says 10 NAVD.
no, it does not say that. It says in, hold on a second. Of course, now I've lost it since I had it originally. In section 25-045, no buildings or structure or part thereof shall be erected or maintained to a height exceeding 35 feet.
So what is the storage space? 35 feet?
The storage space is actually 43 feet. The storage facility is actually 43 feet, and it's based on the measurement that you're talking about, which is 7 plus 35. And I believe that it was particular to just that application. So our code is still 35. And I do know that even though we really should not be talking about
Correct,
the
we should not be talking
application,
about-
I know that the applicant has a very clear understanding that our height limitation is 35.
Okay.
And 35, by the way, is normal for
welcome.
residential structures as well. You don't really get to 3 stories at 35 feet because 35 feet usually has to do with pitching the roof. So if you want to have a 2-story house that's got a pitched roof, you're going to be pretty darn close to the 35 feet. That's where 35 feet comes from all over South.
Well, on Marcella Boulevard, there's a big blue building that looks like it's more than 35 feet.
Don't know when it's built or anything. But whether
It's brand new. It's just
The
going
barn
in.
dominium. The barn dominium, I believe she's speaking about.
Yeah. Needs to be checked. Okay, that's all.
By the way, there are exceptions to the height limitation, but there are things like architectural type stuff. Spires, domes, belfries, chimneys, stacks.
What about residential?
residential is 35.
35.
Does
I
it
just
say the
want to,
reference point, does it still say the 10 NAVD or any of that? or-
no. Mm-mm.
Usually from grade.
Well, I know, but it did say 10. I remember that. That was confusing. And we had a discussion on that. I thought that we corrected.
We did have a discussion, and I think it was specifically to that application.
Well, that's what I understood too, but it
'Cause the
seemed
code
like,
does
why
not-
are they coming forward?
Because anybody can apply for anything at any
And
time that
hope
they want to.
and hope we
That's
miss
right.
it, right?
They just throw it at the wall and see what sticks. So to continue on with that point and with the discussion about the homelessness board bill that's coming up in October, the October 1st deadline. Another thing that they had at the mayor's symposium is after we met, they had like a whole conference room down at the convention center of resources. So I ran through the tables and just grabbed one of everything and brought a big bag back to Francine and Jeff and gave them the big bag full of resources and said, here's a whole bunch of resources. This thing's coming up in October. We need to do something to be proactive about this. So could you guys look through this and put something together that we can use as a resource for people to try to, and it was one of the things that I brought up also at the symposium is, it's great to do something on this end once people have become homeless, but unless you do something on this end before they become homeless, you've just got a vicious circle and you're never really getting any traction. You gotta plug the hole from both ends. Otherwise you're not getting any traction. And so hopefully they'll be able to bring something forward to us of what resources we can offer in our town through all of those resources that I provided, that were being provided by Palm Beach County. And other than that, I think I'm thrilled that we finally got something hammered out on the RV ordinance. I hope that we can get some other things hammered out. I'd really like to see the HR manual put to bed. I was a little bit disheartened because about, I would say somewhere between 1 and 2 months after I was elected, I was given the HR manual and I was told that everybody on council had an opportunity to look at it, to meet with staff and legal counsel about it. And that all the comments all the other council members were in and that I was the last one having to go at it. That, you know, I was told that one council member said they didn't care to look at it. Several of the other, anyhow, regardless of what I was told, anyhow, I really thought that, you know, I was the last set of eyes gonna look at it. I made my 10 or 15 or so revisions that I thought needed to be made and that would be able to hammer that out and get it out there. And it didn't happen. So I sure would like to see that finished when we have our attorney back and for our next meeting. So I guess I'm making a request that the invitation to council to review this document as it exists right now in this moment be extended once again. And that before our next meeting, when Mr. Torsivia is going to be here, we are able to all spend some time reviewing it with the changes that are made in it and get those final comments in so we can get that in place.
And what I did with this HR document was I gave my input, but I wasn't privy to the conversation of the other members, you know. I felt like I was swimming in an ocean and getting nowhere. Because I didn't know what the rest of you guys had discussion about. You know, it was kind of foreign that you had a private meeting like we used to have. And then we'd come back together as a group and vet everything.
So do you want to meet one more time as this group of 5 to go through the manual? Because that's kind of where I was at too. We put this thing to bed in August of 2022. And then I received an email on July 5th that says, all right, we're ready. We're going to do it. Legal's reviewed this 6 or 7 times. What? Why? How? And this was before we sat and met with the firm. So there was also a list of things where, you know, there was grammatical and structural changes, but staff recommends this was changed, that was changed. And a lot has changed since 2022. So Marge, I totally understand what you're saying by like, you kind of feel adrift.
Yeah.
You know, and again, who wants to go over this thing one more time? But I think it might be prudent, but that's up to you guys.
Before it's reviewed again. You know, we've got to get it set somewhat so that we know that this is what we need.
So do we need to have a workshop just on the HR manual?
I really would regret if we did that, and I'm just going to make my comments and do whatever is directed by the council. We spent 4 workshops that were multiple hours going through it page by page. It was incomprehensible to read the document that was edited and over edited by our attorneys. We asked them to give us a clean document. They said, no, make your changes and then we'll give you a clean document. We went through 60 areas that council had changes on in specific areas. We went back and forth with our labor attorneys, and it took quite a lot of time to get the turnaround of the items back. But we tracked all 60 changes to make sure we could follow that every word that council said to do was done. We also found that our attorneys had not looked at our charter in a number of places and had conflicting wording and recommended conflicting wording to the council with respect to, and I saw some comments come in from someone about budget limits. The charter has budget limits in it. The charter has legal budget levels of control, and the charter says how we're supposed to adopt a number of things relative to our budget and employees. And we fixed that language that wasn't, I'm just giving you an example. We didn't change any of the intent on anybody's PTO. We left the PTO exactly as was decided by the group. We did not change any of the benefits. There were 2 things we wanted to revisit. And the reason we wanted to revisit them is because Jury duty is a civic duty and we are a local government. And I know that there is some thought that if you can't avoid doing the jury duty, why should you be penalized by not getting paid at work? It's not like you would be making money for doing it. You would end up using PTO days to do it. So we wanted to come back and see if there was a way that we could have a reasonable number of days for jury duty. Not, like a 4-month trial or anything, but again, happily not have any paid time for jury duty. And the other thing we wanted to revisit was bereavement, because we only had, I think, 2 days in there and we wanted to go up to 5 days. And the reason we wanted to go up to 5 days is because, one, if you're traveling out of state, you can't do it in 2. 2, if you're the person that has to make the arrangements for the deceased and or handle, a number of those things, you can't do that in 2 days either, you know? So we kind of thought that, 5 days was reasonable, and we had language that said up to 5 days. But other than those 2 things, we didn't really want to change anything.
You changed a rehire policy on former employees.
We did, and the reason why we did is because it said, and we went through that and noted that as a change. That was noted as a change in the list of changes. If you went through the list of changes that we sent out, the medical versus the medical saying whether somebody is pregnant or otherwise, we didn't feel comfortable with being in there. And I think we explained that in the summary of changes, but if it wasn't explained well enough, if you brought the question up, I'm answering it now. We didn't feel comfortable with the medical being the issue or the pregnancy being the issue. But again, another item that we just tried to disclose. We also disclosed the 29 hours for part-time versus the 25 hours. And the reason is because the federal law for ACA is an average of 29 hours. You can't go past that. So that's why we changed that. The 11 things that I'm saying it's 11, if it's 15, if it's 10, don't remember what they were. The other thing that we changed, and this came from individual meetings with council, was the definition of family. And the reason why we changed the definition of family is because it was different in 3 places in the manual. And in one place in the manual, it used the definition from Federal Medical Leave Act, but we're not subject to Federal Medical Leave Act. And it was broader than we all felt comfortable using. So it was suggested to use immediate family. And so we changed wherever it said family to immediate family. And everybody's immediate family is different. If your grandmother raised you, she's your immediate family. And, no, if somebody's lying about that, well, you got a problem with the employee. Immediate family is a good enough definition. The other thing we changed with regard to family was several council people, and we are in a public meeting, so I don't feel like I'm breaking sunshine law to tell you, suggested they didn't have a problem with us hiring family members as long as those family members were not being supervised by the same person. For instance, we lost an opportunity on 2 equipment operators because they were brothers, but they were both aces to, get on the equipment. I'm not saying that anybody wants to rush out and create an uncomfortable situation, but we said in certain circumstances, we might be willing to hire family members. Those were the kind of changes that we made. And so some of them were changes because we wanted to make you understand and share with the council that they were not the best language for us to use, i.e. only medical or pregnant people. And then the other one that we changed because of that same thing, we put the definition of substantive in, and substantive means something more than minor. You know, we put in a sentence that says substantive means something more than minor. If you want to take it out, we can take it out, but we just wanted to be able to be really clear.
Can you
And
re-email perhaps to each of us the changes that were made, the
Mm-hmm.
chronology of changes that were made? And I think
Mhm.
somehow, if you can, Marge would like there to be a notation of who made that recommendation, whether it was me or Robert or Laura, whoever it was, or Phyllis, whoever it was that made that recommendation. If you have that record, I don't know if you.
well, if something came into me in email, I have to believe it's a public record.
Right.
So anything that was sent to me in public record, may I share?
So again, to avoid a sunshine issue, I do not recommend that you send communications received from one council member to another council member.
But I can say, without a name, these are the suggestions I got from a council member.
Or,
May
yeah,
I?
from a council member, these are the suggestions I got from staff.
You have to, one of the things you may recall is that when you're in discussions with folks, when we're reviewing paragraphs, people notice, oh, there is a typo here, or this could be phrased differently.
Right.
So you could say I mean, I can remember there were some things where.
There were some things that I said were what you guys said to me was another council member knows that. or
Well,
something.
and what I'm saying is that, but there were times where, I can recall Glenn going, oh, okay. And then he went and he wrote some other things, and it might have been triggered by something that was going on.
That is what Glenn
But it
did.
was really coming from Glenn and all of us saying they were typographical things, substantive things.
Glenn made one
I think
gigantic
the,
substantive change.
I think the manager just went over the substantive changes. But looking for every typo, and I'll tell you, if you looked at the original document that came out of August of 22. Oh my gosh, it was just all over the place, and you had so much. You had that situation where everybody identified this, and this came from this one, and it was like,
Okay, let me
it's
change.
not in English anymore.
All right, let me change my request. Can I alter my request? My request is that you get the document as it stands now, with the changes that were made somehow notated so that they are clearly understandable to council, regardless of who made them, with the changes that were made clearly notated, that you get them to council immediately. They should be ready in a form to get to us, so that we have how many weeks between now and our next meeting to review them individually, to come in and meet if we feel the need to, and ask questions, so that it can be on the next agenda, hopefully on the consent agenda.
I am very happy to serve this council in any way.
Does
I
that work
am.
for everybody?
Are those the things that you sent to me in red?
Yes, we prepared a
Yes, I think you
document
have it ready
for
at the click of a
Marge
button.
that is ready at the click of a button, where we
Okay.
showed where the wording changes were. And I would be remiss if I didn't share with you that Glenn took 2 paragraphs that were essentially duplicates of each other and condensed it down to like 2 or 3 sentences. I mean, that's the kind of stuff that Jeff is talking about.
As all of us were, re-going through the document, going through things with those of you who came and met with us, we were like, okay. Not substantive, but let's get this to read better, clearer. And in some cases, as we are always asked, with at least a few less words.
Right.
There is one
Okay.
thing that's not in there that was brought up then, and that if you would like, we will put in there now in this next round that we send out, and that is the ability to build a voluntary leave pool for people who need a donation of leave time. That is not in there, but it has been brought up in the original reviews, and a council person brought it up in this review, but it is not in there. So if I have extra leave time and Craig gets sick and he's out of leave time, or we just had an employee who ran out of PTO time and had a sick family and resigned. If we needed to donate, we could.
Okay.
That's what that policy is. And if you'd like us to put that in, yeah, we can put that in. The county has that policy. We'll just use the county words.
Okay, so then it will be on our next consent agenda, and hopefully everybody will get to ask any questions they have between now and then. And if we have to pull it from consent and have a discussion because there are more substantive or significant changes between now and then, otherwise we'll consider that
Yes.
item
And
beat up.
in addition, I do want to say that it is not typical to put all of the forms in the HR manual, but I have a very formal evaluation system for all of our employees, including probationary, which we use very well. And we also have forms for staff and for managers, and I am happy to share them with you.
Would that be an
They are,
addendum perhaps?
if you would like, but those things are subject to change.
Right, but
you
just
know,
an addendum for now.
But
for
I'm
us to look
happy
at.
to share them with you. And I worked together with others and had the attorneys to review them when I started using them. I think I showed them to you when I think you were mayor at the time, but I'm not quite sure. But it's multi-dimensional and there's one for staff and one for managers.
Well, if you could put
Yes,
them-
you did.
I did,
Yep.
recall?
Yep, I still have them. Yep.
And I have a self-review of every manager and we're up for annual reviews again.
So we can
So,
put them as an addendum just so we can all take a look at it.
yep,
Okay, can I get a motion to adjourn?
thank
I get a
you.
second?
I just wanted to tell you all everything.
No, we missed one extension, I know. I was. It's okay with me.
We didn't take any action.
Good thing. All right.